Well, hello and welcome to day 5, stage 5 of the MyWhoosh Championships 2025. Absolutely brilliant to be back. I cannot wait for today's stage. You can see the strap line underneath the banner there, and that basically says that this is going to be the time where our riders may well hit that wall. This is the wall. This is the big mountain stop finish, and this is before the rest day.
Wow, you're right, Matt. It is before the rest day. It's stage 5. Tomorrow is the rest day here on the 8-day MyWhoosh Championships. 7 stages over those 8 days. And today, well, we hit the big mountains.
We do. We're going to be bringing you all of the action once again on the MyWhoosh Championships. My name's Matt Payne. I'm alongside Emma Martin here in the studio. The studio is well and truly fueled up. I'm alternating between coffee and honey and lemon. Emma, are you on a similar kind of beverage schedule? Have you got something more entertaining?
I have. I'm going to show you. I have the biggest mug in the world. Look at that. That is full of honey and lemon today. You've got to keep those vocal cords lubricated. It's a little bit like hydration and fueling on the bike. Hydration and fueling in the commentary box too.
Yep, and we are really looking forward to this. We're helped, of course, because we're not riding. We are just putting words to the action, although that is a lot of words over all these stages. Let's just talk, let's go back into stage 4. The first mountainous stage. Not a mountain top finish, but a mountainous stage with a lot of climbing yesterday in the women's and the men's races. And not every category changed. We did see some not sneaky attacks, but some very opportune attacks where people have gone off the front. They've taken enough seconds to go and take those jerseys, take the lead going into the mountain stage. We've seen some big time gaps opening up in most of the race fields further down through the race field. But it was a day where it was only partially decisive in terms of nothing is nothing's set in stone. Nothing here cannot be erased or changed or altered, I think. I don't think anybody's in that sort of secure position where they can cruise.
Well, do you know, it's really interesting because we saw Kate McCarthy break away, the world champion broke away from the women's field in Zurich, and she's put a 2-minute gap into the rest of the peloton. It's quite close behind, Guerra in second, and then third, fourth, fifth, sixth are quite close. But for me, category 3 in the women's race yesterday, it was just phenomenal. I mean, only 10 seconds still separate the top 10 riders in that category. There is a real battle going on out there. And can I just say, right, I know we're talking about the front of the race field. I do just want to mention the back of the race field because Gisela Gonstedt was out there the longest yesterday in Zurich in the women's race. 2 hours, 43 minutes, 36 seconds. Big ups to everybody right the way through this race field today because the stages are epic. And today, I hope you all find your legs on Mount Fuji.
And that 2-minute lead for McCarthy really isn't insurmountable because 2 minutes on a mountaintop finish, which we see today, could be wiped away very, very quickly. In terms of the men's race, we've got a big move went off the front. We saw defending champion Michael Vink in terms of the MyWhoosh Championship go on into race lead. Ollie Jones dropping down into 4th place, 30 seconds down on that race lead. Behind some of our youngsters coming through, people like Skierski, like Pucker moving up through the race field. The gaps have started to open. The top 3 who broke away, though, Wu, Osborne and Vink, the best climbers, and they've got to be looking forward to today, as long as they didn't do too much yesterday.
Well, and I'll tell you, there's some really, really steep sections out there on Mount Fuji today. It kicks 16, 17, 18%. There are some really, really steep parts to this climb, and they are going to be decisive.
They certainly are. Can't wait for the action. Don't forget, make sure you catch up with all the results so far on mywhoosh.com/results or mywhooshinfo.com. Time for us to take a detailed look now at stage 5, the hard mountain stage in Japan, here on the MyWhoosh Championships. So we're here on the MyWhoosh Championships, stage 5. This is the wall. This is the mountaintop finish. Our women's race today, Emma. It's not the shortest of stages. And it's not the smallest in terms of height gain. And I think today, for me, there's going to be some real individual personal battles. And I think you were 100% right there. It's not just about the front. It's not just about the lead. It's also going to be about the people who are out there riding to get through the race now and get to the rest day tomorrow.
Well, and it's also about the team competition. And let's not forget 3 riders in each team. It's their time that's added together. And the riders, some of those team competitions are really close. And teams shifting positions every single day. And that's what they're going to be looking at today as well. So it's not just about the individual, it's about the team.
I agree with that. Now, you can see on the map that we go out on our circuits of Japan before going up the sinuous, twisting, serpentine-like road that takes us up Mount Fuji, and that's reflected in this course profile.
Well, it is. Now, Mount Fuji, Japan's highest peak at 3,776 metres. We are not going right the way to the top today. We come out the start pen, 45.5 kilometres of racing for the women today, 1,018 metres of climbing, and I'll tell you, that is going to be enough. They come out the start pen, a flat run out the start pen, and then a small downhill into the first of the 3 sprint checkpoints today. The first one of those coming at the 5.2 kilometre marker. 2 sprint checkpoints before we get to the first climb of the day. The Dragon's Nest checkpoint is a 1.3 kilometre climb, and at that 21 kilometre marker is where we're going to see that first polka dot banner of the day. The Kyoto Sprint checkpoint then comes at 35.4k into this race before we roll into Mount Fuji itself. 5.4 kilometres of climbing, an average gradient of 10.6%. Well, Mount Fuji last erupted in 1707.
I think even I wasn't around then.
The peloton is going to erupt today.
I think it is, and I'm going to be really intrigued to see, because we do have those bumps before that rise before the Tokyo Sprint checkpoint, the rise of the Dragon's Nest, the climb back out after the depression following that, and then it really is just bumpy rise until we hit the base of Fuji itself and onto the Mount Fuji climb. Are we going to see the groups being not just conservative but uber conservative, not expending any energy, saving everything for the climb because they want to survive? We're going to see the same thing because they want to use that mountain as their attack point. Or are we going to see somebody try and get some distance, some time running into Fuji, some sliding room as they go in? 6 race categories in our women's race field, 6 race categories in the men's field. The women's race is first. It's category 6 who are taking to the start line first of all. Absolutely brilliant racing yesterday in that race, and Hannah Hermansen really putting in a move to go clear on the run into the finish. She held off Monica Hadjuk, and of all of the riders, Monica Hadjuk having a fantastic day in that breakaway of 4, not quite able to hold the top 3 of Stevenson, Hermansen and Bremner, but she came in second place on the race, and that's really helped her in the overall. And Trudy Stevenson again proving why she is the leader of the general classification. Hermansen taking the 10 sprint points and 20 QOM points. So very much a dominant day for Hermansen yesterday, but has she done too much too soon?
Well, we are going to find out today. You know, really, really interesting. Can I just big up to Monica Hadjuk yesterday? She climbed 3 places on GC with that performance. And for me, we've been watching her racing over the last year, and she's getting stronger and stronger and stronger.
Now, the team competition has seen some slight changes with the Kitty Hawk Racing squad just moving with Level Phoenix going into second place. So the Phoenix squad holding the Skyglaw team behind them at the moment for about what is 9 minutes. Tour de Friends at the moment still have that 18.5-minute gap, but the teams starting to settle, I think, a little bit more into some fixed positions. It could all change today with that mountain top finish. It's time to go racing. It's stage 5, the mountain top finish stage, day before the rest day for all of our female competitors here today. It is the MyWhoosh Championship for 2025 away, and you can see the first set of riders out from the pens. We're in with Hannah Hermansen at the moment, just jumping in with Hamilton and Quiet, just working her way to the front because this has gone off quite quick here. This is a quick move up the road, and she quite wanted to make sure that she got out with that leading group. I can see this settling down relatively quickly. Surely nobody's just going to go for the crazy move off the front.
Well, no, I don't think they are going to go for the crazy move off the front, but we do have that. We do have 2 sprint checkpoints early on, and we may well see riders who might not be interested in the GC coming through and pushing for those checkpoints and utilising their teams to do so.
Now you can see on the graphics we now have the addition, thanks to the sleepless nights of the team behind the scenes. So you can see who's held position. They have the equal sign. You have the going up or going down. As Emma said, Monica Hadjic moving up. For me, the key thing here is as well as Agadello's move up through the field. Jessica Hamilton not losing too much time on a day where we had expected her to lose some. I think for me, key things here are time gaps, because you've got the front 3 riders, 30 seconds between Stevenson and Hermansen, 1 minute between Hermansen and Bremner, and then Hadjic is 4th at 7:54, and then you've got Sarasu with a time gap of 9 minutes. You drop back. The next real big gap actually is between Agadello and Hamilton. So 3 leaders, 30 seconds for 1 to 2. A minute 2 to 3, and then group of 4 riders all within 12 minutes, and then the next group of riders just over 20 minutes behind.
Well, in the sprint competition here in Category 6, it's Hannah Hermansen on 61 points at the moment, Bremner on 44 and Hamilton on 28. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens here, because Jessica Hamilton may go out for some of these early sprints today. I think she will. The big sprinters stage comes on the final day. It's going to be interesting. I'm not sure anybody can really touch Hannah Hermansen. I'm not sure there are enough points left, but it's going to be interesting to see what Hamilton does, and whether she stretches her legs today early on, or whether she saves them for the climb. Hannah Hermansen also topping the points table in that mountains competition. She's been really, really dominant. 50 points there. Stevenson 34, Bremner 24. And actually, do you know what? That is representative of the racing here in Category 6. Those 3 have really been battling day in, day out.
In answer to the points question on the sprints, 30 points on the last day. That means that I think there's just enough room for that to go. But Hannah Hermansen cannot be touched in the mountains competition because there are 10 points available today maximum. So if Hermansen does not score a point, and somebody else, the rider in second place, scores maximum points, still can't be taken. So Hermansen has sealed that climbs competition in Category 6 already, but she does have to finish the race.
She does have
That's the
to
important
finish.
point.
And not
you
just,
can't just walk away once you've got the
not
lead.
just the race today.
And
She's
there's
got
no
to finish
danger of that, I think.
all of the stages.
Definitely, and I'm sure there's no doubt. Really has. She was the rider of the stage yesterday for me. And that was one of the key points in that racing. You know, the leading 3 broke clear. They've established themselves at the top. Hadjic's move to go with them, brilliant to see. And Hadjic looking great on those climbs. Jessica Hamilton, they've got to give a big up to Jessica Hamilton, because she could have lost a lot more time. She really was digging deep there to stay with the riders and limit that time loss. Currently sitting in 8th place overall. Good riding by her. But good riding by, I think, all of the riders in Category 6, going out there, getting the times in. In terms of teams, there's starting to be bigger time gaps in there as they move through. We're just in with Monica Hadjic here. A change of jersey from the white jersey of yesterday to a very nice geometric white and black. I like a geometric jersey, I have to say.
Can I just say, Hadjic's performance yesterday, along with the rest of her team, moves that team up into 2nd from 3rd. So brilliant job there.
Yeah, and it's all about that time. It's those 3 fastest riders on any given stage, their times added together, added to the team time from the previous stages, that gives us that overall time. Tour de France, 20 hours of racing, 40 minutes, 50 4.424 seconds. It is a gap to level Phoenix of 18 minutes at the moment, and to the Kitty Hawk Racing Skyclaw team. They're at 27 minutes, so about 9 minutes currently, just behind Phoenix. But that performance of Hadjuk came in within 7 seconds of the coming in 7 minutes in within the time there, really flying. So 7 minutes off the lead, but she was 2 minutes clear of Sarasu, and then behind you've got the gaps really opening out. I think for me, the top three are clear. They shouldn't be touched. They've proven themselves. They're going to have to have not just a bad day, but a spectacularly bad day.
Well, it's possible
to go. I mean, there are other riders who have got to have an even worse day to drop out of the top three. Let's face it, across the 6 categories. But I think they've done a good job. They've been the 3 strongest riders.
Well, I don't disagree with you at all, but I do think this is going to be a really interesting race. And there's a nice steady start here, but they're up to, just shy of 35 kilometres an hour at the moment. They're at the 4.1 kilometre marker. Now, just a reminder, that first sprint, the Tokyo sprint, comes at the 5.2 kilometre marker. This pack are going to roll into it. And take a look on the top right-hand corner of your screen. It gives you a lot of information. Now, the pack we're in with at the moment, the yellow line, you can see the gradient is the red line, and that is pan flat at the moment, 0%. Above them, you can see that shot where you've got 3 clear groups established on the road already. Dropping in with Juliet Narvaez into her pain cave at the moment. You can see her there on the bike, the big screen in front of her. And you can see the riders have the same shot near enough as you have on your screen viewer. The shot there for them, though, is from their position in the peloton.
Narvaez putting in some really strong rides, really working hard in that race category in Category 6. Doing a brilliant job of holding this group as they come in towards the sprint. Expect to see Hermansen and Stevenson sprinting out for this. I can't see that that's going to change. They're bound to be bouncing their way in and about. Narvaez in 13th position at the moment, so working well, but she's got to keep on pushing. She's got to keep on moving. So we will see whether or not she can hold in. Here goes Hermansen, though. Big kick. Running into the line, and I think Narvaez Stevenson behind just going to go try and pick up those 4 points. But look at Hermansen go here. Crouch slow over the bike, putting maximum power down. She's got a smooth run out. I think for Hermansen, that was a considered charge for the line rather than a flat-out sprint.
Well, and at this point in the race with Japan and Mount Fuji ahead of you, a flat-out sprint probably isn't what's required. What is required is enough to do the job, and Hermansen has done the job in style.
Yep, just breathing in a bit of oxygen, re-oxygenate the muscles, get them recovered. And you can see the damage done by that sprint. It's distanced some of the riders behind, and that is the danger for those riders who are now starting to feel the 5 days of racing, because we are on to day 5. Yesterday, on stage 4, on day 4, Natalia Idzik taking the stage win from Justina Yazok by 0.364. Fantastic sprint in that run to the line with Daria Ermolova coming through 0.4 behind Idzik's charge up there. Really good, very, very close racing in that race in Category 5, and some very strong rides as well. In terms of the sprints, Izik also taking the sprint win on the day, scoring 9 points. Beckera at the front, climbing well, getting 18 points in the climbs competition from a maximum score of 20 points, only dropping 2 points across the whole of the day. In terms of the team competition, well, the status quo was resumed from positions 3 to 7, but at the top, the pedal dancers have taken the top spot from the full gas Femmes. The teams the team that had held it all the way through so far, the full gas Femmes holding top spots all the way to the mountain stage. Then pedal dancers going up over the top. Then we've seen the pedal dancers now from Full Gas Friends from What Queens in third, Velocity Vipers in fourth, Phoenix in fifth, Cycling District 5 in sixth, and the Level Cycling Squad in seventh.
Well, and interestingly, it's only 1 minute 25 seconds between the pedal dancers and the Full Gas Femmes. I think this team competition here is not over yet in category 5.
I wouldn't discount. I agree with you, Talia, and I almost wouldn't discount the What Queens at 7 minutes 52.
No.
Because such a big stage, so such the potential for time losses today and time gains is huge.
Well, I'd like to think that a number of the riders in here have managed their, well, I say managed their effort till this point. It's very hard to manage your effort till this point. We're on day 5. And it's interesting, isn't it? Because some riders thrive day after day after day, just physically. They are just built that way. Others, well, it's not their favourite thing to do at all. And there's going to be some very, very tired legs out there, regardless of whether you like stage racing or not. The overall standings here in category 5, really interesting. Megan Albin holding that lead yesterday, finishing on the stage in 4th place. Alzat holding 2nd. Idzik moved up 3 points into 4th. Becerra popping up 1 place into 3rd. It's getting very close. And just, well, 1 minute, 15 seconds separate the top 4 riders in the overall standings in category 5.
And it is those time gaps that are going to be critical. Albin with a 26-second lead that from Alzet, but Becker very, very close to that fantastic climbing performance. Alzet the leader in the young riders competition. Idzik at 1:15 down, and then you've got a further gap of 1 minute and 5. Gentili and Marshall, Mayer and Yazok very, very close. Yazok scoring well in the sprint points as well. Idzik is clear, but there's 30 points on the last day.
I know, and it is going to go down to the last day. Whilst the climbing competition is over with at the end of today's stage, that sprint competition runs right the way through to stage 7. Well, Natalia Idzik at 59 points in that sprint competition. Becerra leads the climbing competition. Now, interesting this is a little bit tighter. And as I mentioned, well, there's only 10 points available today. So if Becerra needs to make sure she scores points, because they are lining up behind Fu with 35 points, Jakok with 34. It's really going to depend on who's got the legs today and who is going to be in that leading group. Can Natalia Becerra keep the lead in that climbing competition?
The way she climbed was fantastic, but I have to say, rider of the day for me in that category was Megan Albin. She'd come in. I mean, Albin has been there in that jersey from day one of the yellow jersey. She's wearing the yellow jersey today, and quite rightly so, maybe to remind herself just what's at stake here. Albin taking the win on day one, holding that yellow jersey on every stage so far. Brilliantly done. And yesterday, you know, that lead, she had a lead of 26 seconds. She defended the lead. It's still at 26 seconds. It has held all the way through. The time gap, the big time gap she put in out, she was on stage 2, and that's where she did it. But as she's pushed on here, I think for me, she really has shown that she is the rider in there. Idzik's performance in the sprints, is it damaging the overall, do you think? In her performance overall, because it's got to be taking its toll. She's really, really gone hard at them.
Well, yeah, she has gone hard at them, and I think she's really targeted that competition. She is, you know, she's 59 points to 43. She's been really, really strong. Is it affecting her overall? Well, do you think it had got to be affecting her overall position on GC? But, do you know, I think it's going to be interesting. I think she's doing a really good job on GC. She did a phenomenal job yesterday. She really, really did in Zurich. It's going to be interesting to see how she positions herself and how she goes today. For me, the final day is a Natalia Idzik day, but she's got to still have the legs. for those big sprint sessions. But today she's got to have the legs on the climb. Isabel Alzat on our screen at the moment. She's right at the front in this leading group. Well, it's going to be interesting to see if she has the legs for today as well. And it's great to see her on our screens and in the competition.
And after that second day where she moved up into second place, she's held that second place as well. So really has, that second day was decisive for her so far. They just need to stick with it. The riders just keep on pushing as they move in. We are going in towards our checkpoint here, the first of our checkpoints, which is the sprint checkpoint. 30 points on the last day. We've got 3 checkpoints today. That's another 15. So 45 points up for grabs over these 2 stages, stages 5 and 7. Stage 6, no sprint points, no climb points, because it is a time trial, an individual time trial coming up on the day after the rest day. Some really brilliant course design. Absolutely loving the way the design is. Brooke Samuel on the way, and Peter on the chat saying, go Brooke, smashed a fantastic Fuji. So the support team is there. No pressure, Brooke. You've got a big mountain to climb, and Peter will be cheering you on each and every kilometre of the way, I am sure. If you do want to give your rider a shout out, do try and get in touch on the live chat. We do keep a check on the live chat on YouTube. I know some people will be watching on Twitch TV and on other broadcast stations, but please, if you do want to get in touch, that's the best way to get in touch. There is a limit to how many things we can monitor at once, even with as many screens as we have in the studio at the moment, and how many windows we have open on each and every screen. It's lots.
If you're interested, I'm counting 10 screens in the studio at the moment, but some of them have multiple windows open.
Yeah, one screen's got 7 windows open minimum.
Well,
One's
let's
got,
look.
No, 4. Actually, 2 screens have got 14.
Well, let's move on from that and jump in with Natalia Idzik. She's on our screen at the moment at the 4.2 kilometre marker, and there she is on her bike in the pain cave, giving us a wave. Brilliant riding, Natalia.
Morning.
Fabulous to see. Good morning to the Polish rider. The first sprint of the day coming up here in Tokyo. Now, did you know that Mount Fuji is actually 100 kilometres southwest of Tokyo? So we do have a little bit of licence here in the Japan world on MyWhoosh.
Yes, I did. Actually, scarily, did know that. And it's I know some very random facts about Japan. I'm probably not going to use pretty much any of them on the show today, I have to say, but it isn't somewhere I've yet visited.
Oh, do you know, a friend of mine did go to Japan. Actually, he's married to a Japanese woman, and on one of his cycling trips, because he was a semi-pro bike rider, sent me a message saying, I've just found a vending machine halfway up a mountain here in Japan. Let's take a spot on Mount Fuji later and see if there are any vending machines halfway up for our riders to stop and get some snacks. But Idzik does not need any snacks to fuel her. They are coming in for the first sprint checkpoint.
So here we go. This is more points in the bag if she can make this happen. You can just see this little wind-up coming. Here we go. Big kick comes in. Look at the revs. Look at the face pulling on those bars, making sure she gets the power down in and through, making sure there's somebody gone out in front, which they have, and it is Yazok, the challenger. The challenger went first, but it looks like Idzik is going to be the master here today. Straight over the top. No challenging the current leader. Goes through, extends her lead at the top of the standings. Another great job. Job done. Sprint 1 done. 2 more to go today for Idzik. 5 points scored over Yazok's 4, Malova's 3. Alexandra Knowles, good to see Knowles up there in 4th place, taking 2, and Alza taking 1 point. Alexandra Knowles, of course, are pretty much resident artist on the Sunday Race Club and on the MyWhoosh Championship.
Yes, well, category 4 are down in the pen at the moment. They're going to be in the next category of riders away today.
So your headlines from stage 4, yesterday's stage winner. What a return to form on home turf for Valentina Peretti. She soloed clear to take a solo win at the front of stage 4. It pushed her back up through the rankings. She's got some work to do, though, to get herself right to the top of the stage. But the way she was climbing yesterday, she could not be discounted, even though she started the day a lot further down. Atahualpa coming through in second place, leading the charge behind. She's our yellow jersey leader in the house at the moment. A great ride by Suzanne Stedman. Stedman moving herself up into the top 3 overall by that ride, taking third place on the stage. Sprints and KOM winners on the day as well on your screens. As we take a quick look at the teams. Teams basically the same. A change though. Rebel Riders moving up into second. Unshakable dropping down from first. Going into first from second. And Unshakable going from first down. So the switch basically in our top 2 teams between Riders and Shakeable. But we'll have to see whether or not they're going to be able to hold on to that.
Well, it's just 56 seconds, the gap. So it is really, really close. Well, with final seconds counting down, Category 4 are about to come out of the pen. We're in with Angel Hadlock. She's in that polka dot skin suit. In fact, you can see multiple different coloured skin suits heading out of the pen. Category 4, standard in red. The polka dot skin suit, Hadlock, the leader of the mountains competition. The green skin suit, leader of the sprint competition. The yellow skin suit, leader in the overall GC. The other dark green skin suits are the masters competitors in this category. The white skin suit, the young rider, under 23.
Indeed, great riding yesterday. Hadlock moving herself up and Atahualpa moving up. Atahualpa moving from 6th to 1st place. Hadlock moving from 5th to 2nd. Stedman moving from 8th to 3rd. Brilliant riding by them. Kathy Collins 10th to 5th place on the way up through there. We saw Montoya just dropping back down there. But Kath Tomkinson holding her 9th position. Schultz going into the top 10. Marston actually just knocking on the door of 11th place. But we are talking 7 seconds to top 11, 4 seconds to top 10. It's super close. And the battle between the Rebel Riders team and the Unshakable team, it really is a battle at the front as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a battle at the front as well, and it's going to be really, really close as we see these Category 4 riders come out of the pen. 1 or 2 riders actually 1 rider just dropped off the back of the group at the moment. A bit of a push needed to bring that back together again, but the riders rolling strongly as they come towards the first kilometre of this race today. Now, the sprint competition here in Category 4, Catherine Montoya leading that with 45 points from Nina Dowling in 30. Gina De Grazia with 21 points. Peretti picked up 5 points in that competition yesterday, and Dowling picked up 4. In fact, Dowling was the only person in the top 3 in that competition to pick up any sprint points yesterday.
But the sprints were over the other side of the climb.
They were.
And then if you had 5 riders away, you weren't going to get anywhere near, were you?
Well, Hadlock picked up a lot of points in the climbing competition yesterday. She picked up 14 points. Peretti picked up 20, however, and that has moved her into 2nd place in that competition and puts her close to Hadlock. Today, this is going to be about Hadlock and Peretti, I think, on these 2 climbs. The Dragon's Nest climb gives 5 points, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Likewise, Mount Fuji, because it's categorized, but it's only a Category 2 climb. So it's still a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 points competition. So 10 points maximum available. If Peretti's legs are good and Hadlock's aren't, Peretti could take the mountains competition overall. But Angel Hadlock is the rider on form in that competition at the moment. But Peretti, well, she came strong yesterday.
She'd had a really bad day the day before, and we were talking earlier on in the stage race about the mental strength, the ability to reset and go back on and go forward, and to drive onwards, to do that reset, go, get back into your lane, do what you're meant to be doing, crack it off, job done, after having a day when the wheels came off the wagon, and that takes some doing.
Yeah, well, we talked about having mental strength as well, and that it's a mental game, not just a game of legs, lungs, and heart. Camilla Atahualpa on the bike at the moment, we can see her in the pack. Yet again, coming in to today with that yellow jersey. And a young rider as well. She's holding the white jersey too. And, it is a mental game, and you've got to understand that some days you're not going to go as well as other days. you know, and that
Yeah.
some stages are going to suit you more than others, and that you might have a surprise when you get on the bike, and you've got to be able to mentally deal with that, not just physically deal with that. And actually, for me, I think sometimes that's one of the hardest battles that we really don't talk about.
I agree entirely, and you got to say after Harper's journey, eighth overall after stage
Yeah.
one. Stage two moved up to, after stage two, moved into seventh place, moved into sixth place after stage three, moved into the lead on stage four. That progression
Slow and steady.
it's very, very smooth. We've got to put a shout out to Montoya, who is the sprint leader, because she was leading the overall competition all the way through really, really well until we got into that big mountain stage. She's dropped down.
She defended really well yesterday.
She did defend well, but the time gaps are pretty big. The top three are out and away within 3 seconds of each other. Downing at 30 seconds, but then you're into minutes. 2 minutes back is Collins, and at the moment Montoya nearer to that 3-minute marker. 4 minutes covering the top 10. It's a big time gaps. Now, Howala, a rider who very experienced, another rider who I'm expecting to do a great time trial. I've got the time trial day down for Tanya Howala on my in my figures, in my head. Certainly, that's where I'm expecting to see her go really well.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? It is a rest day tomorrow, and a lot of these riders will be resting. Some of them won't. I have seen the start sheets for the Sunday Race Club.
Yes.
And some of these riders are on the start sheets for the Sunday Race Club. And I've had 1 or 2 conversations with riders this morning in this women's race field, and the Sunday Race Club has come up. And I'm amazed. They're just, yeah, some of them don't want a day off.
No.
And that's also really interesting, isn't it? Because, I mean, I joke and laugh if we ever stop at a coffee shop on a ride at full speed events, because you get coffee shop legs. Halfway through a ride, you've stopped, you've had a cup of coffee, 20 minutes later you get back in the saddle and your legs feel a bit wobbly, and as though they've done an extra day's work. Well, actually, in a stage race, a lot of riders ride on the off day.
Now, one of the things I will be doing today in preparation for that rest day, Catherine Montoya at the moment holding 7th place overall, the sprint queen, full stop, of category 4. She's just so good. Yeah, just great technique, great speed, great performance. She's got 3 more point opportunities here today.
Yep.
I cannot see her being distanced till we get to Fuji. In no way, shape or form. I'm expecting to see her go for each and every one of these sprints, looking to make that lead much more secure as we go into the end of the race. You can just see her just taking a big breath here as we go in towards the checkpoint. It's not far away. It's going to come up around the corner. And Montoya, for me, she has the potential. She could go for the sprints and then sit up.
Well, for
rest.
me, she's the master of positioning in the pack. And that's what she gets right. She knows what she's capable of hitting in terms of numbers, and she positions herself beautifully, and her timing is superb. And we saw that over the first 3 stages where she took the win in the sprint every single day. She really, well, I was going to say she knows her stuff, but I bet there has been hours and hours of practice.
Highest score on stage 1, highest score on stage 2, joint highest scorer on stage 3 on those sprints, even though they were on the other side of a mountain. I mean, just brilliant riding. Here we go. Montoya pushing on the front here. Got De Grazia for company here. So De Grazia clearly up for the sprints. Tonkinson and Sonnerson in the mix here. But here we go. Montoya, well, said she was the sprint queen. She certainly opened a huge gap on that kick. First of the points in that competition today, they go to Montoya. It means she's extended her lead at the top of the standings even further. She'll be looking to stretch that right out here today. De Grazia is going to have scored well there. 3 points. Sonderson scoring for De Grazia, then a close challenger at 21 points, but they need to keep scoring strongly all the way through. Let's move from category 4 to category 3. They're down in our start pens at the moment. Yesterday, another good day for Angelica Altamarina, taking that stage when we saw her go over the line in the sprint and saw just how much energy was in there. She took the win from Emily Sopers, the yellow jersey wearer. we talk about riders who've gone well from the very start of the stages. Well, Soapers is definitely one of those, and you can just see that she's absolutely flying, Soapers. She's still got the overall. Angelica with second place, and Vanilla with third place overall. They sprinted the way in. They were clear of everybody else by about 3 seconds, in fact. Lucy Young scoring the most points in the sprints competition, but no means a dominant point score there compared to everybody else. It was very shared out there. And Emily Nyquist, a resurgent Nyquist in that climbs competition. In terms of the team competition, the Riot 3 squad are rocking and rolling their way up. They overtook Champollies and Yellow to move up into top spot. Yellow hold on to second as the Champollies dropped down past them into third. The Attack Pack in fourth, Fight Talk in fifth, Grit in sixth, the Champignon in seventh, and Cycling District 3 in eighth. Time gaps, well,
4 seconds.
It's not a lot, is it?
It's not.
No.
But, you know, I mean, and all credit to Riot 3. We saw Emily Nyquist finish the race, jump off her bike and deal with an incident in the house yesterday. Life happens. Let's go racing.
It certainly does. Life does happen, and doing some proper adulting every now and then, unfortunately for probably all of our riders, is the case that has to happen. And there's lots of other things you have to get done on the way through. Let's just finish off that team competition, Emma, very quickly. 4 seconds between Yellow and Riot. Champollies now at 4 minutes.
Yes.
6.5, 6:45, in fact, the Attack Pack, but then 13 minutes back to Fight Talk. It's almost 2 teams at the top, 2 teams in that battle behind.
Yes.
Then 4 teams, but they're all in minutes. Nobody's hours behind here. You know, it's after 17 hours team time. You know, the leading team time, 17 hours 22 minutes 55 seconds for Riot 3. Still plenty left to play for in that.
Well, there is, and Emily Soapers at the top of the tree, and she's had 2 firsts, a 4th and a 2nd place, and that holds her in that position. Alta Marino and Vanilla also holding in 2nd and 3rd. Just class sprinters, both of them in the under-23 competition.
And then behind you can see below 3rd place, so top 3 not moving position. Real, Lip and Nyquist moving up, putting in some good moves. A little further down, definitely a big mention to Barbara Ballara, moving out from outside the top 10, breaking into that in 9th place. Wendy McAlpine, great rider as well, moving into the top 10. The top 10 riders separated by that number that Emma said at the start of the show yesterday, 10 seconds, with Julia Montgomery, the nearest rider, in 11th place, 1 minute and 1 down.
Yeah.
It's definitely a case of 101 if you're outside the top 10. The top 10, 10 seconds separating them. So realistically, any of those riders are definitely in there. But Montgomery not out of it, even at a minute, given the stage that we're going into.
Yeah, it was a big group sprint yesterday in Category 3 at the end of 2 laps in Zurich. It was just phenomenal. The sprint positions, well, Helen McKay has been very consistent. Lucy Young got the better of her yesterday in terms of points, but the differential there, 6 points at the moment, and there's still a lot of sprint points up to be had in this competition. 9 sprint checkpoints still left to go. So McKay and Young, I think we are going to see a battle between them over the next few days. Genreal with 23 points currently in 3rd place there. The mountains competition, well, it was a great day for Emily Nyquist yesterday. She was absolutely dominant, picking up 18 points yesterday to take her 1 point clear of Asulia Kasani. This competition here in Category 3 is going to go close to the wire today. As we said, this is the final day in the mountains competition on the MyWhoosh stage race. There's 10 points available here for the women today. And don't discount Anne-Marie Lip. She's not out of this either.
And Lip is sitting in 5th place overall, let's not forget, and that means that she will need to be up there to defend that position. Kasani dropped from 4th to 7th on the stage, but she'd been sprinting so hard to take points in that climbing competition. She's literally just behind Emily Nyquist in that overall.
Yeah.
And I think that overall battle today is going to be combined with that climb competition going in.
Well, and I wonder whether Lip will help Nyquist today, because they're both part and parcel of that Riot 3 squad. So we could see the two of them climbing together with a little bit of teamwork going on.
Well, a fantastic victory for Alta Marino yesterday. Big sprint. Hopefully the legs have recovered, done some rest and recuperation overnight in the team team area there that we see Alta Marino in. She really has impressed over the last few months. Really has impressed in terms of big kicks, fast moves. For me, I really think she is one of these riders that we are going to be talking about for a long time. Maybe not just on cycling esports, but across a number of disciplines, because she's riding so well. I mean, she's such a young rider and leading that young rider competition as well.
Yeah, she is, and she's also a really strong national under-23 rider out on the road in the Philippines, and I think we're really going to see great things from her. I think very, very shortly, we're highly likely, I think, to see a progression for her and Benilla up to Cat 2.
Yes.
I'm making a prediction. I'm not part of the verification or planning team who sort out all of those things.
No, believe me, they don't let us into any secrets, because they know we'll tell all you lot.
No, we wouldn't.
Well, no, we wouldn't. In fairness, there is this wonderful phrase which is in confidence. And if you do want to get in touch with us and you don't want us to share it, please do make sure that you do put that in there. We do have a lot of messages. It's actually probably the majority of messages actually come through to us in confidence, and they are kept that way. Do let us know if you want something sharing out.
But also get in contact with us with information that we can use. And
yes, it's very handy. Thank you.
We like a little message, a little face behind the avatar, a little bit of the life going on, or just something around your team, perhaps, that would be great to share on the broadcast.
Well, we're in with Emily Nyquist. She's back onto the bike. I wonder whether she got on as quick as she got off at the end of yesterday. There was a fast dismount.
Well, I think she should be a cyclocross racer, because with that type of dismount, she'd be great.
Emily, do you ride cyclocross?
No, she's chatting to a teammate on there. Look at her.
I know they're busy talking. I'm not surprised. Nyquist riding for the Riot 3 squad. I mean, their riders yesterday, they're now in the overall. Riot 3 have the rider in 4th and in 5th and in 6th positions with Real, Lip and Nyquist. They've got Ballara moving up into the top 10 in 9th place. I mean, 4 really, really strong riders. Very, very impressive the way that they're moving their way up through the climb competition. We're just in with Rebecca Johnson as we come in to that 4.4 kilometre marker. We're heading in to that point where we go around to the sprint. Rebecca Johnson in the pain cave, tapping away. You can just see the sun being kept out from the inside of the pain cave, the air conditioning pumping the air out from the inside. And I have to say, Rebecca Johnson in the UK suffering a heat wave and suffering a large number of wildfires as well on a lot of very, very historic ground as well, some of which containing ordnance, which is going off and exploding. So it shows you just how dry it is, things that haven't been discovered since World War II. Now we're finding exploding. Will Rebecca Johnson have some explosive legs? It's time to find out as they go through our thoughts with everybody in the heat at the moment, if you are feeling that, particularly if you're having to race in the heat as well. So category 3 big sprint unleashed at the front here. You can just see the big kick coming. Liliana Silva looking to try and respond to it, but the kick has gone off the front here, and it looks like Grassi has got the move on McKay as they sprint down the straight here. So Grassi is going to lead this through. McKay goes through in 2nd position. She'll score, 4 points. Then Desegna coming through, I think, in 3rd place. We'll wait for those places to be confirmed. Going into the sprint, it was McKay in that green jersey from Young, Real, Grassi, Desegna. We've seen Grassi go over the top of McKay here. It's closed the gap by 1 point, but McKay's lead coming in today was 6 points. So a substantial margin. Okay, sprint done in category 3, which means we're going to go across to the riders in category 2, our penultimate race category here today. Yesterday, oh, what a ride by Mina Coincident.
Oh, absolutely phenomenal.
clear of another phenomenal ride by Jennifer Goslander,
Yeah.
who has marked herself not only as a sprinter but as a climber of note as well. Up there with Susnik, who has been scoring strongly in the mountains competition. Sprint winner on the day, Goslander, who took second place overall. The climbs winner on the day, Katarzyna Wellner, the mountain leader, the climb competition leader overall.
Can I just say, Susnik and Gotlander's racing yesterday moved them both up 13 positions on GC. Yep. Absolutely brilliant.
Brilliant and very important for that team competition as well. Big changes. United Cadence moving from third to first place. The United Cadence squad with Susnik leading the way. Jenny Egg rising up into the top 10 as well to get them there. They're ahead of Continental Shift, who moved from fourth to second. Cora in third, Swedish Fika Mafia in fourth place. ABC Sports moving up one place into fifth. Right 2 moving up one place into sixth. Rose Blanca just dropping down, but still in touch. Relatively similar gaps all the way through the field. The closest teams actually are the core team and the Swedish Fika Mafia, and there's only 44 seconds between them in Category 2. Our riders up and away, heading out on to the course here in Japan. Stage 5 of 7 stages across 8 days, but this is the 5th day in a row for our riders in all of our race categories in the men's and women's races. All 6 categories covering the same race route in the women, the same 6 category, same routes in the men. The same prizes shared between the men's and the women's competition as well. Huge prize fund. Being in the top 10 overall, very important. And this is your top 10. And this is after the end of stage 4. Koistunen's ride, absolutely superb. Taking the lead. She's 4 seconds clear of Susnik. She's 5 seconds clear of Goslander. Those 3 riders, though, 1 minute and 6 clear now of Paulson, who was up there right at the fight for first. She was in second position, dropping down to just outside of the top 10. The leader going in, Dorothy Gonzalez-Roa, currently in 11th position, just off the standings there. But you can see Paulson, the only one of the top 10 to drop down. All the rest of the riders moving up. Some big moves in there from lots of riders. Got to say, big, Ortiz, Degamashandi, Eck, Giovanni, Vellner, Roach, all moving up within that chasing group. So they are all within what is basically 2 minutes of the leader. Degamashandi 1 minute 11 down. For me, that move off the front by the 3, Koivunen, Susnik and Gotlander, really was a great move. It's put them with a margin, it's a minute now. Back to any of the nearest chase, and that is Paulson. And then, you've got a real battle for Paulson, which may well preoccupy her.
Well, and you've also got battles going on elsewhere. The sprint competition, Gotlander's part and parcel of that battle as well. And that battle is with Kate Tridden. And I think this is going to be really interesting to see how this battle goes. Now, Gotlander picked up 8 points in that competition because, as you said earlier, Matt, those sprints were after the climbs and she was in that leading group. And that really has helped her in that competition to extend her lead over Tridden. 56 points over 47. Svanström with 32 behind. I think we're going to see Tridden today try and pick up the sprint points. There's 15 points available maximum today. And then, as we said, there are 6 sprint checkpoints on the final day. It's going to be a sprinter's paradise, that one. So I think this competition between those 2 could go down to the wire.
And I think there's a balancing of that, of where you spread yourself, where you work hard. Susnik in the climbs and in the overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the mountains competition, Vellner with 54 points, Susnik with 41. Vellner is clear. There's a maximum of 10 points available today in the stage on the mountains competition. Vellner, well, she is clear in the points, and she's going to take that polka dot skin suit right the way through to the end of the competition.
But I can't imagine she's going to ease off. It's just not in her style. Currently sitting in 6th overall in the standings. She's in that second group of riders, that block of what is 6 riders together. Degamashandi, Egg, Giovanni, Vellner, along with Roach and Paulson, all separated by what is 5 seconds on the road. We're in with Mina Koivunen, wearing the championship jersey from 2023. Our yellow jersey leader, a fantastic sprint from the three. The three riders worked so hard together, Koisten and Susnik and Goslander. It paid off. And then you had to, at the end of all that work to get that gap, then sprint in to that finish, and you could see how much it meant to Mina Koisten.
Yeah, and I'm going to say this for the last time. If you want to know about how to ride and race through pregnancy, if you are an elite athlete or an aspiring elite athlete or just any form of athlete, Mina Koisten in social media, she has documented her riding and racing throughout her pregnancy. She's now on the return, post new addition to the family, and getting stronger and stronger. And it's great to start to see that form return.
Yep, and I wouldn't discount it from taking that now all the way to the finish, because one of the things with Koistinen is she's 11th in the Queen of the Mountains competition. She's 9th in the sprint competition. She doesn't need to think about those. One target, stay at the top of the top 10 overall. Take stage wins, yes, but stay at the top. So for her, she can't take a rest day, particularly when it's a time trial. You know, the sprinters, if you are looking at that sprint competition, you're not bothered about being in that top 10, you literally can ride from start to finish of that time trial and do what they do on the Grand Tour, in the men's and women's Grand Tour, where it's a time trial. If you're not in contention for the overall, sit there and turn your legs around. But she can't do that. She's got to give it everything. She can't afford to sit back. One rider who I'm sure we're going to see plenty of action from, Katerina Karamani. Karamani, the rider on our screens at the moment in the paint cave with that amazingly designed, historic and legendary Yorkshire flag in the background.
Says a Yorkshireman.
Obviously, in 19th place overall. So I think Karamani today, she's sitting at what is 4:43 back on the leader. To break in to the top 15, though, she's got to get a minute on potentially as far as from Nordin, Denton or so, because they are the riders just in front of Sharamillo. But that's not impossible, because the one thing that is going to play its part here is the slopes of Mount Fuji. It is those steep climbs. It's the ability to climb on day 5. It's not just the ability to climb at any point. It's day 5. And we cannot stress that enough.
Yeah, absolutely true. And you know, it is the big mountain stage of the MyWhoosh Championships here for 2025. We are in Japan. Mount Fuji is waiting. It is indeed Japan's highest peak. It is I was going to say a dormant volcano, but technically it's not dormant. It just hasn't erupted since 1707.
And it's an iconic shape. It's an iconic view. You'll have seen it on postcards. You'll have seen it on films. If you've been lucky enough to go there, I hope you did manage to go to the slopes of Mount Fuji and into the mountains. Japan is not just about arcades and high tech and busy streets and the bullet train. There's a lot of historic Japan. Get yourself to Kyoto as well. The historic center and long-time capital, in fact, of Japan for many centuries, before Tokyo took that over. Now we're in with Jennifer Gottlander as we go into the sprint. The sprint leader gets out of the saddle, starts to tap the rhythm round here. Now starting to kick just a little bit harder. The focus is there on our screens. You can see she's got a battle with Sfarstrom, but Gottlander starts to push even harder here. The revs are going up, the pace is going up, and look at this. The green jersey is going clear. Gottlander is going to score maximum points here. Sfarstrom's going to take second place. Behind, interestingly, Dijkstra, Ortiz and Lucas, I think, inside that top 5. We've yet to get that confirmed, but Gottlander goes in through. She takes the 5 points. Sfarstrom taking 4, Ortiz taking 3, Lucas taking 2, and Dijkstra taking 1 point in the competition there.
Well, I'm just doing a check, and I'm still doing some counting as well. around 33 riders in that leading group in category 2. My counting was a little slow this morning. I need to potentially get another cup of coffee.
I came prepared with coffee. one rider who clearly had multiple espressos on stage 4. The rider who put in the attack and potentially the performance of the day, certainly in category 1, the dominant rider, Kate McCarthy, world champion and now leader. Not just the leader by a little bit. Her winning margin yesterday means that she now leads by 2 minutes from any other rider. Gabby Guerra chased and broke clear on the final climb after McCarthy's some 50+ K breakaway yesterday. And then Guerra breaking away for, I think it was about 20 K herself, going clear of the chasing group. 2 minutes 15 down on the leader on the day, 2:17 overall. Third place, a battle to run into the lineup from the chasing group. In terms of the teams, Emma, we've got Ablock International up there. All the team positions, they remain the same. The gaps, though, they've spread out a little bit more.
Yeah, they are. It's Ablock International in 1. 3 minutes 59 seconds back, the Sweat Sensations. 6:55 back, the Breakaways. So it is spreading a little bit more. Now, in the overall in category 1, it is really interesting because whilst Kate McCarthy and Gabby Guerra have minutes, 3rd to 7th separated by 2 seconds.
So here we go. We are out and away with category 1, making the way down and away from the start line here. And we are so looking forward to this. Yesterday was a absolutely barnstorming day. She blew the doors off well and truly, McCarthy, with that massive attack and that push and then that relentless pace that she set all the way through.
Yeah.
It has stretched that lead out. Let's talk a little bit more in depth. Catherine Fua, the only rider in the at the top there, just to drop a little bit there, but it doesn't really reflect maybe the scale of the attack by Guerra, because it wasn't that Fua and any of the other riders rode badly. They rode brilliantly.
Yes.
But they just saw a masterclass from McCarthy, and Guerra using that tenacity that we see week after week on the Sunday Race Club, and that she's known for, going in second place. Fua in third position, but 2 minutes 17 back to Guerra, 3:34 back to Fua. Fua, in fact, with a number of riders just of 3:30, because it was Fua, Holcroft, Alberg, Tomasi and Kolczynski. Alberg going 9th to 5th. Tomasi wasn't even in the top 10. Boom, straight in there into 6th.
Tomasi came up 6 places yesterday on GC. Absolutely phenomenal. Guerra, well, she's 2:17 back on McCarthy. She's 1:17 ahead of Catherine Fua. And, well, as I said, there's 3 seconds separating 3rd to 7th, which makes her a 1:20 ahead of 7th place.
So, 1 leader overall, GC, 1 second place. The big group behind, chasing to 7th, and then behind the riders at 5 minutes plus, 5:15 plus. In terms of the sprint competition, Mika Soderstrom with what is now a 25-point gap to Neil Otto.
A commanding lead, I think, is what we could call Mika Soderstrom from Ablock International in the sprint competition. Interestingly, she didn't take any of the points yesterday, but who took the points for her? Her teammate, Kate McCarthy. So Soderstrom's position on the sprint competition being defended by the leader on GC, her own teammate. Neil Otto has been doing a brilliant job because she's come through in that competition on stage 2 and stage 3 to pick up 29 points. As we said, there's 9 sprints to go in this women's competition. There's still some points left. Today, however, is the last day in the mountains competition, and Kate McCarthy with 55 points cannot be touched. She will take that polka dot skin suit all the way through to day 8 of the MyWhoosh Championships. Francesca Tomasi, though, doing a brilliant job with 27 points behind. Guerra in 3rd with 23.
And on the basis that we have 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 points at both of our final 2 checkpoints of the climb competition in this stage race, potentially it's going to become very, very close between the 2 riders at the top of that climb standings. Sorry, between 2nd and 3rd in the climb standings. That's Tomasi and Guerra. Guerra behind at the moment, but it's 4 points. And on this climb, I would expect to see Guerra go well. I expect to see Tomasi go well. I mean, are we going to see Kirsten Kolczynski come sneaking through and start to really move up through? That's going to be really, really telling as they make the way in through. A shout out to some of the riders a little bit further back, because the top 15 riders at the moment, we said you hit 5-minute marker with Elise Gallegos in 8th place. Gallegos in 8th is over 5 minutes down, 5:14. But then you've got Gallegos, Bjarhead, Leinonen, Hermansen, Meyer, Van Shaw, along with Van Hove and Lethbridge, all
sub 6 minutes.
Sub 6 minutes. 8 riders, sub 6 minutes before the riders in there. I mean, brilliant to see just how close that is. And a shout out from Danny saying, go Kelsey, her own personal club. Now, we've got a double change here. We've got the Liverpool Football Club. Well done. Whoever that is, you clearly have taste and style. Whilst I might not be a football fan, my dad followed Liverpool Football Club.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah, he spent a long time working in the city at a children's home for orphans.
Can I tell you what the other jersey is? Because I have a little inside knowledge.
Apparently, go on.
It is the, it's a rugby jersey.
Well,
shall I tell you whose it is?
Well,
It's the Warriors jersey.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is the only New Zealand rugby team that plays in the Australian NRL.
So hang on, they play in the Australian Rugby League.
Yes. And then New Zealand.
And then from New Zealand. Oh, fair, okay.
Come on, you've got to have some regional competition.
Well, yes. I mean, it's rugby is known for spanning borders and spanning continents, and it is certainly one of the national sports of New Zealand. And the, let's face it.
Don't Australia compete in the Eurovision Song Contest as well? I'm not quite sure how that happens.
Yeah, that's just yes. Let's not go there.
New Zealand is at least close to Australia.
Well, New Zealand, yeah, and they've got a rich heritage. I mean, I'm loving the fact that we've had an Australian rules jersey from the Geelong Cats in there. We've got the rugby jerseys. Some people
the football
jerseys. It's nice to see that detail. I do like the pictures behind Francesca Tomasi, I have to say as well, because it really does show a real mix. You've got family, you've got all the things that matter there, but you're also seeing the Olympic rings in the background. As Tomasi taps out the rhythm here, sat nicely in the group. She had a good day yesterday.
She did.
We expected that. We expect a good day today. I suspect Tomasi's going to live up to that expectation.
Yeah, I think she's going to go well. I think she rode and she raced really well yesterday. It was brilliant to see. And that climbing on the stage and climbing on GC. I mean, if she can do that again today, she could work her way further up GC. She could, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens. We know she's on form. Soderstrom is on form. And, I'm expecting her to pick up points in that sprint competition, but she's pretty much already there. But she'll be looking for a consistent performance today, and she'll be looking for helping her team defend that yellow jersey. So the team competition, the sprint competition, the climb competition, and the GC competition, well, Ablock International have got their fingers in every pie.
Well, the Ice Fest is back on for Mika Soderstrom. She had a day without it yesterday. It's back on today. Oh, my goodness. Super cool. Ice cool. Sprinting away towards the banner here. Soderstrom in style. Now, at the start of this race, Emma, we talked about Soderstrom racing for the overall and racing for the sprint. We saw Tania Lotto pivot very quickly away from the overall to focus on the sprint. Interestingly, Mika Soderstrom has dropped to 30th position in the overall. She's 33 minutes behind. You've got Tania Lotto now 16th position, 7 minutes behind our race leader McCarthy on the GC.
And I tell you, Tania Lotto's just picked up 4 points in that sprint competition, but Soderstrom picking up the 5. Madison Shattuck picking up the 3. She's come to the play in that sprint competition as well, and that is great to see. Now, just taking a little scroll back down to give you a check. 33 riders in that leading Category 1 group.
So 33 riders in that leading group there. The points are being added in to the overall, with Soderstrom leading from Otto, 59 to 33 points. Hermansen still in third place. Hermansen, though, has got a little bit of a conundrum in front of her here. How hard to go for those sprints where she's currently in third place overall, versus the fact that she is one of those riders who are still within 6 minutes of the race lead. 5:18 down in 11th place, knocking on the door of the top 10. Remember, prizes down to 10 in that competition. So at the moment, Hermansen has got a little bit of a decision to make. She's also counting for the Ablock International team. So she's got to think long and hard about how she challenges for that. Whereas Madison Shattuck, Shattuck now, I think, is going to focus very much on pushing in that sprint competition. She's 15 minutes down, 24th place overall. Shattuck with 17 points, and with so many sprint points left, I think Shattuck's got a chance to move up and above and move over, dependent on what Hermansen feels is her target. If that target is the sprints, it's going to be a real battle between them. If the target for Hermansen is the overall and that team competition, that is going to change things. Shattuck, I think, really very free to focus on the sprints.
Yeah, and anybody wondering why the Category 3 pack is ahead of the Category 1 pack, that's because they're on laps at the moment.
Yes, you go out, you go around, you do a multitude of roads before we get to the start of the climb proper. It's a complicated map. I won't even pretend to explain it to you. Don't worry, the riders shouldn't leave the race route and should all be going the right place, turning at the right times. Another Ice Fest in action. Emma, Femke van der Vliet here with that Ice Fest. I think she's up in the roof of the house there because of the sloping section of the roof structure. That is instantly going to be warmer, but you've got to put your pain cave where you've got the room. If that's in the roof, that Ice Fest is going to be even more important, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and it's great to see Van der Vliet in the mix here, and she's in the Category 1 pack. She's also a rower of some regard. So great to see riders and racers crossing disciplines from rowing and ice skating to triathlon, duathlon.
Crossing sports, really.
Crossing sports, it's absolutely brilliant, and really great to see, well, Jenny Eck on our screen at the moment. Take a look, not just the Finnish flag, but the national champions cycling esports jersey as well, flying in the background.
Excellent.
Well, fabulous to see Eck in the mix here. Fabulous to have a view into her pain cave as well.
Yeah, 8th place in the overall standings at the moment, 111 down, but she's within touching distance of 4th place, Poulsen, Roach, Feldner, Giovanni Eck, and Degerman Shandy. Those riders in that leading chase group coming in on the previous stage, on stage 4. So really interesting to see what Eck does here. I can imagine that she's going to be looking forward to this climb. The United Cadence squad riding really strongly as well, which I think has really helped them. I mean, they've moved from 3rd to 1st place overall, and in part because of that ride by Eck.
Yeah, it is in part by that ride by Eck and Sarah London. Oh, look at that!
What a fantastic shot!
We're getting a full shot of the bike, of the equipment,
the zoom
of
out
her,
and pan.
the zoom out, the zoom in. I think there's some bright purple lights in there as well. Loving it.
Bit of a zoom in and a pan to the right there. Very nice. So you can just see, it's really nice actually to see the detail there of the bike being ridden. It's a smart bike rather than a smart turbo. You can see you can't take that out on the road. It's not just bolting your road bike or your mountain bike onto a turbo. And for those people who are maybe new to cycling esports, it shows you just the level that the discipline has reached.
Yes, with the specific equipment as well. And, Giovanni, Hebersmith, Shanks, Briggs, Fardstrom, Roach, Wagner, all in this group of Category 2 races. They're at the 14.1 kilometre mark. We've got 45.5 kilometres of racing today. So for Giovanni, I think she's struggling with a little bit of cramp there and really trying to get the legs working and trying to keep them rolling. There she is, taking on board some fuel.
Gel. Gotta be a gel.
That will be a gel, and but you've really got to look after yourself and cramp the day after the day racing. You've really got to keep the body hydrated, the body full of salts and electrolytes, the body with the right fuel, and that is part and parcel of the game. Stage racing, husbandry, that is key.
That's that word again, husbandry, one of Emma's favourite words.
It is stage racing, I tell you.
Are you as good at doing it as you are saying it?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Well,
we're in with Rhian Denton, one of the riders from Great Britain, in here, just giving us a wave, giving you a wave back always. Nice jersey up in the background as well for the team that she regularly rides for, Cycling Esports here. Denton riding really well in the group there in category 2. Another rider who I think it's going to be interesting to see how she goes today. 3:44 down. She's 1 second behind Gabby Nordin in 16th. She's 2 seconds down on Svarström in 15th place. 4 seconds on London, and not all that far from Ruti Rees as well in 13th. So could break into the top 15 today with a good ride. The gap's not huge.
No, they're not. And Heather Shanks are on our screen at the moment. And you can see a look of concentration on Shanks's face at the moment. They're at the 15.3 kilometre marker. They're not far off from the Tokyo Sprint for the second time.
And whilst we're on jerseys, the Scottish jersey in the background there, Scottish cycling jersey on the bottom there. And
yes.
I'm pretty sure that is a Scottish cycling jersey on the top. I'm trying to work out exactly which club it is in the jersey, the upper jersey. I recognise it. But just having one of those days when I can't put my finger on exactly which one it is.
Scottish cycling, I have to say, yes. Absolutely brilliant.
Scottish cycling put on some amazing races. The Youth Tour of Scotland I've had the pleasure of being on the mic for before now. And the way that they develop those riders, the cyclocross in Falkirk, the cyclocross that we've seen on the beach as well. They do some fantastic, and the mountain
bike and mountain bike development. That's where I've always watched and paid attention, because they are phenomenally good at bringing on young riders right the way up to elite level.
And at the elite level, you see the riders competing in Glasgow, the all discipline World Championships that was such a success. It's being repeated again and again. I think it's every 4 years, if I remember correctly. In with Dorothy Gonzalez-Ruhr. Dorothy Gonzalez-Ruhr, the rider who had that lead. Big defense from Gonzalez-Ruhr yesterday. She's holding 11th position overall in the general classification, showing that great determination that we know she's more than capable of. I think it'll be very interesting to see what she does here today. What's her target here now? Currently sitting at 2:55 down in that group of riders, sub 3 minutes. But 11th place is probably not where she wanted to be. Is she going to have a little bit of a switch? Is she going to pivot, or is she going to keep going? I think she's got to keep going. She's right on the door of the top 10.
Yeah, and I know you just mentioned the all-encompassing World Championships from cycling at Glasgow. One of the other things to note, in the 2027 version in the Haute Savoy, Cycling Esports will be part and parcel of that World Championships, which is absolutely phenomenal for the discipline.
It certainly is. Now, will we see Christine Schneider there? Schneider putting the big effort in there in that sprint competition. You can see Schneider with plenty of memories up on the wall. I'm sure she'd love to add to those by being part of the World Championships in 2027. Well, she's got to keep riding to the end of this stage race first, and we'll see how she progresses with that. Gotlander taking more points in that sprint competition, though, in category 2 from Svarström. So Gotlander taking 5, Svarström 4, Dijkstra 3, Ortiz 2, and Walkenhurst 1. That was at the second checkpoint of the day. That is Tokyo Sprint number 2, same checkpoint, just after a lap.
Yeah, 31 riders in this leading group in category 2. A couple of riders just distanced off the back. Dana Davidson distanced, Anna Russell distanced, and Charlotte Lucas.
Now in with Diana Corrales here in Category 4. Corrales looking really smooth on the bike at the moment. Focused, very clean, aesthetically clean paint case. They're nice.
I like it.
I like the flight case with the laptop on top. I'm a sucker for a good flight case, it has to be said. But also, very nice bike that she sat there riding on as well on the way. So really, really clean. Even the cables, like, quite tidy as well.
Well,
and that's
the
the hardest thing to get tidy.
Whilst Matt on the other side of the studio is looking at cable placement and noticing its neatness at the 27.2 kilometre marker. These riders are up and over the Dragon's Nest climb. Peretti picking up the 5 points in that competition ahead of Angel Hadlock, who took 4. Stenman took 3, Holweiler took 2, and Montoya took 1. That tells me a number of things. Peretti is absolutely on fire today for this climbing competition. There is one more climb to go in that polka dot skin suit competition, and Peretti, well, she really wants to make her mark in the climbs. It also tells me that Catherine Montoya is still in the mix. Really good to see her right up there.
Yep, Hadlock now has 44 points in the climb competition overall. Peretti, second place, 38 points, bringing the gap down. But this is also a battle for the team overall. Hadlock, unshakable squad. Peretti, Rebel Riders. They're the 2 top teams.
Well, Hadlock can't lose that jersey, and she will take it through to the end of the stage race. But great to see Peretti still wants to give it a go. Well, Nina Dowling on our screen, she also is part and parcel of this leading group in the Category 4 race at the moment here in Japan.
I know I like a dark pain cave. I really, really like a dark pain cave. I like mine to be quite moody, but that is dark.
It is, and maybe because it's nighttime.
Well, yeah, quite possibly. might be a bit like us that you have the essential things that will run no matter whether there's a power cut and the lights went out. I have to say, you've got to make your pain cave suit what you want it to do. It is very personal, and we do talk about whether you have pictures on the walls or whether what's in there, but it is about being able to focus. And for me, it's having a slightly darker pain cave, but having a big screen with lots of detail.
Well, everybody with their own choices. And at the moment, Kath Tomkinson, well, she's got the flag on the wall. She's got the big screen in front of her. Kath Tomkinson's been having a really good championships.
Yes. Yes, and yes. 9th place overall at the moment. 3:10 down in that battle to stay inside that top 10 and in the right place at the moment on the route. Moving well in that group. And Kath Tomkinson, consistency and husbandry. And I think consistency really, really important. And Kath Tomkinson really embodies that. So as we move in to the towards that 29-kilometre marker already here in Category 4, our Category 5 riders were further up the road. Alexandra Knowles in the pain cave there, our resident artist. We should have a MyWhoosh resident artist. Alexandra Knowles surely qualifies for that honorary role with the artwork, but a great bike rider as well, riding here in Category 5. And Knowles, again, another really consistent rider.
Yeah, she is, and it has been really good to see her continuing to ride strongly in Category 5. They're at the 32.5 kilometre marker. I tell you, the wheels are rolling today. An hour and 1 into this race, the Category 5 pack. Well, Knowles is on the front of it at the moment. Narvaez, Johnson, Gentili, Sudibayo, all in this group.
So Knowles at the moment in 17th place, having a little bit of a battle with the riders around Giuliano, a teammate just in front of her by 7 seconds. Cycling District 5 Hamilton, only about 30 seconds up the road at the moment. She's got her other teammate, Annalyn Tejeros, just behind her in 18th. And 19th, in fact, is another of our Phoenix riders, Sandra Sandra Ferron in there. So plenty of support in that race. In with Amy Sudabayo, currently lying inside the top 10, 10th place at the moment for the Full Gas Femmes rider in category 5. And good to see Amy again back on the bike. Moving smoothly, there's at least, I can see at least 2 bottles, and I'm sure there's more bottles ready to be brought out on a stage of today's magnitude here. So Amy Sudabayo at the moment in this group here, tapping along nicely. Sudabayo, I think, has got 2 goals today for me. One is to stay with the lead group no matter what.
Yeah.
And the other one is to keep smiling. Got to keep smiling. Happy riders are fast riders. Got to keep positive mindset set. And I think for all our riders, and this is not just exclusive to Amy Sudabayo, you've got to stay positive on the climb.
Do you know, it's really interesting. I'm harking back to an old life. When I used to do a communication session as part and parcel of induction with some master students, we used to do all sorts of physical things in the room to influence your emotions. And funny enough, smiling is one of them. It's very hard to smile and be angry.
I could try.
Put a great big smile on your face and see how it makes you feel. And there is something really in there in terms of science and psychology. So saying to Sudabayo to keep smiling, is a psychological benefit.
It takes there are less muscles engaged to smile than there are to frown. It takes less energy to smile and to frown. So always, it's a multiple win-win-win-win situation.
Positive influence on your brain and your legs. Put a smile on your face.
Now we're in with Velocity Vipers, Roname Joy Mayer, currently just behind Marshall in 6th place in that overall competition. You can see the rider there, the salt wheels on the team riding regularly on the road there for them. And at the moment, Roname Joy Mayer nicely tucked into this group with Kennedy, with Bago, Tejeros and Albin. They are on the way up. They're the leaders in the Category 5 race. Right-hand side of your screen, left-hand side of your screen. Hannah Hermansen has decided it's time. Today's the day.
Oh, yeah. So
let's go.
She's 38 seconds clear of a chase group behind, and the chase group has 8 riders in it. Hermansen, well, this, I think, is her launch to win the championships today.
Yep.
She's got to hold it. She absolutely has to. Trudy Stevenson is currently leading GC in the Category 6 race, or she was going into this by 32 seconds. This is really, really close. And Hermansen, lying in 2nd place, 32 seconds back on GC, has decided that today is the day she is going out on a lone attack.
And Hannah Hermansen does ride for a different team. You've got Trudy Stevenson, part of the Tour de France, the leading team in the competition. But Tour de France, Navies, Sarasu, Stevenson, Solorzano and Agadello now should be feeling under pressure to go after this. I know we're coming into we're heading to the climb at 39.6 kilometres when that actually starts, but we're into the foothills here. This is the run into the climb. So you really, really need to push here for me, because if you don't, the time keeps on going out. You are going to find that the lead will be reversed. That the leading rider, the rider who's going away from this with the big gap, is going to be Hermansen. She's certainly putting the pace on. Solorzano is in here. Sarasu is in here. Those riders I was just talking about, all part of that squad of the Tour de France. Stevenson in the mix. They've got the riders in the group. They now need to use them. Don't let that gap go. If you do that, you're going to be in trouble. And I know there's a big climb coming, but this is a move. This is a good move by Hermansen. This is the sort of move you need to answer. You can see Hannah Hermansen on this riser here, starting to make a way up towards the climb, and currently at 38.3k on one of our foothills here. The rises out as you move away from the motor racing circuit and on to the climb proper. I think it's the Suzuka circuit there.
Well, Hannah Hermansen, well, she's not got an engine on the bike other than herself, but that engine is working strongly today, and she really is climbing clear. Matt, interesting that you're saying this is one of the bumps on the course before we get to Mount Fuji. Japan is hard. We put the climbs before the climbs, and well, the Mount Fuji segment coming and starting at the 39.6 kilometer marker, finishing 500 meters before the finish line.
I know what a place to put it. 500 meters before it's a Sunday race club tradition. I tell you, they were in a dark mood. Whoever designed that, because my goodness me, at 500 meters to go, you're going to have that climb checkpoint. That's where the last points to be scored in the climb competition is going to be today, both in the women's and in that men's race. This is the run up for Hermansen, the leader on the road. The last group of leaders out from the start pens. This is going to be important because they are the category 1 leading group. They're on your screen. They're on the way towards the climb as we drop in. Palmer Mongeli, very focused here, and look at this. She's gone for this. She's got a gap on riders behind. She knows she's chasing De Grazia again. I tell you something, this is going to be Groundhog Day for Palmer Mongeli. She was chasing De Grazia yesterday in Switzerland. They've moved halfway across the world here to Japan, and she's chasing once again. 31.5k covered at the moment. This rise really, really important. Meanwhile, left-hand side of your screen, you can see the leaders at the moment at 32.7k. Mongeli has to dig in now and really focus to try and settle into a rhythm and get that power down without going into the red too much.
Yeah, it's about holding her position and riding within herself, pushing enough to get to the finish, staying ahead of the riders she needs to stay ahead of, but not pushing too deep so that she blows on the way. Well, at the 33 kilometer marker, they're heading towards the Kyoto Sprint, and that is the leaders in the category 4 race. It's a good sized pack still as they come up to 1 hour of racing.
So the first hour complete for category 4. Just taking a look on the right-hand side of our screen, our Ray with Sonnerson at the moment, but this is the leading group on the road. By the look of this, it's looking pretty good for Montoya. Sat nicely in here at this stage. Stemmen here, Collins in here, Tomkinson and Marson in here. Peretti is there as well. Hadlock is there. It's a who's who as we move through here. 33k covered. We've still got a sprint to go, and that's why it's so important for Montoya to be in there as well as that overall. And may well be that she's found some climbing legs today to go with those sprint legs. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Leader on the road takes a left-hand turn. This is the start of Mount Fuji. You take the left turn, and you can see on the top right-hand side of your screen, we go very quickly into the sinuous turns that climb up. Who needs the hairpins of the Alpe d'Huez when you've got Mount Fuji in front of you? A legendary mountain full of history, full of legends, full of myths, as well as monsters. Today, you're going to have to slay the mountain. You're going to have to make your way to the top. Hermansen with a absolutely gargantuan gap.
Wow, Hermansen really pushing here on Mount Fuji. This is the early slopes, and take a look at this. Very, very straight into 8% here. It's a seriously, seriously steep climb, and it's average gradient over the 5.4k of 10. I'm getting it right, 6%. And that's the average gradient. There are much steeper sections, and as you can see at the moment, we're at a 6.9, 6.6% gradient. It does go up to 16, 17% for some significant periods. It's very, very steep in places. Hermansen now needs to settle into a rhythm. She's established a great gap, and she could be riding herself into the GC lead today here in category 6. There's a chase group of 8 riders behind her in that category 6 race, while the category 5 race are coming towards at the base of Mount Fuji as well. They are in the foothills at the moment. Bago, Kennedy, Mare, Tajeros, Alzat, Fu, Ermolova, Albin, Idzik are all in this group. Wilhelm is here as well. Anybody you would expect to see in the Category 5 race at the front are still in the mix at the moment at 38.3 kilometers into this race in Japan. Well, Daria Ermolova on our screen at the moment, part and parcel of that group. Big screen ahead of her, plus hydration in front. She's going to need to manage that and get that right today because, she's got a small flat run now before they hit Mount Fuji.
And today, the chance to break into the top 10 again, because Daria Ermolova at the moment in 13th position. She'll want to go back in the top 10. Meanwhile, back down on the road here, just going over the top of the Dragon Nest climb, Catherine Fu with a little bit of a kick there, just putting a sprint in over the top there. Pippin, Kate McCarthy, is that the first mountain point where Mary Kate McCarthy has not actually scored maximum points, Emma? I think it might be in the entire race.
That's the question, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got to wrap my brain. It's been there's a lot of coffees, ice cream, honey and lemon, and days, and a few sleeps. But
yes,
I think that's
the answer is
yes. That we've seen McCarthy get pushed down there. So Fua on form, putting the marker down for the Sweat Sensation squad, saying to McCarthy, well, you went on the attack yesterday, but you know what? We're not going to hand this over. We're not going to roll over.
Done.
Oh, no, we are going for this. And the other thing, by going hard over the top there, it's very quickly into the big, long descent. You can see at the moment, if you stare too hard at the screen, it'll send you dizzy on the descent. If you suffer from motion sickness, maybe now's the time to close your eyes and just listen, because this descent is fast. It's very, very quick. It's really steep, and it means that the speed really picks up. 80k an hour now, 81, 84k an hour. You can see you don't need brakes on cycling esports. 85k an hour, so that's about 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, it is indeed. And take a look at the groups behind and how quickly they've extended on this descent here. Fua picking up maximum points on the Dragon's Nest climb today on the bike in the Pain Cave. The curtains blowing with the breeze to keep her cool. 22 riders in this leading group in Category 2 going through there. Fua leading the charge with McCarthy, Tomasi, Kulczynski, Guerra, Van Hove, Van Shaw, and Van Hewling, Lethbridge, Gallegos, Holdcroft, Van der Vliet, Meyer, Lenin Alberg, Filensky, Miroz, Field, Soderstrom, Hakkinen, Hermansen, and Caramello.
And I just can confirm that that is indeed the first time that Kate McCarthy has lost a point in the climb. Only scoring 4 points rather than the 5. She's now on 59 points in that climbs competition rather than having a perfect 60 at this stage.
Well, you know. Back in.
Can't win them all.
Yeah, back in with Category 5 and at the 39.7 kilometre marker. They are now on the early slopes of Mount Fuji, and you can see the riders pushing on at the front. We went into the base of this climb with 13 riders in the group. I've already seen 1 or 2 in trouble. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 riders now in this leading group. Albin, the yellow jersey, is in the group. So is Alzat, the young rider, leading the under-23 competition. Natalia Idzik is there in the green skin suit as well. And in that polka dot skin suit, Natalia Becerra is in the mix. Well, interestingly, it's Fu on the front at the moment. But let's just remind ourselves, this is very, very early stages in this Category 5 climb here. They are 76 minutes into their race.
Shiki Fu, a really great climber, and we saw moving up on the climbs early on in this stage race. We saw yesterday moving up into the top 11 places. 11th place for Fu in the overall classification. 7 seconds down on the race leader Albin, and at the moment the pressure is on Fu climbing, got into a rhythm, 3.6, 3.7 watts per kilo. What is Albin going to do? We've seen her look very cool, calm and collected, but this is a squeeze now, I think, from Albin on to the front. Is she going to have to do the work herself, though? And that is going to be really key here today as we go up the slopes. You see it in the teams. You see riders being pushed to full gas Fem squad. Sergeants and Sudabayo, Albin, Kennedy and Al Isa. Now they need to make sure they try and get Albin up and not let that gap go. Kennedy needing to put some assistance in, I think, here for her teammate in keeping Fu under checks. Fu 9 seconds. If it was to stop now, Fu would have moved from 11th to first place overall because she's got the gap already on Mount Fuji. This is not just a run for the stage or for the climb points. I think Fu is looking to put in place an insurmountable lead by going very early on the climb here. The earlier you go on the climb, the more the potential for putting a big time gap in. Annalyn Tajeros climbing brilliantly here out of the saddle, getting those watts down, really pushing in with this group, looking strong. So Tajeros in the mix along with all of these riders, one rider clear, and at the moment that move has been made. So Fu leading out Isaac in here. Isaac, the sprint leader now, needs to get into a rhythm. We are currently in the mix, going in and through. So we'll see as they go up the climb what's going to happen. Really interesting as they make their way up this climb. We'll see what happens in Category 5. We're just going to take a look at Category 6. Hannah Hermansen. Now, that time gap has yo-yoed because of the differing terrains the riders were on. Just been waiting for that to settle down. Category 6, the first onto the mountain. They're at 41.3k already. Well, our leader is, and remember, it's only 45.5k today. In totality, I think this Category 5 race, very much the case that this is going to be a push. Hermansen from Solorzano, 125 the gap. 125.
Yeah, 200 metres, 250 metres is the gap between Hermansen and the chase group. But let's remember, there is still, well, they're at the 41.2 kilometre marker. The finish line comes at 45.5. That is still a significant amount of climbing to go. And, well, at this gradient, anything could happen. Angie Solorzano on our screen at the moment, up and out of the saddle. She's leading this group at the moment. Trudy Stevenson, the yellow jersey, that skin suit just behind, right on her wheel. Monica Hadjuk, who climbed brilliantly yesterday, right in the mix still, as well as Juliet Narvaez. Sarasu and Bremner a little further back now, but Solorzano is doing sterling work here. Well, Hermansen's lead continuing at the moment. She's 4 kilometres from the finish line. She's got to keep the rhythm. She's got to keep the pace, and she's got to keep the energy high. Any wobbles, any problems, she could lose that lead as quickly as she gained it. But Hadjuk, Narvaez and Solorzano are all on our screen at the moment, and you can see the different climbing styles. Hadjuk sat, seated, tapping a rhythm at around 87 revs per minute. Solorzano a much slower pace, up and out of the saddle. Narvaez a much bigger gear, but seated.
Indeed, real differences in style here. Just taking a look, Bridget Bremner in trouble at the moment. The rider who is in third place overall. So Bremner 1 minute 30 down on Stevenson, starting to lose ground. Bremner in danger because although it is 6 minutes 14 seconds, the difference between Bremner and Hadjuk. Hadjuk is with the leaders and Bremner is being distanced. We are at 41.5k, but the slopes are unrelenting between here and the summit. The easy bits are 6%, the hard bits, I think nearer 16.
The easy bits are 6%.
Well, they are, because you've got such. That's the easy bit there.
What can I tell
Or
you?
easier.
Actually, when you are climbing this climb, the
Yeah.
6% does feel.
Yeah, it feels like it feels almost like downhill after
No, it doesn't feel
slogging up
like
there.
downhill, but it does
Yeah.
feel significantly different to the 17%. I wouldn't say it was easy, but it does feel different. Hyde, Montoya, Hadlock, Dowling, Schultz, Collins, the Category 4 pack are now rolling towards the base of the climb. It's going to come very, very soon for them. They're going to take the corner, and then Mount Fuji is in front of them. Angel Hadlock in that polka dot skin suit. She can't be caught in that climbing competition. She's going to want to show that she deserves that jersey, though, and I think we're going to see her battle for that competition. Stenman is in here, Montoya, Dowling, Peretti. Peretti picked up the early points in the climbing competition today on the Dragon's Nest climb. She took 5 points, Hadlock took 4. I wonder whether we're going to see Peretti stretch her legs on this climb too. Well, as I say that, Valentina Peretti comes to the front of the group. Quickly, Angel Hadlock comes up and over the top. I'm the polka dot skin suit. I go first.
Yeah, taking on, I think there's a degree of pride there, but there's also the case. This is about time on the mountain. 14 minutes 53 down. Peretti at the moment on Atahualpa. She's got, I mean, it shows you how much time she lost on that bad day, and Peretti will be, I'm sure, ruining that at the top here. In this group, the leaders are here. They say when the going gets tough, the tough get going. Well, you're going to have to be tough today. You're going to have to climb hard. You're going to have to be able to take the knocks from the rest of the riders. Hadlock up on the front there, but we're seeing riders going backwards. You can see the climbing pace of Category 4, and we are going to see Category 4 coming past more and more riders here on this climb as the gradient bites.
We are indeed. So Category 6 for the first riders out of the pen, 10 minutes ahead of Category 5, 20 minutes ahead of Category 4. And as Category 4 really start to dig in now to the Mount Fuji climb, they are sweeping up the back markers in the Category 6 and Category 5 race. Montoya, Hadlock and Peretti on your screens at the moment. And there again, you can see the different styles of riding and racing. Hadlock up and out now. Peretti joins her. High cadence from Peretti. Montoya, the concentration on Montoya's face at the moment, really, really good.
Just brilliant to see that Catherine Montoya is right in the mix here. You know, she's showing that she's got the ability here. She's got a mind in. She's got the climbing legs in. She's there, and I think because this is it's just one great. If it's not one great, but it's one long climb. It's not like we saw in Zurich with a climb, a descent, another climb, big descent off the plateau, bumps everywhere, big climb again, going round onto lap 2. This is just one big climb at the end. I think in some ways it's easier to find that rhythm.
Yes.
Because you go in, you find that rhythm to climb. And if you're a great rider like Montoya is, you can get yourselves into a rhythm, you can get yourselves in and moving, and you can get that working early. Get that in nice and early. You're going to be with the group. Category 4 leaders, left hand side, Stemmen, Hadlock, Atahualpa, Peretti, all in the mix, climbing well. They're at the 40.4 kilometre marker, just up the road, 41.9k. Shiki Fu in here. And if I did confuse anybody, because I confused myself between the seconds and minutes, she's 7 minutes down, not 7 seconds down. So ignore everything I said regarding that. But don't, because for me, I'm going to stand by my statement. This is a move for the overall, because 7 minutes are possible on this climb.
Well, they are. She's at 1 minute and 10 seconds at the moment, I think, on that group behind. And it's Isabel Alzat, the young rider, who is climbing strongly at the moment. I think she's in second place overall. She could be working her way up to contend with Fu for that top spot, because Megan Albon, I think, is in the group with Alzat, along with Natalia Idzik and Rona May Joy Mayer.
1 minute 20. Ish.
It's going to be a
it's going to change with the gradient as well. I think it's going to be close at the top here because this is such a big climb. It's a mountain top finish here today on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. The battles are underway on the slopes of the mountain. Our Category 1 leaders who left last still yet to make the way to the base of the climb. The first riders to hit the climb were Category 6, who were followed by Category 5. In Category 6, Hermansen had gone early. Category 5, we're seeing Fu up the road. This is going to be really decisive. That gap just dropping down to under 1 minute. Fu needs to keep on pushing and keep those watts per kilo up and keep those revs up and sit there smoothly. You can't afford to blow, so you've got to be really aerobic in this climb. And use your anaerobic power very, very wisely. You can't go into the red too often. You've got to manage that. It's impossible. You know, some riders will save that red zone for the very last K, the last 500 meters. Other riders will be able to recover from going in the red just a little bit every now and then on some of the steeper sections. So you've got to manage your anaerobic effort where you're not using oxygen, you're basically burning up everything in your body instead, anaerobic without oxygen, instead of being aerobic and actually using what is your fitness on the way through. Now, we're going into towards the climb slowly, making our way there over those foothills. 39k covered for Category 3 at the moment.
Yeah, 20 riders in this leading group in Category 3 at the moment. Coming into the base, they're about to take that left-hand turn onto Mount Fuji. Prado, Nielsen, McAlpine, Lip, Bonilla, Bradley, Simpkin, Altamirano, all in this group. The yellow jersey is on the back. The white jersey is in the mix. Jen Reel went through the Kyoto Sprint in number 1 place, picking up 5 points in that sprint competition. She's in this group too. They're coming into Mount Fuji in German Prado on our screen at the moment. You can see her there in the pain cave with Bonilla and Altamirano in the background. And she's swinging on to that climb now with this leading group.
German Prado, third counter yesterday for the Champ-Bullies squad, behind the two riders in second and third place, Altamirano and Bonilla. Prado having to, I suspect here, think about what they do as a team, how they work together. They're onto the slopes here. This is where I think we're going to see another launch away up towards the front here by Altamirano, by Bonilla, who can climb really well. Lip, I think he's going to go for this in Nyquist because of those climbing points as well as Cassani. But you just can't. I don't think you can call this. I think the danger could come from unexpected quarters. It could be somebody who's been sitting very calm. Gemma Daniels at the
pushing
moment
on the front.
Yeah.
And she really is on the move at the moment. So Gemma Daniels on the front here, pushing around the bends here, snaking their way up this early slopes of Mount Fuji today here in Japan. This is the Category 3 race. They're into the final 5.5 kilometers of this race. Yes, it is all uphill. And Daniels, well, she's found those climbing legs today. Well, Hannah Hermansen on the left-hand side of your screen, she's the leader on the road at the moment. She's leading that Category 6 race. It's looking as though she is holding that lead at around 1 minute. But I think it was around 200, 250 metres last time. I think that is coming down. I think Stevenson and Hadjuk, well, it's looking like they've ridden clear of Solizano, Sarasu and Narvaez and are closing the gap down.
Okay, here we go. This I'm really loving this climb here. We're going to dive in with the classic shot in here. It's become a bit of a classic to see our three riders in the same room together. You can see Altamirano on the top of your screen. You can see just to the right of Kim Bonilla on the middle screen, and you can see Bonilla just behind Prado on the bottom screen there. All three riders in the same room. You can see how warm it is in there. They are working so well at the moment here. The leading group here. This is a push. They've got to keep on there. They don't want to let Daniels go. They don't want to let anybody disappear off the front. This really, really is all about the squeeze now at the front. It's about who's going to take this, but behind there are riders battling for positions all the way through the Category 3 competition. And look at this, Angelica Altamirano is in trouble. She's going to have to dig in deep after the victory yesterday. Altamirano is being distanced by that lead group. It's only a few seconds from the riders in front. She's got to now do a reset. You can see the effort on her face there. She can see the riders going up the road. She's got to now get that reset button in, sit, settle, recover, go again, and really work to the top of this climb. It's the finish today. 45.5 kilometers, basically 5k to the summit for the riders in Category 3. But look, the battle is unfolding. Nyquist clearly climbing strongly. Balawa very much in a rhythm here, tapping around 90 revs per minute.
Well, we said 10 seconds separate the top 10 riders in the Category 3 race at the start of today's stage. There's still a large group of riders in here, but slowly riders getting into trouble. And Altamirano came into today's stage in second place overall in that white jersey. Bulwara, well, she is still part and parcel of this pack. She's going to need to push here. She's got Kim Bonilla with her. Emily Nyquist is there as well. She needs to close down and she needs to stay in here. This is going to be a decisive climb today in the MyWhoosh Championships Category 3. 10 seconds. There can't be 10 seconds separating 10 riders at the top here. But the pack is still climbing together. Young, Nyquist, Reel, Kasani, Beltram, Daniels, Bulwara, they are all in this. And the group of Category 3 women are phenomenally strong.
It's just so close between these riders. The selection starting to be made. Riders starting to be distanced. The yellow jersey is in here. The polka dot jersey is in here. This is a big squeeze. It looks to be like the green jersey just coming off the... it's the Masters jersey. That is going to be Jem Reel just coming off the front there. So Young, Belton, Reel, Balawa, Daniels, all here. Nobody is giving ground at the moment. 41.1k covered on this massive climb of Mount Fuji. You've got to be in it to win it. You need to be up at the front as you get to the top. Lorena Belton out of the saddle. You can see her on the left-hand side of your screen in person. Right-hand side of your screen, you can see the avatar climbing at 4.5 watts per kilo, really getting the power down. Meanwhile, the lead at the front of the race has changed. Super climber Shiki Fu has gone over the top of Hannah Hermansen, the Category 5 rider and leader on the road at the moment, ahead of Hannah Hermansen. In Category 5, Rona May Joy Mayer, who had a bad day through the run into this, is having a phenomenal day here today. She is only 19 seconds down on Shiki Fu's Fugon. Too early here. This is 19 seconds down on Hadjuk. Coming up on to Hadjuk's wheel very shortly. Hadjuk having a good day. Look, I mean, is there any difference between Monica Hadjuk now than there was at the start of this climb?
She's
super cool and calm.
Yeah, she is.
Brilliant.
She knows how good she is at the moment, and she knows the form she's on, and she is calm, she is reflective. She is just in a zone. A chill zone, climbing Mount Fuji here. She's climbing her way up on the Category 6 competition. She's racing with Trudy Stevenson at the moment, the rider in the yellow skin suit. Hannah Hermansen is, 40 seconds up the road on them. Solizano, 3 seconds back. Sarasu, a little further back as well. At the moment in the Category 5 race, we're in with Rona May Joy Mayer. There she is on our screen. A little bit of reading material in the pain cave should she get bored whilst riding. She's not going to get bored today because she's on the stage 5 of the MyWhoosh Championships. They're in Japan on Mount Fuji. She's 1 minute now down on Shiki Fu, but the rest of the pack of Category 5 riders are behind. So she too has now gone clear, and take a look at that. You can see a couple of blue jerseys just coming around the corner behind, but she's got a good gap now in second. Well, talking about second, we drop in with Category 2 as they head in towards the left-hand turn that will take them into the base of Mount Fuji. At last count, there were 25 riders in the leading group in Category 2. I don't think there are 25
There's
here
not
now,
25 there.
but it's still a
Still big.
really good-sized group.
I'm really full of talented riders. I'm going to be interested to see how Rutty Reese goes on today on this climb. She's always been there or thereabouts. It's going to be about what can she do as we move upwards here. 3:17 down on a race leader, but not far from being inside the top 10. Currently in 13th position overall, but she's in the leading pack, hitting the slopes of Mount Fuji. That's where you need to be as you come on to the slopes. You can just see the slope biting in now. 8.5%, nearly 9% here as we come into this right-hand turn, the first of the many turns on the way up this climb. And taking that right-hand turn, the polka dot jersey here in the mix. That is Velna. We've got Susnik in here, the young rider who was challenging Velna for the polka dot jersey early on. You can see that we've got in the mix as well the yellow jersey at the moment as they go on to the climb. Mina Coinston sat in here looking smooth. The green jersey of Gothlanders in here. All the key protagonists, I think, are in this group. Just looking to check. It's Ortiz on the front. So Ortiz leading the way up the climb in Category 2. Part of that big bunch. Shiki Fu, no bunch in sight at the moment. Just taking a look. It's nearly 2 minutes back to Joy Mayer. It's nearly 2 minutes to Alzet. We're now at 43.7k, so about 2k further up the road than we last checked. The gap's gone out by another minute. There's still another 2k to go. That's potentially another 2 minutes. It's not, I don't think, going to be 7, but it's going to be a whole lot closer, and it could be a break into the top 10.
Yeah, it could be indeed. Rome Joy Mayer, just taking a look, she was 7th on GC at 2 minutes 48. She too is going to be working her way up tonight on that GC standings.
I tell you something, Megan Albin, Isabel Alzet and Natalia Becker are going to be very glad of that time gap back to those riders behind, I think. Although Isabel Alzet, the young rider, climbing really well. And I think potentially the rider who's going to be climbing up into the yellow jersey here today because she's climbing well. But Albin is right on her heels at the moment. Who's got the most power? Albin is going to be Albin. Is going to be Alzet. Who's going to take that in that Category 5? The Category 6 race, Hermansen at the moment with the gap to Trudy Stevenson. The gap at the start of the day between those two riders was 32 seconds. Meanwhile, right-hand side of your screen, Category 1, it's a group together as they go down into the motor racing circuit past the grandstands, and then it's going to be a kick back up again.
It is going to be a kick back up again, and it's going to be a kick towards the start of Mount Fuji for the Category 1 riders. When they went through the Kyoto Sprint, it was a group of 20. Let me give you a little check as to who is in that group. Mika Soderstrom led them through from Nicole Mayer. Carolina Lennonen was there. Kelsey Jade Van Shaw, Camilla Alberg, Femke van der Vliet, Lisa Hermansen, Alice Lethbridge, Amelia Van Hove, Hannah Hakkinen, Mary Kate McCarthy, Francesca Tomasi, Bridget Falensky, Gabby Guerra, Anna Caramello, Elise Gallegos, Tilly Field, Maria Holdcroft, Catherine Thua, and Kristen Kolchinsky. And Liz Van Hooling gapped by around 10 seconds with a group with her, Shattuck, Vittori, Otto, Kalman, Gourea, Bjarhead, all in that group behind. And look at that, you can see it really clearly on your screen. The two groups on Category 1 on the top right-hand corner.
The Shattuck been in the now pulling off the pressure that doesn't surprise me. Once we've gone through those checkpoints, for me that's the point where you think, well, right, okay, at some point I now need to focus on just tapping the rhythm out and getting up the climb. That last checkpoint, the Kyoto Sprint, for the third time of. For the first time going through the old capital. I think that was a really important point for anybody who is sprinting to go, right, shut down. Let's get as much recovery. Don't go into the red too much now, particularly if you're not in that GC competition as much. And also to get some recovery. The more recovery you can do today, the rest day, get some active recovery. Get the right recovery, get some active recovery tomorrow potentially. Some people are going to race. Absolutely crazy. And then to move on to the time trial stage, get some rest on that, and then come out with all guns blazing on the race when you go on to the climb. Now, interesting. Van der Vliet on to the front here. Guerra marking that move. So is McCarthy. I think they're very aware that as they go over the top here, that the gap could go. I think all these riders are more than capable of staying. Even if McCarthy was to put a kick over the top here, I don't think anything's going to go clear. It's just about all being safe. That little squeeze, that little bit of pressure, staying together, making sure you don't let anything go.
Yeah, watching and waiting at the moment as they head towards the base of Mount Fuji. 39.6 kilometres is where the segment starts on the Mount Fuji climb. And Van der Vliet, Guerra, Holdcroft, we're in with Guerra's pain cave at the moment, and you can see there just checking out a few things. And well, there'll be some plans in play in that team competition today.
I'm going to ask you a question. Have you got insider knowledge on the tactics being at play today?
For some of the teams, yes.
For the riders,
but I'm not telling you.
The riders in the top of the overall for Category 1.
I may have.
Okay, well, you're going to have to ask me what I would do then. Because I haven't.
Well, go on then. We've got 20 riders in this Category 1 race. They're coming into the base of Mount Fuji. We've got riders from across the piece here. What is your call? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I think for me, you've got to go early. If you are, if I was Gabby Guerra, or I was saying to Guerra, what do you need to do? Or in fact, Catherine Fua, because they're 2 and 3 minutes back respectively, you've got to go early. You've got to go right at the start of this climb. You're looking at such a big time gap, 2 minutes. But equally, I think there's going to be the potential that Guerra will want to try and go for the lead. However, you've got Fua behind, so you can't go too hard and blow. And it's all going to depend on how you're feeling today. Feel is so important today about how you go. You know that McCarthy's probably going to go for this as well. And all you can do is try and shake things up and make it hard. We're seeing Hermansen here on the front at the moment, just tapping that rhythm at nearly 6 watts per kilo. Korchinski comes up alongside. This is the start of the climb. This is Mount Fuji. This is the run. And it's no surprise to see Korchinski moving up. Where is McCarthy? McCarthy is there, moves up onto the shoulders of Guerra. Guerra needs to go long if she's going to put enough time in. But I think at the moment, McCarthy's showing that she's aware of those moves. Holdcroft is in the mix. This group starting to get quicker and quicker. McCarthy out of the saddle here, and we are starting to lose riders from the back of this group. Bigger group coming into the climb. It's not just going to be small, it's already broken in two.
Well, 20 riders came into the base of the climb in the Category 1 leading group. McCarthy, Guerra, Holdcroft, Alberg and Tomasi at the front. At the moment, we're in with Kate McCarthy on the screen. She's up and out of the saddle, tapping a rhythm. The fans are blowing in McCarthy's pain cave at the moment, keeping it cool, keeping McCarthy cool, and she is definitely keeping her cool at the moment. Meyer, Hermansen, Van Hove, Van der Vliet. Well, Van der Vliet and Van Hove are 5 seconds back with Lethbridge and Van Shaw, but Fua is in this group. I'm counting 3, 6, 7, 8 riders now.
And McCarthy now is in that wonderful position. She doesn't need to go on the offensive. She doesn't need to attack at this early stage. She can see how the riders are going and then think about when she makes a move potentially later. Take a look. Let the riders work hard here. Let them see. Let them mark. You know, if you get a rider like Korchinski, go, who chases? Who's feeling good? Who's quickly up into speed? Let others do the chasing here. She's in that position as leader with a good-sized gap where she can really play this smart and choose her moment. It puts the pressure on the rest of the riders if they want to take the win. And it is an if, because the riders are going to be managing their expectation. You could see a rider on some amazing form. Catherine Fua, I'm sure, has not only checked this climb out on MyWhooshinfo.com, been out and raced it. She'll have ridden it as well to make sure that she knows exactly where these twists are, what it feels like racing up here into towards the top of Mount Fuji. if she's on great form today, then McCarthy can sit and wait and see that. She doesn't have to go put an attack in and gamble that nobody's on blisteringly quick form behind. Somebody's been saving a little bit of a secret weapon of some super climbing legs, just ready to be engaged.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see. Catherine Furr, for me, is looking like a really strong, determined, committed rider here. And whenever we get a glimpse into her pain cave, I always think she looks just on great form. Maya is there as well. Maya is in the mix, so that's an interesting move as well. Kulczynski is here. This type of climb could suit Kristen Kulczynski.
It's got her name written all over it.
I said yesterday, she's out on the hill climb circuit in the USA at the moment, PRing everywhere, and not by seconds. She's taking minutes off of her winning times from last season out on that hill climb circuit. Nicole Mayer doing a brilliant job today. She's part and parcel of the pack here, and you can see headphones in, concentration on the screen. She wants to watch every move and make sure she's not missing anything at the moment. Tomasi's still in the group, and for me, for my mind, Tomasi, the form we saw her on yesterday, we could well see her go up the road.
Yes, you could. Really interesting point coming in from TS actually on the chat. Two teams have 3 riders in that front 8 group, and that team competition at play as well. I think for me though, this you see this on all big climbs in all types of races. That team tactics are very hard to play out. You know, a teammate can help for fractions of a second. They can give you motivation, but the physical advantage of having a teammate, the drafting it's not that big on a big climb for this length. It's just not going to necessarily be that much of a help, but it does mean that 2 teams potentially are going to be going up and clear. Ablock International leading that team competition from the Sweat Sensations. Shiki Fu. Well, I've seen that gap go to 2 minutes over the riders behind it. Yo-yoing about that. Shikifu's going to come up here. These are going to be 19 points in the bag, 5 points, and that means there's also only a short distance to go, 500 meters from our polka dot banner, the end of this checkpoint, the end of what is the climbing competition. Shikifu goes through, takes 5 points, but it's then going to be a run into the stage finish.
Yeah, it is indeed. And now, interesting in that category 5 race, the group all together now behind. So Alzat Tijeros, Becerra Idzik, Albin, Ermolova, all in that chasing group. So the yellow jersey, Megan Albin, in category 5, has been doing some phenomenal defensive riding. She's just now starting to get gapped within, well, she's within around, 750 meters of the finish, and now she's just struggling to hold those wheels. Brilliant work from her today.
Brilliant work from her, but you can see the move here as Tijeros starts to really push on the front of this pack here. And really is putting the pressure on, and it's opening the gap up behind. This is going to be to the benefit of Alzat and Becerra here as the gap opens up to Albin. 26 seconds between Albin and Alzat. It's 34 seconds between Albin and Becerra. Between Alzat and Becerra, well, it's only 8 seconds. So this is going to be a big kick to the finish on the way up here. You can see the push here. Ermolova is in here. Shikifu up the road, heading towards that finish at the moment of 45.2k. 300 meters to go. Meanwhile, the kick is on, and Becerra now starts to put the push in. Ermolova is coming across. Becerra, the mountain climbing competition leader, is there. Ermolova, you can see her gets out of the saddle in person on the left-hand side of your screen, looking to kick on, because if they come through, this push for Becerra for points is going to work on the way in and through up to the top of the summit here. Becerra backs off a little bit here. Ermolova goes over the top here. I think that's a dangerous move here. You don't want to let anything go at this stage if you want to take away those top 3 positions here on the stage, as we see Shikifu continue to ascend, making her way up Mount Fuji here at 45 25.3k. You can see the revs here. That heart rate is going up. They come round this left-hand turn. It's a little chicane, but the banner is now coming into sight. That is the finishing line here for the mountaintop finish of stage 5, day 5 of the MyWhoosh Championship. In the women's race, Shiki Fu came in. She'd shown she could climb in style. Well, she has proved that in space today, breaking clear at the bottom of the mountain, ascending up to the finishing line. Shiki Fu is going to take the win, the first rider over the line here on stage 5 on Mount Fuji. Shiki Fu takes the win.
So Fu,
what a ride.
I know, Fu comes over the line in first, and now it is what size gap has she got? She's not going to close down the 7-minute gap she's got on GC, but she is going to move up on GC overnight today, going into the rest day tomorrow, while Ermolova's push going through that polka dot banner really starting to do business here. She's really starting to clear and put some time into her and the rest of the category 5 competitors here. Now, is this one going to make a difference?
No, the Ermolova, I don't think it's going to make a difference. She's 9 minutes 18 down on the overall. She's not going to affect the overall here. She's going here to get that silver medal, the second place on the stage. So this is for the stage behind. Tajeros versus Alzat is very close. They're only 2 seconds separated, and they're only 10 seconds clear, I think, of Albin. The gaps are not big enough, I think, at the moment to trouble Albin for the yellow jersey. Ermolova is not going to touch that. She's going to take second place on this stage. She's opened up the gap, and you can see how much power she's putting down. 20 seconds gap. She's opened on to Tajeros out of the saddle this final sprint. Remember, this race is not done at the top of this mountain. We've still got the time trial day and our final stage to go. So stages 6 and 7 to go after the rest day. Ermolova coming into form, climbing into second place here on stage 5 as behind. Becker now starts to kick once again. Becker looking to find that time gap on Alzat. They were separated by 8 seconds as they came into the climb. Becker really is starting to accelerate in that polka dot jersey. She's opened 8, now 9 seconds on Albin. She's got 21 or 25 seconds. It's going to be close. Becker has done what she can to take the yellow jersey. It depends on how deep we are going to see Alza and Albin go on this climb, because Tajeros is through. Now comes Natalia Idzik. Great climbing by Idzik. She makes her way in across the line. The sprint leader right up there as she makes her way through. As behind her comes Alzat. This is now about time gaps back from Alzat to Albin. Becker to Alzat to Albin. Albin going through all sorts of shades of pain on that climb, but my goodness, I think she's done enough to claim the overall and keep hold of that yellow jersey as our category 6 leader Hannah Manson continues to push onto the climb.
Well, Hermansen does indeed continue to push. She's at the 45.3 kilometre marker. She's heading towards the banner at 45.5. It's looking like she's got about a 40-second gap on the chase behind. Actually, it's 22 seconds according to that. And it is Hadjuk and Stevenson. So it's a real battle. Stevenson versus Hermansen for the yellow jersey, and Stevenson looking to me as though she's doing a great job of attempting to defend that. It's 32 seconds between them. That is the number you are looking for. It's currently at 23 seconds. There's a little bit to play with. What can Hermansen do? Can she push enough, not just to win the stage, but to take the yellow jersey? What's going to happen behind? Hannah Hermansen has no control over what is happening behind, but she does as she pushes for the line.
So Hannah Hermansen kicks for the line. She's going to take the stage win on stage 5 here today on the MyWhoosh Championships. Great riding by Hermansen as she goes in and through the line. Behind it is Hadjuk, who is coming hard up behind. That's the rider we're in with. She's got a 2-second gap on Stevenson. Remember, this is the battle for the overall in category 6 as well. Hadjuk was in touching a distance, but has she done enough here today? She has pushed on. What she got? Well, Stevenson is on her way in through. She goes over the line as well here in category 6. A fantastic result there. It is Hermansen who takes the win from Hadjuk, from Stevenson, Emma, have you been doing the maths down there?
27 seconds. Stevenson will hold the jersey just
by 5 seconds. And if you think that's close, I was trying to do a little bit of working out in the battle in category 5. I think it's going to come down to about a second maximum between first and second place. Meanwhile, Susanna Steadman in category 4 has climbed. She's outclimbed climber Peretti, who showed her climbing legs on stage 4. Stage 5 is going to be Suzanne Steadman's day here today in category 4. Up and over the line she goes. Steadman right in the mix as we came into today, doing a fantastic job in category 4 to go in and over the line ahead of Peretti. Steadman was 3 seconds down on Atahualpa. She was only 0.142 down on Hadlock and way in front of Peretti. And Steadman here could have ridden herself into the yellow jersey.
She has indeed. I think she's ridden herself into the yellow jersey today in the category 4 race. Peretti, yet again, showing us what a phenomenal climber she is. She's done an absolutely sterling job today. Peretti up and out of the saddle. She's driving towards the finish line. The category 3 leader, Gemma Daniels, coming up and over the top right at the finish line, though.
So here we go. This big push comes and Daniels is going to kick over here. This is going to be the win. Gemma Daniels kicked early. She was a surprise rider who went on the attack. Gemma Daniels had no doubt in her mind. She takes the win in category 3. Meanwhile, in category 4, we have got Hadlock just making her way up to the line. So category 4, Hadlock is coming to the line. Hadlock, who was in second place, is heading in. Nina Dowling is just ahead of Atahualpa, who is 1 second down. So Dowling heading to the line. Then it's going to be Atahualpa. This is going to be a big push for the finish here. There's going to be big changes in all of our categories so far, category 6, 5, and 4. You're going to have to make sure you go onto www.mywhoosh.com onto the results page to find out those overall positions. Don't forget, you can also catch up with lots of detail on the mywhoosh.com site. Next, the riders coming in to the line. We've seen Gemma Daniels come through in 1. This is going to be Barbara Bulara heading in towards the line. I think she's going to be our second place rider here in category 3.
Bulara is going to have a battle with Emily Nyquist, I think, for the yellow jersey overnight, and it may well go onto Nyquist's shoulders.
So Nyquist having to push to the line. Here she comes. She's making her way in. We saw her earlier on challenging in the Queen of the Mountains competition. Nyquist goes in over the line there, and I suspect will hold her not only on to the Queen of the Mountains, but I suspect she may well be going up into the key position of being the leader overnight as we go into the rest day. Montgomery having a phenomenal day at the office as well. Daniels in 1, Bulara in 2, 1 minute 12 down, but Daniels was way down at the start of the day, over 4 minutes down. Nyquist came through 8 seconds down on Bulara. Montgomery coming through in 4th place. Kasani in 5th place in that category 3 race, with Lucy Young coming in and through. She comes through some 31 seconds down on Bulara and 1:53 down on stage winner Gemma Daniels of the Grit Squad.
Well, I think from my calculations, Bulara is going to go into yellow on that performance. Nyquist will move into second place at 4 seconds.
So close in the battles on the mountain for the overall because of this climb, the way that it is separated riders out. Now we're in with Tasia Susnik on the climb here, the young rider in category 2 at the moment, coming in to the climb points. She's going to take that at the moment. The gap back is looking big. It's right the way round to that left-hand bend. She's just gone round on the run in towards this right-hand bend, and the banner, the polka dot banner. So at the moment on that climb on the way up Mount Fuji, Susnik has gone through, and I think that gap is going to be more than big enough for her to be able to push on. Remember that in category 2, the race, Susnik was in second place. She was chasing Koistonen. Koistonen is down at least, I think, 1 minute 40. And that means that Susnik is riding herself up into the yellow jersey. She still has a little way to go as she's got to come out from between the walls and up towards the top. Second place rider in category 2 goes underneath the banner. That is Elsa Haag.
Yeah.
Hug climbing really well at the moment. That is going to push her right up through the overall GC as well. Hug kicking off the day here today in category 2 in 24th place. She was 8 minutes 27 down on race leader at the start of the day. She's not going to be that as she comes into the finish. Meanwhile, category 1, McCarthy at 44.6k. We got Guerra at 44.4, 200 meters separating them. The two category 1 riders have broken clear of everybody else. It going to the form book at the moment in category 1. They're chasing the category 2 riders towards the top of this time, and they're not that far behind. Susnik, though, climbing well. The young rider leading the young riders competition, wearing the white skin suit. Susnik making her way up here for the United Cadence squad. They took the team competition lead at the end of stage 4. Susnik is going to surely take away the lead here and exchange that for the yellow skin suit of race leader at the end of stage 5, going into the rest day on Sunday before we return for that time trial on Monday, followed by the finale on Tuesday. Race winner in category 2, Tasha Susnik, wins the stage. She'll take the yellow jersey. Brilliant ride by the youngster.
It was absolutely fabulous, and everyone now behind going to be pushing on that race, on that mountain, because they are going to be pushing for that overall and moving themselves up on GC. Rhiannon Denton is doing a sterling job here. She's currently lying in 3rd place on the road in that category 2 race. Denton going to be one of the riders moving herself up on GC. She's 3 minutes 44 back in 17th at the moment. It's not going to be that for her later today. Hog just 9 seconds ahead of her. They're going to come round. Well, they can see that finish line now. Paulson 21 seconds back. Hayley Simmons doing a sterling job back there too.
So Simmons just in front of the race leader as we came into today's stage. Coyston and Denton chasing Hug all the way to the line. Hug goes underneath the gantry. She goes across the line. So Susnik in 1. It's Hug going to be in 2. She makes her way in. It is over a minute down. And look at Denton. She collapses over the bars of the bike. She's 1 minute and 4 down on Susnik at the moment. Hug and Denton accelerating the way up through the series standings, through the race standings. However, Susnik taking the lead. Meanwhile, McCarthy here. Look at the face of McCarthy. Good to see that in the background there. We had a fantastic trip out as we chatted with all the guys out there. So good to see the riders are out there and getting that support. Look at McCarthy pushing on that family support. Absolutely critical here today. The pain written all over the face of the world champion, Kate McCarthy. She's on the right-hand side of your screen. Gabby Guerra is accelerating her way up here. She's at 5.5 watts per kilo, but McCarthy still holding 6. Guerra now has got to be suffering here. She's looking to limit the time lost to McCarthy in case there is an issue later in this stage race. But the gap is 25 seconds. It's not huge behind a Kolchinsky, showing why she's such a phenomenal hill climber at 43 seconds. And then the gaps have opened, and the rider that is missing out of there is Catherine Furr, because we've got Kolchinsky, Holcroft, Alberg, Tomasi, and Van Hove ahead of Furr, who started the day in 3rd position. No doubting your stage winner today, the world champion. Oh my goodness me, the pain is there, the agony, the burning legs, the screaming lungs. This is a push to the line. What a good day, what a great race, and what a climb by Kate McCarthy. The world champion is going to take the win on the critical mountaintop finish. She's going to extend her lead at the top. 2 wins in a row, 2 big time gaps in a row. The applause in the background, and I think McCarthy now, if she's not crying, there's something wrong because that was so painful but so brilliant.
Well, I tell you, Guerra's not far behind, and the gap, well, it was close coming up over the top of Mount Fuji. Around, 30 seconds separated the two riders. She's limited her losses today, Guerra, and she's clearly strong, riding into second place today. Great race in Japan between McCarthy and Guerra, and there's a battle going on behind Kristen Kulczynski and Maria Holdcroft. We drop in with Holdcroft, and she is up and out of the saddle, and she is pushing strongly. Kulczynski 4 seconds up the road, riding herself into third place on the stage today. We said she was on form on those hill climbs out in the USA at the moment, and she is proving that today.
6.8 miles per kilo from Kulczynski as she comes around that left-hand turn. Holcroft is just behind. You can see Kulczynski's yellow jersey. A big sprint coming from Kulczynski towards the line. She doesn't want Holcroft to get back to her. Holcroft was 3:35 down. Kulczynski was 3:37. They were separated by 2 seconds. Kulczynski's looking to move above Holcroft in the overall standings, and it may potentially be she's riding into a third place overall, with Holcroft potentially riding herself into holding on to fourth place here. It may be the case that that's the change we're going to see. Tomasi Alberg chasing Holcroft, chasing Kulczynski. McCarthy came across the line. Her race time 1 hour 25 minutes 43. There's Guerra in second, 26 seconds down. Kulczynski in third, 1:31 down. Holcroft in fourth, 1:36. It is then going to be Alberg in fifth, 1:48. Tomasi in sixth, 1:55 down. Mayer, Van Hove, Gallegos, and then Fua is the order on the road at the moment, heading in for the finish. Absolutely brilliant riding by all of our riders. Nicole Mayer will be working her way back up through those standings. She started the day in 12th position, and I suspect that Hermansen and Leinen, along with Bjarhed, going to find themselves past potentially Gallegos as well. Sorry, Gallegos just up the road. Bjarhed, Leinen, and Hermansen being passed here by Mayer in the overall standings. It really has shaken it up. The mountains doing what we expect them to do on stage 4, really making the riders work. And then the cherry on top of the cake, very much this climb of Mount Fuji here today. Mayer's chasing Van Hove to the line. Every second is going to count. Mayer needs to keep pushing. She wants to move as far up as she can. It's a big push from Van Hove. Van Hove does not want closing down. Gallegos goes over the line. Then goes Van Hove. So Gallegos in 7, Van Hove in 8. Mayer's going to be 9th here today, but that is a climb up the GC standings as well. Fua out of the saddle. Come on, Catherine. This is a big thing. You can see she's really putting the power through that bike here in the Pain Cave. It's going to be a top 10 finish here today for her as she makes her way up this climb. She's going to come in 10th place. She's going to hold on to, I think, a top 5 position in the overall. But it's close. And look at the effort. Look how spent Fua is. The phenomenal athlete, Catherine Fua, coming in through there, taking 10th place on the stage. What a win by McCarthy, though, taking that winning time of 1 hour, 25 minutes, 43.714 seconds. She has 26 seconds to her already 2 minutes 17 lead at the start of the day, so now going to be 2:40 up. Kulczynski riding through strongly there ahead of Holcroft, and I think that will put her into third place overall in the GC. Brilliant riding.
What a race. And I can tell you, the women have raced this course once before on Mount Fuji. The February finals on the Sunday Race Club. And bearing in mind, that's a one-off race. And this is stage 5 of the MyWhoosh Championships. Both McCarthy and Guerra have beaten the previous course record today in Japan.
So hats off to the riders who have finished the race so far. If you're out there riding, keep on riding, keep on pushing. This is the wall Well, it certainly has been today a wall that was climbed by McCarthy and all of our race winners in style. The riders will be heading in the women's race to a rest day, the Sunday Race Club, if they choose to do so, and then on to the time trial of the outer loop. I'm going to just say very quickly before we get to the break, the men's race is coming up after this break. All of our riders need to check the GC at the end on MyWhoosh results. Make sure that you get that checked out because there's going to be big changes, lots of changes in there. We're going to take that break from Emma, myself, and the team at MyWhoosh. We'll see you very shortly for the men's stage 5 of the MyWhoosh Championships 2025.
Goodbye.
So hello and welcome back to stage 5 for the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. This is the men's stage. Thank you very much for watching. If you're watching an amazing women's stage, which has seen positions change in the GC. We've seen surprise riders attacking in multiple categories. We've seen some real new names up at the top of the leaderboard, at the top of the stage wins. It was absolutely brutal, and the men's race promises more of the same.
It does indeed, because I can tell you 20 seconds separates the top 4 riders in Category 6, the top 11 riders in Category 5 and in Category 4, the top 16 riders in Category 3, 20 riders in Category 2, and the top 3 riders in Category 1. 20 seconds is not going to separate those riders when we get to the top of Mount Fuji.
Most definitely not. Big day on the climb, big mountaintop finish for stage number 5 before our rest day on stage 6. And we move into our last 2 days. An absolute blast, to put in the words to the action. My name is Matt Payne. I'm here all the way through the championship along with Emma Martin. And great to see a lot of new riders up there. Emma, we're going to see the same in stage 5 for the men, I'm sure, and some real climbing virtuoso performances here on the stage. It's known as the wall, Mount Fuji. It's a tough climb. 766 meters of climbing in the climb segment alone, and that's not the top. The last climb segment finishes before the top. Probably best to show everybody a little bit of detail of what's coming up in front of our riders on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. This stage, I've been looking forward to it. I'm sure you have, Emma.
Yeah, absolutely. It is the big mountain stage. It is stage 5 of the MyWhoosh Championships. We've got a rest day tomorrow. Then we've got the individual time trial. And then, well, for me, it is the sprinters finale to round us off on Tuesday next week. But they've all got to get over Mount Fuji first. And, well, today, Mount Fuji, what can I say? It is indeed a very hard mountain stage, and 66.3 kilometres of racing for the men, with Mount Fuji at the end.
And we've also got before, I mean, we've got Sako no Michio climb. We've got that climb that's 435 meters in that first climb. That comes in, that kicks in and summits out at 16.7k. So there's a big climb coming. Then we drop down and we go up. And the other thing to remember, mountain competition, well, today there are triple points on that final mountain in the men's race, because they're going to climb so far up that it's become a haute category climb. So basically beyond category is the meaning of haute category, and that is going to finish off the climbing today. It is a very similarly based route to the women's race, just maybe a bit more differences than we've seen yesterday, which we saw in Zurich, where those climbs were brutal climbing. Lots of tough sections. If you've got one thing to say before we go across to the course map and the profile, Emma, that would spur our riders on, what's the one thing they need to remember?
To cross the finish line.
That's simple.
Well, I have to say, you asked me for something really simple.
Well, yeah,
to finish the MyWhoosh Championships, you've got to get put to the finish line every single day. And but actually, there's a lot wrapped up in that. There's riders out there who are going to be defending yellow jerseys, and defence is what we will see at play today. And it's going to be really, really close. We talked about where the 20-second marker lies on GC in each of those categories. 6 different category leaders at the moment, all looking to defend their positions on GC. It's going to be a tough one out there today. And Mount Fuji is going to play a huge, huge role in that. Some of them will still be in yellow at the end of today. Others won't.
Well, time to see if those riders going in yellow will be able to hold on. Let's head in across to some more detail for stage 5, the mountaintop finish on top of Mount Fuji today, the iconic mountain in Japan that's featured on so many famous pictures, postcards, and in so much history. Time to see history being made on stage 5. So it is stage 5. Time to hit the wall. This is the wall. Will they blow up when they hit the wall? Is the case where the wall will crumble, or will they scale it with some style today? let's take a bit more detailed look at the race route. So let's dive in first of all with the map and then the profile. A really varied world on MyWhoosh, one of the many worlds you can ride around on MyWhoosh. We come out from Kyoto to start off with. We make our way up over the top of our first climb, the Sako Nomichi climb on the right. We come diving down in towards Tokyo. We whip very closely back through to Kyoto before coming on to the big climb of the day. You can see there the climb of Mount Fuji, the final twists and turns of today's stage.
And 3 sprint checkpoints, 3 climbing checkpoints along the way today. In fact, the climbing competition finishes today, but still after today, 9 further sprint checkpoints on the sprinter stage on Tuesday to wrap up that competition. But indeed, the rider with the polka dot skin suit on their shoulders at the top of Mount Fuji will take that polka dot skin suit right the way through to the finale of the MyWhoosh Championships. Now 66.3 kilometres of racing, 1,756 metres of climbing for the men today. We go through the Kyoto sprint checkpoint first, just 4.2 kilometres out of the pen, and there will be riders targeting that, so it won't be too much of a slow and steady start. But that first climb, well, you know, it's a 5 kilometre climb, the first climb of the day, with an average gradient of 8.7%. We keep talking about Mount Fuji, but the first climb here that finishes at the 16.7 kilometre marker is a big one and could well see early breaks in the group or even lone breakaways. And then it's a very long and lonely nearly 40 kilometres to the finish line. And the question is, if anybody breaks away on the first climb, will they get their pacing right, or will they get caught on the final climb of the day?
Well, we'll have to see. Category 6 will be the first of the riders showing their tactics out on the road, because Category 6, an absolutely brilliant race yesterday. The overnight leader going into Stage 3, Maris Fossey, had not taken to a race start on Stage 4. The man who took that mantle in style, taking top spot was Kadabona, who also took the stage win. He was ahead of Radamaki and Riley Malostic. They were your top 3 on the stage, as you can see, though. Cadabona's push to the line, just distancing the riders by just over a second in second and third place. Maxime Fabre out to take those sprint points, taking the maximum sprint points on the day of 13 points. And Cadabona, well, you can see how he was so dominant, taking 26 points on the climb. He's really going to be a marked man today. He's got 1.22 seconds in the overall lead ahead of Riley Malostic, with Fabre right up into third position. Yeah. That's the individual competition. We'll go into a bit more detail in a short while. In terms of that team competition, a switch between teams in 1 and 2, with Carbon going ahead of the BMC 6s. A little bit further down, BMC 6 in third. We've got ZTBR in fourth, BMC Spinergy in fifth, Le Petit Cannibal in sixth. Then a bit of a time gap from 24 seconds behind the overall leaders to 1 minute, and just over a minute, BMC 6s from Cycling District 6 at 1:18. But nothing between the team of Cycling District 6 and the Wheelies Racing Squad. They are separated at the end of... After 22 hours, 57 minutes, 23 seconds of racing, they're separated by 0.3 of a second. Well, we're away. No 0.3 of a second left to the countdown. They are up and away. Wheelies and Cycling District will be looking to separate that team gap out in 8th and 9th. And I've got to say, before we go any further, a massive, massive kudos. Big up to Team 71. They've been riding longer than anybody else in this category. They have been putting in the hard hours. They have ticked over 1 day of riding on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025. They're now at 28 hours, 40 minutes and 2 seconds of riding for Team 71. And if there is a prize for grit, determination and keeping on going, my goodness, they are going to get it.
Well, talking about that, I am just going to, I know we're going to talk about the overall standings here, but I am just going to talk about one of our riders who was out for the longest yesterday, because we keep talking about riders who are out for the shortest. What we don't ever do is talk about the riders who are at the other end of the race field. And well, yesterday that was 2 hours, 42 minutes, 38 seconds. Bedoya.
Great riding, and keep on going, buddy. Now, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, Cadabona moving up into top spot. Riley Mlastic holding on to his second place. 1 second separating those two riders. Fabre's at 6 seconds, and then a little bit of a gap to Rademacher, who is currently at 19 seconds down on the race leader. Brian Allen Jose moving up from 11th to 5th. He is currently 3 minutes down. And it shows you those top 4 riders at the moment. The riders well clear at the top. Orego just dropping down a little bit into what is 6th place. As Escobar holds on to 7th with 8th place with Padsel. Diaz and Wakefield moving into the top 10. They've got to be careful because the living legend that is Jeff Rooney is knocking on the door of the top 10. He's only 4 seconds behind Wakefield. He's actually in 11th position.
Well, he is indeed. Now, the sprint points, Escobar in 24 points, topping that competition. This is so close. Sponsored at 21, Silver at 18. Do you know, it is really close. And, well, 3 sprints today, 9 on Tuesday. The sprint in the Category 6 race is going to go down to the wire. In the mountains competition, however, it is, well, it's still close, and there's a lot on the line today. Cadabona with 53 points leading there from Julio Agrego, 48 points. Those two, I think, are the two that are going to battle it out today. There are, what are there? 5, 10, 25 points available today in that sprinters in that okay.
In the climbers competition.
Engaged Brain. In the climbing competition. Those two riders, well, it is going to be between them.
I think so. I think that it's going to be a real fight into that finish. And I think every point will count. Every second will count. And we've seen that previously. Just in with Leonard Gregg at Cadabona. We're currently at 1.9K. We've got to get ourselves to the sprint. And the Kyoto sprint coming in at 4.2 kilometers. Let's just pick apart the overall a little bit, Emma, if we can. Because Category 6, those time gaps behind our leaders. Yes, we've got 4 riders clear at the moment by 90, well, they're at 90, sub 19 seconds for the top 4. You're then at 3 minutes for Jose. You're then at 4 minutes for Orego. Then you're at 5 minutes for everybody else behind. Those are big time gaps a minute, but without giving spoilers, we have seen 2 minutes open up on the women's climb on the end of the day. And we could potentially see the same, if not more, on the men's climb.
So the men on Mount Fuji climb 2 kilometres further than the women up Mount Fuji. Escobar on our screen at the moment, and you can see there the MyWhoosh Championships route maps on the wall by the side of him, and just taking a little look at the camera, but Escobar on our screens at the moment, tightly ensconced in that pack. You know, he's one of the riders. He's currently sat in the top 10 on GC in Category 6. He's going to want to stay there. Somebody in the pack is telling us they're tired. I'm not sure Cadabona defending his yellow jersey, telling us he's tired. Well, they do have 2 kilometres more climbing to do than the women did on Mount Fuji today. And as you said, we saw time gaps really start to open in that women's competition today. You can watch the race. It is available to watch. Do go back and watch it if you haven't. So some of these time gaps, you know, 3 minutes, well, 3 minutes could become nothing.
It could indeed. And of course, there's always those points in between, those battles in between. Now, the first of our sprints that Escobar, who we saw on the screen there, is going to be battling for. Sebastian Escobar, the rider we just saw, comes up before the climbs, but then you've got to get over the top of the climb, because a quick reminder, if you are just joining us towards the later stages of this stage race, that the times are taken as a checkpoint across the line. So if you've watched any of the Tour de France and you've seen riders sprinting for intermediate checkpoints, you'll notice the first rider across that checkpoint, whether that's a sprint, which is traditionally a relatively flat run in, or whether that is the top of a climb. And that means you've got to hit those segments with the leading group. You've got to be an all-round rider today, I think, if you're going to get into the sprints second and third on the day here today, because you've got Kyoto Sprint and then the Tokyo Sprint. So we've got Kyoto Sprint at 2 as we go through for the second time, and the Tokyo Sprint. They are all after climbs, and that means that you need to be an all-rounder. Xavier Maillard is a great example. In fact, Xavier Maillard came to the fore in the MyWhoosh Championships in 2023. As we go into the sprint, though, it's Sponsor, the rider sitting in second position in that sprint competition, who's got that timing right. He goes ahead of Alobedi. He's going to be the rider in second, then Mamba, then Escobar, then Silva. So Silva scoring points, I think, and Escobar scoring points for Sponsor, the big point scorer.
Yeah, Sponsor, the big point scorer, he takes away 5 points. And I've got Alabadi in second, picking up 4. Yep, these are the ones I've got on my screen. Mamba picking up 3, Escobar picking up 2, and Silva picking up 1. So that sprint competition really wide open at the moment.
So let's get those points added in by my very dodgy maths. It does mean that Sponsor is now equal on points to Escobar on 26 points. Silva is up into third on 19 points. And then I think there's going to be a lot of riders on 13 points. I think it's about 4 or 5 riders on 13 points behind. So I think it's Milostic, Fabra, Kozal, and Mambra. But the leading 2 riders, well, you said it was going to be between the 2. It's got even closer, Emma.
Yes, and well, it has indeed, and it will do all the way through to the finale on Tuesday.
And remember that in the sprints competition, whilst there may be 15 points today, there are 45 points on the final stage for that sprint competition to play out, and that is going to be particularly spectacular. Let's go to the next category on the road. The category 5, you can see them down in the pens at the moment, just waiting to go. Those blue jerseys so familiar from Sunday Race Club. Now, real great result for Philippe Reinheimer. Reinheimer sprinted through to take away the win. It was so close.
Yeah.
Now, he was ahead of Cirillo, behind Cirillo coming in. He's ahead of Cirillo in the overall. It's only 1.687 of a second, and this category categorized by being very close.
Yeah.
Andrew Ross getting cramp over the line as he came into the finish. Very painful for him. 0.1 of a second down in second place, with Pulaka, who'd been climbing really well, into third position on the stage. Hagland taking away the most sprint points, and Tapia taking away the most climbing points with 26 points out of the available scores, going to Fabian Tapia. Great result for him. Reinheimer positioned himself superbly to take that sprint win. It really was impressive moves by Reinheimer to go and then get in and across. And of course, that was the win. In terms of the team competition, road are the squads who are racing now. Cycling District are the team I have at the top of my standings. Here, that is the Cycling District 5.1 squad, holding on from level up. Behind, ZTBR E-Cycling 5 have gone ahead of Level Avengers. A bit further down, the Level Warriors have moved into 6th place, posing the Level Raiders down. So the Warriors versus the Raiders. That sounds like an American football game. Just changing 6th and 7th place. 8th place, Cycling District 5, and Team Alpha up into 9th position. A number of teams dropping out of the standings because they don't have enough finishers across the line. Remember, 3 finishers to count as these teams come in and through.
Yeah, well, whilst the final countdown takes place, category 5, they're warmed up, they're ready to go, and it's stage 5 of the MyWhoosh Championships today for 2025. Our second race field in the men's race is now underway. They're heading out through the cherry blossom that covers this start here in Japan.
Can't beat a bit of cherry blossom.
Absolutely not.
Very iconic as we head out. Very quick start. Alexander Lushko very much up to the front here. Alexander clearly on a mission. He's, I think, hoping that the aerodynamics are going to go and work for him today on the front of this race. He's gone early here at 4.5 watts per kilo. maybe he knows something we don't today. Maybe he's just looking to get as much distance before the climb as possible. We're going to see whether that is going to be the case. We're going to take a quick check before we hit that climb on that overall. As I said, that right hammer going over Sorrillo putting Sorrillo into second place. Good riding by Mountier to move up into what is third place there. All the riders really just shuffling around. Key time gaps. Well, there aren't really any in the top 10.
Well, Nicholas Hagland had a good ride yesterday, moving himself up into sixth. He came up 3 places overall. And is just at 7 seconds. So great ride from him yesterday.
Reinhammer going up, Mountier going up, Polacca going up, Hagland going up, Smithson going up, Tapia going up, Roy going up, and Home going up. 15 seconds cover the top 10 riders in category 5. And in fact, if you actually want to go find a substantial gap, you have to go all the way between 13th and 14th place, because Martin Wang in 13th position is still inside 1 minute. Andrew Neville Ross, who took second on the stage, at 2 minutes 15.
Yeah. Is indeed the sprint competition. Joel Warren has been so dominant, hasn't he? And 32 points to 48. Reinheimer in second. I'm not sure I could actually think about anybody other than Joel Warren taking that sprint competition at the end of the MyWhoosh Championships in category 5. I think, his team will work hard for that competition.
They will. My only question mark is it's 8 days, and when you're a young rider, that the stamina is not necessarily as developed as the strength and speed that the riders have, and that's going to be potentially telling. In terms of the KOM, as we go through, you can see how close that is.
Yeah.
This really is 2 riders to take, albeit that there are still 60 points left on play with today. There's 25 points left today. Put your maths in, Matt. 25 points today, 2 riders. They're separated by 1. They don't need 25. Only need a couple of points.
Well, I'll tell you what I find really interesting. Fabian Tapia and Joel Warren, both young riders in the under-23 competition. And it's great to see them right up there in the sprints competition and the climbing competition. Now, O'Donnell and Tapia, we're going to have to keep an eye on that today because, as Matt says, the climbing competition finishes today. Do you know what the problem is in the studio at the moment?
Not enough coffee.
The caffeine that we had mid-break between the women's and the men's show, according to Henry Yeast, won't have kicked in yet.
Well, mine won't have. It's still set in my coffee cup.
Well, that definitely won't work.
It's not going to work, is it? Okay, whilst we contemplate fueling strategies for caffeine category 5 are contemplating the fact that they've got a little bit of downhill before they make their way into awards sprint number 1, sprint checkpoint at 4.2 kilometers today. And that checkpoint, a really key point on the course. The final day of competition contains a big amount of sprint points, as we see our initial leader on the road, who kicked out very quickly. It's Alexander Luchko, nicely on the pace here on this descent. You can just see revving at the moment at 94 revs per minute, 95 on the descent, 57 kilometers an hour, the speed of the avatars on the descent. Fortunately, Luchko not descending at 50 plus kilometers per hour. And somebody did mention big rug on the wall earlier on when we went into Luchko's. 2 reasons for that. 1, wall coverings. Rugs actually started off on the wall, not on the floor.
And on tables.
They started
There's table coverings too.
They started on walls before they were on floors.
Because they were ornate items of value.
Exactly. But I suspect, more importantly, it's a great way to soak up the heat when you have a window beside you, because the thickness and the density of a good quality
stops the sun coming in.
Stops the sun coming in, and it cuts down on the heat. So I suspect somebody's smarter than the rest of us there.
Well, Hagland, Braun, Smithson, Lutko, Pence, Lozzie, Reinheimer, Nielsen, all in this group. Ola Warren is there. He's been leading out Joel in those sprints, part and parcel of that team. Father and son as well. And there's a number of fathers and sons racing at the MyWhoosh Championships.
Well, I don't know if Nicholas Hagland has got a relative race. I don't think he needs any assistance at all. One of our really, really strong riders. Today's going to be an interesting day, I think, for Hagland. He's sitting in 6th place. He moved from 9th to 6th in the racing yesterday on what was a really brutal mountain course, with those 2 circuits of Zurich. And he moved up, kept in contention. He's only 7.051 behind at the moment. That's 7 seconds. This time it really is 7 seconds, not 7 minutes. It's 7 seconds behind the leader as the sprint starts to unfold here. He's got to keep on pushing. As the very front, though, it is Joel Warren who's leading this out. The sprint leader ahead of Natari. Ola Warren looking to pick up points as well. Painter, Lightwood, Hagland and Lushko are in the mix, but my goodness me, Warren's duplicate on the move, on the way through, and Joel Warren doing that in some style.
I love that, Warren's duplicate on the move.
Well, it's true. And Joel Warren, takes 5 points. Natari takes 4. Ola Warren takes 3. Printer takes 2. And Hagland taking the 1. Nicholas Hagland able to wave at the camera and make his way up through the bunch to contest the sprint very quickly afterwards. Great move. Well done, buddy.
Well, multitasking.
Yes. That is a skill in itself.
It is indeed. Well, it's a skill anywhere in life, being the ability to multitask. And the category 5-pack rolling and rolling strongly. I'm just doing a check actually on how many riders in that group. We had 45 riders in the category 6 group go through that section all together, with a small group further back. For me, I'm looking at this thinking it is, whoa, I think it is the entirety of the category 6 field all together. Category 5 field, sorry, all together.
Now, that is a class jersey, and there's only one problem. They didn't put all the colours on the left-hand sleeve. All right, as we look at it. Fantastically classic jersey, but not symmetrical. I do love an old-school style jersey. I have to say, Hal Lightwood going really well.
Look at that. He's going to do it up now and show it off.
Indeed.
It's a beautiful jersey, Mr. Lightwood.
It is a great jersey. The Recorba team putting together some fantastic designs in Girona, and Hal Lightwood putting in some great rides. Really impressed by his riding.
Do you know the only issue with the window into everybody's pain cave is the fact you get to see such fabulous jerseys, and then you go, there aren't enough bike rides in the world to have all those jerseys in your closet.
There are. Oh, yes, there are.
Well, category 4 are the next category away, and Nicholas Spratt took the win yesterday. Ibrahim and Bushwick are behind, but Spratt also picking up 14 points in that sprint competition yesterday. He was on fire. Mohamed Al-Alami picking up 30 points in the mountains.
And Spratt ahead of the yellow jersey. Ibrahim taking that yellow jersey on stage 2. Holding on to it all the way through, sprinting very, very strongly. Nicholas Spratt, though, very, very good. I mean, he is sprinting so well, picking up those 14 points. El Alami's climbing, brilliant. But I think maybe paying the price for going for the segments in terms of his overall position.
Yeah, Nicholas Spratt moving up 4 places on GC yesterday, and it was so close. Essenbey Ibrahim holding on to that yellow jersey. Going to be interesting today.
It is. We'll go into a little bit more detail in that general classification as we take a look at the teams. A bit of movement as BMC Racing unable to hold the top spot and moving down. Peak Power Racing taking top spot. Cycling District 4 taking 2nd place ahead of BMC Racing. There is now 2 teams at the top because it's a 5-minute gap back to BMC Racing. On the Rivet, moving from 5th to 4th, switching places with the Anunnaki. Cycling District 4.1 holding position. The level champions up from 8th to 7th. Lauren Ipson up from 9th to 8th. The Anzacs not having a good day on the mountains, just dropping down a little bit with BMC Ducks holding position in 10th. There's then a good gap back behind them to the Black Horses and to BMC 4. Our teams, our riders up and away. Peak Power Racing heading the team at competition.
Just
from
18
Cycling District 4.
seconds.
It's seconds, and this is what's quite amazing. 18 seconds after nearly 20 hours of riding.
I know.
And yet they've got a 5-minute gap now.
And I'll tell you what's amazing.
The leaders coming in.
Mashando is the rider off down the road again.
Yep, João Machado, the rider up and racing, up and away. He does make a point of coming through. Machado coming in over the top as usual, leading this out with Pino and Allport, doing an Allport at the Verb to go clear from the front and put the pressure on and
Oh,
try and
look at the
accelerate
stretch
away.
on that category 4 pack, and they're only 500 metres in to a 66.3-kilometre race. Well, the overall standings on your screen now.
And you can see so many riders there who have stayed the same or moved up. You can see it's only Quiros and Gomez who dropped down. Ibrahim up at the top of those standings really has shown his strength. And
A consistency.
I have to say, really, really impressed with him over the course of the racing. Spratt, we would expect that from. We know he's strong. I think when we go forwards, though, it's about those gaps, isn't it? Because with the top 10, they're not covered by much. They're covered by 11 places. I mean, Jakub Wojciech moving up into the top 10, the man who is the mastermind behind the MyWhooshInfo.com. He should know exactly what he's doing in terms of these stages. We'll see just how well he's reckoned this. Gaviria moving up into 11th, always a dangerous rider when it comes into the climb. Santiago Ramirez was climbing well yesterday as well.
6 places he moved up on GC yesterday.
Yeah, it was about movement yesterday rather than major changes in the standings. And it's so close. It's so close to racing here in category 4, even though it has already split the groups. There's a number of riders just dropped off the back. Maybe thinking about that time trial coming up after the rest day on Sunday. For those not riding the Sunday race club, those people who've chosen not to do that, well, they get a rest day. Those people that do, we will see you there for that. Can't wait to return to the Sunday race club in some ways to see maybe some different faces taking away the top spot and get some TV time as well. At the moment, the TV time going to the riders right on the front. When it comes to the sprints, Spratt is really dominant. You know, it's not game over yet, is it? 60 points available today and on the last stage 7. But Nicholas Spratt clear at the front at the moment. When it comes to the climbs, well, Mohamed El Alami, today we've got triple points at the end. There are 25 points available.
Yeah, there are.
25 points. Add 25 to 38, Emma.
Well, I thought you meant...
Add 25 and 38 together.
38, 48, 58, 63.
What are the points at the top?
63.
So what does Mohamed El Alami need to do?
Just get 1 point.
Game over. If he gets just 1 point on the first climb of the day, he could then cruise the rest. But this is Mohamed El Alami, and he's not going to do that.
No, he's got a yellow jersey to defend. Sorry, I'm in with Ibrahim here. And
yes, Espehi Ibrahim, the legend that is. Now, sir, my question to you, if you're listening, is you have defended this since you took that jersey from Ryan Giuliano. Can you do it on the mountains? Do you climb as well as you sprint? If he's listening, well, I'm hoping he's going to put a thumbs up for a yes.
And he's going to take a drink instead. Hydration is better than communication, I tell you.
Yes, indeed. So Espehi Ibrahim, our race leader in the yellow jersey, it's his to lose today or his to extend. Will it be a fight? We have seen riders, the majority of riders who have defended just on day 4, stage 4, have been in trouble on stage 5 so far. However, that could change. Those people who have extended the lead on 4 have done the same on 5. That's predominantly how it's gone. At the moment, as we go down into this descent, move going on the front, it's a dynamic duo at it again. And itchy shoes or something, because on the move, it is going to be Luke Allport doing an Allport on the front. It's João Machado, the rider immediately behind. There's a long way to go to the checkpoint. Come on, Luke. This is what we want to see. The verb to Allport. Please get it added to the Oxford English Dictionary. To Allport is to attack early in the stage and to try to go clear at a very early point in the racing, to go clear of the bunch with what could be considered a suicidal move.
Well, Allport at the moment digging deep and stretching the group. And look at the stretch on the group behind.
He's doing some real damage.
Yeah, Hughes Ioannis is pulling up alongside, and Moscar is there as well. These riders now digging in again. They're at the 3.9 kilometre marker. The checkpoint comes at 4.2, around 250 metres down the road. And at the moment, Allport is still up and out and dancing on those pedals. He's got 200 metres to go now.
All the way, buddy. Come on.
Is this for Allport or is this for a teammate? This is for Allport. Come on, Luke. Let's get behind him because he's going to go underneath the banner. He's going to lead Category 4 underneath the banner. The first sprint checkpoint of the day. Allport sits down. He's taken the points. What a job.
A demonstration of Allporting to perfection.
Well, Allport sits back down. Pinot, Ioannis, Spratt, Moscar, all coming up behind. Oh, don't you love it?
I love it when people just go for it. You know, Luke Allport has just thought, do you know what?
Why not?
I'm going for a bit of an Allporting. I'm going to go for this. He goes in ahead of Ioannis as they go in and over the line there. Then Pinot followed by Mosgard, and then Spratt, the points series leader in that sprint competition. Luke Allport
moves himself up to the top 10 of the sprint competition.
Yeah, Brian White, Corona, Mika Rosimaki, Cy Bradley, and Luke Allport making up that level champions team at champion level Allporting on display.
Excellent. That's what I say. Well, he's now back in the pack, and the pack of had their legs woken up today.
Woken up? Somebody. That's not just like your alarm going off. That's like somebody plugging your alarm into a series of amplifiers and putting them either side of your head.
Oh, that's one description for you.
And maybe we should try that when we go into the stage race, because it's getting harder and harder to get out of bed in the morning.
Is it?
Yes. Yeah, 5 o'clock this morning, that alarm went off. I was not happy.
Well, El Alami, Flores, Rodriguez, Bradley, all in the mix. Now, let's just remember here. So the Full Speed Event Studios, we're coming to you from France in Europe. It is currently, 1:47 in the afternoon. Across the world, Luke Allport, not racing in Europe. He's racing on the other side of the world. It is really, I was going to say it's really, really late in the evening, towards coming into the early hours of the morning where he is.
It's not quite 5 o'clock, but it's
pitch black outside, but it's pitch black because it's really, really late in the day. Our riders riding in the United States and Canada, obviously right at the other end of the spectrum.
And a big thank you to everybody who racing in what might not be the most convenient of times of the day. Now, one of my favourite rides of the day yesterday, Rafael Amaro, going clear, kicking away on the front, and absolutely nailing the front of that race. The race win taken by Amaro. You can see the time gap, 11.221 seconds. Absolutely brilliant move by Amaro. He went clear, he kicked on, he took that top spot from Orego. Behind Nicolas Fourier came through in that sprint. Christopher Morgan also actually going well in the sprints. He took the 13 sprint points to take the most sprint points on the day. He also took the most points in the climb competition in the day. Yeah. Talk about an all-round rider, but no touching our race leader in Category 3 up at as he came into that finish. And Amaro, what a ride by him.
It was absolutely brilliant, but this is one of the closest competitions that there is. 11 seconds separating the top 15 riders, and the rider in 15th, Christopher Morgan.
Well, let's take a little look at the teams. They are in order of their positions. Take this, holding on to the race lead. What's Up moving up from 3rd to 2nd. Gold Grabbers moving up from 4th to 3rd. Guardians of the Peloton let down their guard a little and dropped down. They're a whole 6 seconds behind. They're 156 behind the 6 seconds of the Gold Grabbers. So that was a big drop for them to say they moved from 2nd to 4th. Not a good day. But you know what? They have been right at the top, and I'm sure they will come back yet. And they'll probably have more comebacks than take this. Sorry, take that.
Take that, Mafia.
Take that. Well, Take That Mafia are actually the team behind the Guardians of the Peloton with Level Golden, Cycling District 3 and BMC Racing heading out. top three teams take this at WhatsApp and goal grabbers, leaving the pens. They're securing the knowledge that they are just shy of 2 minutes clear of Guardians of the Peloton behind. 8 minutes back. Between 8 and 11 minutes, you've got Take That Mafia, Level Golden Cycling District 3. I think realistically, you cannot say that any of these positions are secure.
No, and to be honest, it's by the skin of the teeth. Take this are hanging on. 2 seconds to WhatsApp, 6 seconds to the gold grabbers. And the riders on those three squads, well, they are phenomenal crews. I think it's going to be a real team competition today, not just an individual competition.
Well, as we see the white jersey there, I think that's of David Badil sprinting his way now into the group, just getting caught up. We're on the overall standings then. As you can see, Nick Scolari held on to keep top spot. Guarin and Fournier moving up due to their results on the day. As Emma says, though, this is really tight. And to be honest, it doesn't really matter where you are in that top 10, you're more than close enough. David Kowalski at the bottom of that top 10, 7.763 seconds down. It's to be brutally honest, the way the riders got, the way this race has gone for Category 3, because they're so close, you almost might not have bothered with GC up to this point.
What you mean, just start afresh today?
Well, almost, but there's so many riders still in contention. You did say, Emma, and I think it says it really well. The top positions are close. You could just say, well, do you know what? Let's just make that point at this stage and go again. But, you've got to be in it here. And the racing to get to this point has been tough.
Well, it has. The sprint points are close as well in Category 3. Christopher Morgan on 49, Nicholas Fournier on 44, Pavel Gonda on 36. Those three are clear of Stenman on 22. But any of those three riders and racers could be in with the shout in the sprint competition. There are a lot of points still at play. Well, at play at the moment is Henry Yeast. He's just pulling off the front here. The King of the Mountains competition is also close. Christopher Morgan tops that one as well with 37 points at the moment. David Kowalski with 32. Niall Batty with 26. This competition will be finished today, but there are 25 points available. And realistically, even Henrik Oya, I think, with 20 points in fourth place, in with a possible opportunity. Niall Batty, I think, will be really watching this today. Well, Henry Yeast on our screen and leading the charge at the moment at the 1.8 kilometre market here in Japan in Category 3. Christopher Morgan is chasing him down because Morgan, in that green skin suit and polka dot skin suit behind, wants the points, and he doesn't want Yeast off the front like Allport did in Category 4.
Well, Henry Yeast is a man who knows exactly what allporting is, and the very experienced rider on the front there, really pushing early, looking to make a bit of a breakaway here. What he could really do with Morgan and Gonda going with him, that would be great for him, because it does mean that they've got a chance of getting some real sliding room going further down the course. The problem is, because Morgan's gone, I think everybody else is going to go. Squillari tucked in this group. He's not making the move up. Kalman certainly looks like he's pushed to get up into position near the front. But Nick Squillari, call as you like yesterday. I thought that for me really was Nick being smart in the overall race. Not panicking, not worrying, sitting with the group, making sure he does exactly what he needs to do. A bit like now.
He's going to do that today.
He's not just going, oh, look, there's somebody off the front.
No, he'll be the type of rider who defends that jersey with a very cool head.
Yes, well, I'm not sure it's super cool because he's looking pretty warm already and it's only going to get hotter. But I think the metaphorical cool, definitely.
The metaphorical cool, the one where the thoughts are cool, they're calm and considered.
Not my strong point.
Well, Nick Squillari utilising his strong points to hold on to that yellow jersey today. It's going to be interesting to see how well he does that. But he's not one to discount at all at the top of the climb in Japan and holding on to that lead. It is just 2 seconds at the moment from Villada, and there's going to be a number of riders lining up behind him to take that jersey off his shoulders.
Now, really interesting that the group at the front has gone Gondon, Morgan, and East, and now we're seeing Wilson Clays go to the front at 4.3 watts per kilo. Just looking to pull this back here. Walter Clays, one of our real strong riders. Walter just very much saying. It's not his nicest day to stage today on the comments on the chat. But whilst having the chance to go onto that live chat, we will try and keep an eye on that all the way
for
through
me
the
is
race.
a real punchy rider.
He is, and I'm not sure today's. I think the early part will suit him. I think the full-on mountain climb at the end, maybe not so much. Now, East, Morgan, and Gonda have gone clear, and they've gone clear by what was 10 now, and it's 11 seconds. I'm just taking a look. Morgan is 11 seconds down on our race leader. He is the nearest rider.
This is the push for the sprint. The sprint is now coming, and Morgan's launched against Gonda. Yeah. You know, they're battling for these points.
They are. They're just looking to take those points. Morgan goes through. He goes through over the top. He's going to take that away. The bunch behind, the group behind, not that interested. I think it's going to be a little bit of a kick by Nettie, Clays, and Oya as they run to the line. Clays, I think, is going to take away the 2 points. Oya take away 1 as they go underneath the banner. That group's still sitting about 10 seconds down. Now, if you're on the front, do you keep pushing? I know it's probably a daft question, but I almost think, why not at this stage? If you're
there's
not
a lot
in the
of reasons as to why not.
What, like, another, I don't know how many Ks ago.
What, you mean 62?
Yeah, that's the maths I wasn't able to do in my brain. I still haven't drunk that coffee.
Well, they're and not joking, there are still over 60 kilometres of this race still to go. And is a breakaway of 3 too early? Well, it depends on who that 3 are. But this big pack behind, this pack are going to have the draft with them. Now, the first climb does come quite early in the race. It is, it's a long climb. It starts at 11.7 kilometres. It's a 5 kilometre climb with an average gradient of 8.7%. Yes, you did hear that correctly. And it is, it really is a steep, consistent, steady state climb. But for me, you've got to be a strong climber to be convinced you are going to stay clear. I mean, Christopher Morgan, is currently leading that climbing competition. Kowalski and Batty are the riders behind him. Does he want to give himself some running room on that? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure running room is going to cut the mustard today. I think no matter how much sliding room you put between you and the group behind, the climber's going to come to the fore. They're going to go well. They're going to ride up there. And if you are a non-climber, today is about getting to the base of Fuji somewhere near, and then get over the top and try not to think too much about it on the way. Right, into category 2, our penultimate race category. Matthias Van He had enough of losing the jersey to Mesik Mindakowicz on the preceding stage. He no sooner lost it as he claimed it back, taking the race lead as well as taking the win, sprinting clear on the run into the finish ahead of Nikolai Damsgaard. Damsgaard's third place takes him from outside the top 10 into third position in there, taking second place in that race overall. Even Bennett, the rider who's been hovering inside the top 10 consistently, takes third place, 4.75 seconds down. Great race and great run into the finish. Do have a watch back. Meanwhile, long-time breakaway rider, SS, hoovered up 10 points in the sprint competition, took 25 points in the climbs competition, takes both of those wins, but at the end wasn't able to stay clear. That bunch charged down at the end. They claimed that time back. They got the gap down and came over the top.
Well, just 15 seconds. Well, sorry, the top 15 within 10 seconds, 0.07 of a second separating the top 2.
Indeed. Now, the top team, as they came in, was the Goats. They've still held on to the top spot, with the Smarties squad moving from 5th to 2nd place. ABC Sports holding on to 3rd, BL13 Watt Bobs in 4th. The UAE Clan team moved from 6th to 5th. Maple Baguettes from 9th to 6th. The Hitmen down 2nd to 7th. But when we're talking about this, we are not talking huge time gaps at all in these. The Hitmen down Raiders of the Storm moving up a couple of places. Cycling District 9 dropping down a place. The BMC Elite Racing Movement and DMH also moving up. A number of teams losing riders. Will any Category 2 teams lose their riders today? Well, they're up and away. They're out from the pen. They're out and racing. Tough day yesterday for a lot of Category 2 riders.
Yeah, but also such close racing yet again. 23 seconds separate the top 5 teams. I'm just going to let that.
Goats, Smarties, ABC Sports, Watt Bombs, and the UAE Clan team.
Just let that sit a little. We are stage 5 of an 8-day stage race. And we go into stage 5 with just 23 seconds separating the top 5 teams after 18 hours and 24 minutes of racing.
Just phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Yes. Well, at 500 metres into this race, we are up to pace. Quick. Trojanowski on the front, SS Kisnowski. Skierski is there as well as Sultan Milostic is watching the pace too. The entire pack of Category 2 riders are rolling towards the first checkpoint of the day.
Indeed. Now, let's take a little bit of a look inside that top 10. All the names on there are within 10 seconds of our race leader. Matthias Vanhee, it showed his spirit, didn't it? It showed his determination. It was the I'm still in the hunt. I'm still in the run. Yep. I'm still in a position where if I get that win, I can take away the jersey. He did that. He deposed Masit Mendekowicz. Damsgaard rocketing his way up into there. Kane, Guerra, Bennett, Coyson all in the mix. Morel up there as well. Got Darcy, Kaplinski. But realistically, the big story of this, as Matt Neely drops the tub of in-race refueling here in the studio, the big story here in Category 2 is that if you are in the leading group of riders, so basically if you are within 18 seconds, and that is Ibrahim Al-Rafai in 16th place. You are, sorry, it's not. It is, if you are in that leading group, and I'm just going to make sure I get the maths right here, you've got to be within what is 17 seconds, Lucas Hoffman. I think at 30 seconds, SS is just about there. Ross Fawcett's at 2 minutes, and I think therefore you're out of it.
Well, talking about the sprint competition as well, Olivier Simmons currently with 31 points. Skierski and SS tied on 25 points behind. This sprint competition is not over and is likely just to heat up as this race keeps on going. The mountains competition, that's Alvarado sat at the top of the tree with 43 points. Adrian Alvarado has been climbing really, really strongly. But take a look again. Kane and SS tied on 32 points behind. This is not over yet either.
No, that's the King of the Mountains competition. Alvarado's been strong all the way through there. Kane and SS have been in the mix. They're both on 32 points. Don't discount Mr. X100, though, today. Likes a long climb. Really, really likes a long climb. Always goes well on those. He's at 26 points in 4th. I'm not sure that you could say that the top 3 are secure because of that position of Mr. X100 of the UAE Clan team in that climbs competition. You're talking about the sprint competition with Olivier Simmons. I mean, he's held that jersey for a long time now, behind super, super close. But again, Mr. X100 in 4th place. If he has a good day today, that is what's going to be really, really key. Have a good day today. You're going to have a great day. You're going to be away. I can't imagine that Category 2 are just going to roll up the Sako Namichi climb. I just can't imagine that. I think it's going to be flat out, and it's going to be about whose legs hurt the most, who's prepared to suffer there, and who can go over the top of that. And that could make the selection in Category 2 more so maybe than in some of the other categories.
Yeah, Category 6 are indeed up and over, you know. They're up and over the first climb of the day, and I'm just taking a little look at how many of those riders. Well, within about 8 seconds of each other, there are 13 riders at that point in Category 6. Then we start to get some really big time gaps. So that's going to be interesting to see how that group comes back together or whether it does. Category 2 at the 3.2 kilometre marker, they're 1,000 metres out from the first sprint checkpoint of the day. That's going to be an interesting one, given the state of that sprint competition. Well, Tagasugi is the rider we are in with at the moment, tightly ensconced in the bunch, but the bunch is long at the moment, indicating a strong pace on the front, leading them towards that sprint checkpoint. There is Tagasugi on our screens. He's been putting in some fabulous race efforts, and good to see you, sir, and really, really been racing strongly. Mundell is here, Bjarhead is here, Wozniak, Riddle, Kaplinski, all in the mix as the push really comes on the front now. They're around 500 metres out, and it's Becker, Skierski, Graves and Trojanowski. Simmons now coming through fast.
So Simmons on the way. This is the green jersey leader of the sprint competition on his way back up at the front with Skierski being closed down by Simmons. Graves is behind, so is SS. They've been overtaken by the flying Simmons. He may well get back, but I'll tell you something, he's not going to get Maciej Skierski. He's going to have to be content with 4 points here today. Super sprinter Simmons, well, he's adding to those points, and that, I think, is going to make things very, very interesting as they go further through, because Skierski closing down the gap on Simmons by taking that extra point there. 5 points for Skierski, 4 points for Simmons, 3 for Becker, 2 for SS, 1 for Maciej Mindakowicz, and a monstrous move over the top. As we see the big kick coming from Maciej Mindakowicz, the man who broke clear and rode his way into the finish to take the jersey off Van. He's gone on the attack.
Not afraid of a long breakaway, Mindakowicz, at all.
Not afraid. He was positively embracing it.
Well, 60 plus kilometres still to go, and Maciej Mindakowicz puts a huge dig in, goes over the top of Skierski. Graves, Graves is on the front of the group behind, and Mindakowicz now, Skierski not going with him. Skierski sat up. Skierski's gone, basically. Maciej Mindakowicz, you want to do this, you do this on your own. Well, Trojanowski is the rider pushing from behind now. Marcin Trojanowski, Maciej Mindakowicz, 2 riders who have done breakaways this week. But Mindakowicz, you can see him on the screen. The legs are turning, the pedals are rolling, and he's sitting now at a strong tempo.
He's clearly enjoying the bamboo forest, the greenery in the background of the pain cave there, like a good plant in your pain cave. In the studios here at Full Speed Events, I was actually watering the plants this morning.
Were you?
I did indeed. I do look after the plants. I don't talk to them much. I must admit, they probably hear enough talking on the basis that they are in the studios. However, Maciej Mindakowicz is clearly harnessing that green power that he's getting the power of the bamboo trees, pushing him along. They're interconnected, trees. It's like one big network below the soil. Emma's just shocked into silence.
Whilst Matt is discussing The Secret Life of Trees, Michael,
great book actually. Secret Life of
Shadow
Trees.
is on our screens. Less concerned with the trees, not concerned with the puddles either, as he continues to push here in Japan on MyWhoosh. The Category 2 race now is well underway. The Category 1, the last group of riders away for Stage 5 on the MyWhoosh Championships, are ready to go.
Headlines from yesterday. Oh my goodness, race exploded. Category 1 decided that was a stage where we were going to see massive changes, certainly in terms of the overall. Jason Osborne took the sprint win, ripping down the road with Michael Vink after having left Wu behind in that final sprint. Those were the 3 riders who came into the finish clear of everybody else. The rider who was 4th on the stage was Ollie Jones, the leader coming into the stage. Osborne with the win, Vink in 2nd place, Wu in 3rd. Michael Vink took all of the sprint points. Jason Osborne was, out to clean up in those climbing points all the way around the circuit. And that was really, really telling as they went out and round. In terms of the team competition, big moves, boss moves only squad on the strategic day for the general classification for each rider. They've moved from 4th place into 1st place. They take the team lead 17 hours, 31 minutes, 56.896 seconds. Behind them, you've got Aber Synergy holding on to 2nd place as Alpha Jaw dropped from 1st to 3rd and Farmwood Squad dropped from 3rd to 4th. The Venga Boys, Natural Born Grillers and Lay Domestics pretty much settling into their positions. Vega Boys 5 minutes behind the Farm Watt squad. But on a day yesterday where we saw Michael Vink push himself up into the overall lead. A day when we saw Osborne take the win, and Boss Move's only squad, who both those riders ride for, move into the lead. They've set themselves up for an absolutely tough day today. They broke clear. They made the racing hard yesterday. It's going to be hard racing today, and it's going from the gun. Zach Nair has gone on the front and is doing an all-port with Johan Noren.
Well, Nair is on the front, and so is Noren. These two riders, not to be discounted at all. They really can drill, they really can drive. And I tell you, if Nair's on the front, there's a plan. There's a very serious plan, and I'd be frightened right now. The rider for me yesterday who really stood out was Yongfei Wu. Moved himself up 7 places on GC into the top 3.
Yeah, Nair and Noren on the same squad.
Yes.
Overall, they're riding for that Farm Watt squad of Harris, Noren, Pucker, Nair and Andreasen. So an interesting move by the two teammates on the front. The overall standings on the top of your screens. Big time gap starting to open up here. So Vink and Osborne, the 1-2, with Wu moving right the way up into 3rd from 10th place. Good to see as being the only rider that could stay with the Boss Moves Only Express. Vink and Osborne with the 1 and 2. Wu in 3rd. The leader coming into the stage, the man who had taken victory after victory on the flatter stages, Ollie Jones, stayed with them initially. He couldn't stay with them in the end. He was broken and he dropped 30 seconds on the overall. He's the only rider, though, within 2 minutes of the race leader outside of Wu and Osborne, because the next rider in 5th place, that's Stefan Van Els, 2 minutes down, and all the rest of the riders, well, Van Els, Safasedi, Chirek, Pucker, Skirski and Knudsen, they are within 3 minutes, 4 minutes back to Andreasen.
Well, really interesting to see both Pucker and Skirski move into the top 10 yesterday. Both riders climbed 3 places. They are the 2 riders battling it out in the under 23 competition. There's just 1 second separating them after 4 stages. Well, in the sprint competition, it is Michael Vink holding 47 points from Jasper Paradians. Paradians, we would expect him to clean up the sprint competition, but Vink, eagle-eyed, yesterday all the sprints were after the climb. So climb, then sprint, climb, then sprint, climb, then sprint. And Vink sweeping up those points. Puts him at 47 points to Jasper Paradian's 42. There's still a lot of sprint points on offer, though, and 9 sprints on the final stage. The King of the Mountains competition will be decided today because there are 25 points available today. Jason Osborne, though, it's a big gap for Wu to close.
Can't be done. Game over.
It is. In fact, Jason Osborne is going to wear that polka dot skin suit right till the end now.
So long as he makes it to the finish, the battle behind for 2nd place, so it's not over.
No.
And remember, they're looking to score points on the way through. Now we're in with Michael Vink. Michael Vink, defending champion of the MyWhoosh Championships, because the last championship was 2023. MyWhoosh choosing to focus on running that very first running of the UCI World Championships in person for 2024. But this year, taking on everything, I think, pretty much by the scheduling at the moment. And Michael Vink defending in style, and he went out on a mission with Jason Osborne, and it really was a case of, if you want to be in contention on this race, you've got to be with us. He really absolutely nailed it yesterday. I was so impressed by the tactics of Michael Vink. He couldn't take the stage win. Jason Osborne took that, but Vink moving into the lead, he's 1.183 seconds ahead of Jason Osborne. I mean, they're basically tied at this stage, and it's going to come down to who's climbing well. Bearing in mind, Jason Osborne has already won that King of the Mountains competition. Wu in 3rd place. Today's really going to be looking, I think, can Wu take that on stage? Can he actually outclimb Vink and Osborne on this climb? It's a big ask.
We just don't know who's feeling the fatigue.
No, and he did have, Wu had the advantage that he could sit in and say, well, you the 2 riders here with 2 of you in the mix, get on with it. Ollie Jones, he's got to come back, press that reset button. For me, Jones is the rider with a lot to do here
well,
today.
interesting what is going on behind Noren and Nair, who put the push in from the start and have really drag stripped this out. Now, everybody else in the pack leaving it to Michael Vink and Jason Osborne to chase. And well, why wouldn't you? It's theirs to lose.
There is
well,
a protocol.
exactly.
If you're in the leading team, if you've got the leading rider on GC, it's up to you to chase because you've got the most to lose. And then it's a game of brinkmanship because we've got to remember Johan Noren, along with Nair, are riders who are in the same team as Team
And Nair is a good
Tactics going
stage
on.
race racer.
He is indeed.
And Noren is a great mountain biker and climber.
Well, one man who came to the fore in that 23 championships that Vink won, Khan with his brother, both in this pack. Good to see Khan. He's smiling big style today. Clearly, I'm hoping that's a smile because you're looking forward to the racing here, Khan, because the racing today is going to be tough. That's almost a nod. I'm taking that as a nod of the head. I am. And he's not going to tell anybody any different on his way through. Brilliant racing. I think we're going to see Khan really today. This is going to be the day where he's either going to be right at the front or he's going to go, because I know he's going to give absolutely everything today to be in that battle for the overall going in. I mean, he's currently in 4th place overall. He's been right inside the top 10 the whole way. And now I think he's wanted to take it through this stage. Being smart at the moment, let other riders do chasing, let other riders to go on the attack in the early stages. They're at 11.5k here in Category 2. They're about to hit the base of the Sacco no Amici climb. This is going to be tough. This 5 kilometers in distance, 435 meters of ascent, average gradient 8.7, and you can see how steep it is. Franklin Almeida, the sprint leader, just being the distance here. In fact, look at this Almeida on the left-hand side of the screen. Look at how hard he's having to work. Come on, buddy, out of the saddle. We want you over this climb. Ahead of him, the dot-to-dot has commenced because the groups are breaking and are well and truly broken. There are massive gaps.
No more 15 seconds separating the top 10 riders. This is absolute attrition here in Category 3, and it's the first climb of the day that is doing the business. The checkpoint comes at 16.7 kilometers. It's a 5-kilometer climb, however, and however beautiful the waterfalls are to the right-hand side, the gradient underneath the legs hurts.
It certainly does. Category 2 on the right-hand side onto the climb. Left-hand side of your screen, we're in with Johan Noren. He's got Zach Nair, his teammate for company, Pedersen, the rider behind, 5 seconds. They're not making much headway. I don't think they're not going to break clear here as they go through that bamboo forest. Category 1 at 5.8 kilometers. Category 2 climbing on the main climb at 12.2. Just ahead of them on the main first main segment, the first main climb of the day. 14.5k covered. That's Franklin Almeida, who is, as we've seen, just been distanced by the leaders. Category, that's going to be Category 3, right-hand side there. I think that is going to be our fray we're in with. It is. And at the moment, 14.7. Yep, they're still on first climb of the day because it is a brute of a climb. I mean, you said Category 6 had already gone over the top of that first climb earlier on, that they had made that junction. Category 5
and 4 have also gone over.
And 4 have gone over, haven't they?
Yeah, so in Category 5, Simon Llewellyn led the... I'm going to start again. In Category 6, Simon Llewellyn led them over at the top of the climb, taking 5 points. Cadabona, Milano, Silva, Maillard picking up those points. It was a big pack, who went over there together. In Category 5, they were the next group to go over. And I'm just trying to find the front of that race field. It's a good ride and a good race. Category 5, I think it's Felipe Reinheimer who took them over the top. But I am just doing a double check. And I'm doing a double check. It's Bruno O'Donoghue who took them over the top. And the time really strong. Fabian Tapia in 2, Reinheimer in in 3. The reason I am struggling to pull the Category 5 pack apart is because they pretty much went over the top. Not a dissimilar time to the Category 4 pack, where Frank Flores led them over from Mohamed El Alami, and Esbahay Ibrahim picking up 3 points. So the yellow jersey in close contention.
So let's bring in the points from the Kings of the Mountains competition for those categories that have just gone over that first time. Category 6, Catabona leading that competition from Orego, 57 points to 48, with Toro in 3rd, Silva in 4th, and Fabra in 5th place. In Category 5, after the first climb of the day, on the last day of the climbs competition, Ordono, 2 points clear of Tapia, 56 to 54 points. That 2-rider battle continuing onwards. We got Reinheimer in 3rd place with 16 points, and Nicholas in 5th with 15 points. And Category 4, after the end of that part of the climb, El Alami, well, he'd won the competition behind Spratt, reinforcing his 2nd place at Buxter in 3rd. Well, Johan Noren on our screen.
He is indeed, and you can see the sunshine and the blind trying to keep it off. And Noren went down the road with Nair. It looks like Dont and Nitko have now joined him, and Nair's gone back into the fold. But Dont and Nitko happy to help work, and Noren working with them. So Nitko with Noren and Dont.
Nitko.
Interesting trio.
Yeah. I'm just debating because you.
Well, why not? Why not? That's what I say.
Well, why not? Go.
If you are lower down on GC and you've got strong riders in your team, and you've got a really strong trio at the front of the race in Vink, Osborne, and Wu, why not? As a team competition, if you've got 5 riders in your team, put the 2 that are further down up the field, save and reserve the energy of your strong riders for the climbing of the day, and let's play around with it, because you just don't know what can happen. The unexpected can really shake the race. And I think today that's what these riders are doing. So Nair and Noren's early push, trying to shake up that Category 1 race.
Well, Tomoki Takasuki fighting to stay on the wheels here. You can see out of the saddle on this climb, 10.5% the gradient on this elevated wooden trackway, moving through the subterranean world. Tomoki Takasuki really working hard here, the Japanese rider on home turf. I'm sure he'll be thinking about which bits he recognises and which bits he doesn't of the roads here today as they make their way up through the cave. He's here trying to hold that wheel of Kaplinski at the moment. He graves at the moment, distance by 9 seconds. Trojadowski, super strong earlier on this race. He's 10 seconds down. These steeper gradients are taking their toll. Tomoki Takasuki getting some support from Christoph Conant on the chat. Some big shouts out there. Come on, Jason, from James Krasnich. There's loads of people cheering on behind the scenes. Thank you, everybody who's watching. I'm sure you've all got your favourites. And Tomoki Takasuki having plenty of those. The effort that he puts, you can see the commitment from him on this slope to stay with this group. And I'll tell you something, it's paying off.
Well, we talked about Peretti in the women's race yesterday, whether she had a home advantage. The Swiss rider racing in Zurich, did it just give you that extra edge because you just felt like you had to do well today? Does Takasuki, the rider from Japan, feel like Japan is his day? Well, he's digging in deep at the moment at the 13.8 kilometre marker. They've got 2.9k of climbing here to go on this first climb of the day. It's 12% at the moment. Tatu Koinsinen up and out of the saddle, dancing on those pedals at the moment with the fan in front of him. Looking, I would say, fairly comfortable. It's hard work, mind you, but it is all relative. Ross Fawcett is with him. Mashando is with him. Morel, Milostic, Theme, Miller, Nuki. He is in ideal company for climbing here in Japan today. We've got 1 or 2 riders just pushing on at the front, but the pack, well, they're paying close attention.
They certainly are. This, for me, going to be a very telling moment. You've got to stay in it. You cannot afford the gaps to go. You cannot let this start to stretch clear, to go clear on the way up here. This is absolutely crunch time here on the very front. Is Masik Mendakowicz 19 seconds clear of the rest of the group. Ivan Nuki, I think, here leading the charge behind. He is their great climber. When it goes going uphill, Nuki has got the ascendant skills and tapping away. I love this part of the course, the hairpin turn to the left, then to the right, and then you come into this sort of sweeping left. You've worked your way around because of the terrain that you've gone through. Nuki at the moment really putting the pressure on Michel Machado, then Thiem, Miller, Walter, SS right in the mix as well. There are 18 seconds down, though, on Masik Mendakowicz. Mendakowicz climbing so hard here. He's out of the saddle in person. His avatar matching the effort put in by Masik Mendakowicz at the moment. And Nuki in sight behind. 17 seconds to Nuki, 20 to Machado. But the pressure that was put on this move by Masik Mendakowicz, it's really instigated a major fracturing of Category 2. There's a long trail of riders down the hillside. They're being distanced very quickly. And I think Masik Mendakowicz, by putting in the attack, has now delivered the sort of blow that will see this group coming down to maybe 10 riders, 15 riders over the top.
Yeah, I think you're right. And Mendakowicz absolutely taking this stage race by the scruff of its neck and giving it a really hard shake. Ivan Nuki doing a sterling job here, leading the charge for the UAE clan team on this course in Japan. This is a course for me that could really, really suit Nuki. Michel Machado here on our screen. He is watching, he is waiting, he is sitting, he is not letting Nuki go too far. Christoph Thiem and Stuart Miller, Ken, SS, they are all there. Now, I can tell you, Category 3 have gone over the top of the climb. And Niall Batty picking up the 5 points in Category 3, clear of Henry Oya by over 20 seconds. Lewis Ridley in third, Nikhil Kansara in fourth, and Che Holweiler in fifth.
Do you think Niall Batty's got a plan here? Not only to pick up the points, because he's in third place in the climbs competition now because he's taken those points behind Kowalski. He's only 1 point behind Kowalski. He's only 6 points behind Morgan. Now, that means he can't close Morgan out, but he could move to second place. But I think Batty may well have a plan, an eye on the overall here, an eye on the stage victory on a MyWhoosh Championship in that Category 3
I agree
race.
with you completely.
Because if ever there was a race finish for Niall Batty, this is it. He's 4 minutes 34 down. Niall, if you can take the yellow jersey on Mount Fuji after going in 4 minutes 37 down, I'll buy you an ice cream, buddy. Don't buy many these days.
Well, I'll tell you something. It is a race. Well, if I was Niall Batty, this is the one I'd be targeting.
I think so. I think so. I have to just put a quick shout out for Michel Machado's Pain Cave. I know we were busy doing summaries on the way through, but with that red wall in the background, I thought very strong colours, really liked it. That gets a 9 out of 10 for me.
Well, Johan Noren still climbing and climbing strongly. I did say he could climb. He's a great mountain biker and a strong climber. Nitko and Dont, who were with him, are now at 7 seconds. At the 12.7 kilometre marker, he's 4K off of the top of the first climb of the day, 1,000 metres into it. The chase, though, is on behind. I'm not sure, well, we'll find out very shortly where Jason Osborne is, but the polka dot skin suit is starting to climb.
So Osborne and Vink, I think, together, they are currently about 10 seconds behind, 11 seconds behind, at least behind Johan Noren. I've just seen Said Safrazadi's name pop up on that screen. Paradians, Jones as well. I think we're going to see a number of riders they are going to only be a matter of a few seconds down at the early stage of the climb. But interestingly, the boss moves on his squad with Safrazadi, with Osborne, with Vink in there now. Ivan Nuki here on the chase behind Masik Mendakowicz. Mendakowicz 8 seconds up the road. This is Nuki. The gap is coming down. Ivan Nuki surely looking to take away the points at the top of this climb. He'll also be looking to put the hurt on everybody else here apart from his teammates, because he is now on to the climb in category 2 into the terrain he favours. One of the nicest people you'll ever meet in cycling, a coach at the Abu Dhabi Cycling Club that does such amazing work across all sectors, across the entire population in the UAE that go down to that track on Hudaria Island. He does some fantastic work down there with people, getting riders who aspire to be like Kane out and racing, whether that's on cycling esports on the road. The mountain bike track is in progress, being built at the moment.
The
velodrome is being built as we speak. Looking forward to when they open. Having been a very keen mountain biker, having raced the World's Masters on the track, I'm really looking forward to seeing those venues opening and the bringing on of generations of riders that you're going to see. You need a talisman to do it. You've got Ivan Nuki as that talisman. Now, just on the top here, Ivan Nuki, I think, is pulling clear Mr. X100 here on the climb. So I think Nuki at the moment has got Mr. X100 on his heels here. He has. This is the UAE clan team now looking to pull clear. Mr. X100 goes onto the heels of Nuki, and look at this. This is a move because they're starting to accelerate at the top of the climb. Nuki will want to get Mr. X100 up there for the points in that mountain competition. They're looking to close down Masik Mendakowicz. They're not going to let him go. They know the danger of that. They're pushing up to the top. They're at 16 kilometers. They've got to get to 16.7k at the moment. And with Mr. X100 on the heels of his teammate Nuki, they are really pushing. Here's Mendakowicz. Can he hold on? It's 16.1k now under the wheels. Still 600 meters to go. Mendakowicz got himself sliding room. Behind him, Kane is coming as well. This is a real battle here for points in the King of the Mountain competition. Kane sits in second place. Then it's SS on the same number of points. Then Mr. X100 on 26. Only what is going to be 6 points behind.
Well, X100 goes up and over the top. Mendakowicz is there. Kane, Ivan Nuki has done the work for the UAE clan team, closing down Maciej Mendakowicz. His teammate X100 was in the bunch behind. Peter Milostic also coming now, and Stuart Miller. Christoph Thiem is just 4 seconds back. But Kane comes up onto the wheel of X100. Kane is going to contest this.
He has to contest this. I think he can't afford to let those points go here. There are 5 points up for grabs here. Kane is currently only 6 points ahead. He's going to keep that gap down, even if he doesn't take the points from Mr. X100. Kane, though, look at the face of Kane. He now gets out of the saddle, sitting there looking cool. He shakes his head. He's on the wheels here of Mr. X100. He's doing damage limitation. This means there'll be a 1-point gap. This is about Kane defending his lead from SS and Mr. X100 in that second position in the mountain climbers competition, with Adrian Alvarado clear at the front. They go up to the top. Kane kicks. He's going to take those 5 points. Well, he's had to fight off the concerted effort of the UAE clan team. They punches the air in delight.
Nice move.
Yeah, well done. I have ridden behind Mr. X100 up a number of climbs on MyWhoosh, and it's not a place you want to be because, my goodness, he climbs well. Kane managed to take it just on the top there. What a ride. Kane goes over the top. He will take the 5 points. It'll be 4 for Mr. X100. SS in close attendance as well. We may even see a UAE counter-attack over the top in Category 2 on the right of our screen, left-hand side of our screen. Well, Michael Vink, Said Safrazadi, Jason Osborne, all 3 riders from the Boss Moves Only squad right on the front here. Now start to see Young Fei Wu moving up, just taking a little bit of a check. I'm not sure that Noren is still clear on the front. I don't think he is. No, he's not.
Back in the fold.
He's had to go back into the fold. The time gaps in front, too much to hide Noren. So Noren captured, Vink, Osborne, Wu, Jones all in the mix. Vink with the yellow skin suit. Osborne with a polka dot skin suit. You've got the rider with the dark black hair, the black shorts. That is Wu right in the mix here. Pucker is in there as well in that young riders competition. Skierski in as well. They've got to keep on pushing here as the leaders have gone over the top of the first time and are descending here. Kane, Mr. X100, Maciej Mendakowicz, Ivan Nuki, all at the front of this group here. So they're on that descent. Kane, 5 points. Mr. X100, 4 points. SS3. Christoph Thiem 2, Stuart Miller 1. Add those points in. It's Alvarado, Kane, SS, X100, all 4
Well,
riders at
I
the
can
top of the
tell you
standings.
what's really interesting is the second group on the road, 8-9 seconds back, has got some absolute stars in it and some people right up on GC.
They've
So
got to move.
Ross Fawcett is in that second group. Phil Graves is in that second group. Nathan Guerra is in that second group. So is Jakob Bjorklund, Jan Kaplinski, Trojanowski. They are going to have to move if they want to close this down, because the drive is on at the front on category 2, and there are people who are in the top 5 on GC who have not made the front group.
First selection being made on the top of the climb. Told you so. There is a small group of riders, 15 riders or so. I suggested it would be. It's not quite that big, but my goodness,
not quite that small.
It's not. Well, they are moving. That front group it's enough, isn't it, to go clear? And like you say, that second group have got themselves in trouble. They haven't stayed on the first climb with the leaders. They battled for the mountain points, dragged some real good climbers clear, and Group 2 are going to be in trouble. They are going to lose the potential to contest the finish by the time we hit the base of this descent and go into the Kyoto Sprint. You know, we're going to be 25k in, and we could have seen the first major selection made and people eliminated from the general competition very early before we even get to Mount Fuji.
That's it, isn't it? Take a look at this. And Fawcett and Halen, the 2 riders trying to close that gap down now.
They've got to move.
They do have to move, and they have to take turns. They really have to share the work, because otherwise both of them are going to miss out. Halen coming to the front of the duo. It's hard after that climb on the descent to then put in a team time trial to try and catch this group, because this group are absolutely rolling, and they will not want anybody else to get back on.
They need to think strategically here. Don't think about the fact, oh, yeah, there's one rider, we don't want to chase him. That's so negative. You need to be thinking, look, we've opened the gap on the rest of the riders behind. Let's blooming well go, because if we don't, we're missing out on an opportunity.
Well, category 1 on the right-hand side of your screen at the 15.4 kilometre marker. They're going to be the last group of riders and racers up to the top of the first climb today. They've got 1,000 metres, well, plus a little bit more to go. And Osborne, Vujasin, Wu, Jones, Tugels, Pucker, Van Elst, Skierski, Vink, Safrazadi, they are all in this group. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 riders, I think. Dan Turek just off the back.
So Turek is going to have to push. Daniel Turek, the rider squeezing on behind. He's got to get himself back with this group. He won't want to be distanced. He'll have seen what's happened, I'm sure, on category 2. He'll have had that word that this is such a critical point going over the top. It's not really one of the key things about the Japanese climbs. There's not much transition time at the top. You're going up and very quickly, you're going down.
Yeah.
The Dragon's Nest climb is very much like that, as is this. You don't get the opportunity to go back on whilst the group takes a breath. They're into the downhill. They're doing 80k an hour, and you've got to be there. You can't muck about. You've got to get a wriggle on. Otherwise, you're going to get left behind. You've got to go, and you've got to be with that group. And the group has gone. They are very aware of that, I'm sure, Dan Tugels and co. But they've got to get, sorry, Leonard Tugels and co. They've got to, Dan Turek and co. That's right first time. It was the right Dan. It was a Turek bit that was wrong, saying Tugels. Tugels is in this group, but Dan Turek has to do that. He's got to get on, or he's going to get left, and he can't afford that here. It's the wrong type of parkour. It's the wrong shape of course. It's so easy said, so difficult to do.
Well, it's interesting that Michael Vink is the rider watching the back of the group and, well, seeing what everybody else is doing. Van Elst, Wu, Jones, Tugel, Vujasin, and Osborne right at the front of the group. And this is going to be interesting. I think we're going to see time gaps today and big shifts in GC.
Well, Dan Turek is sitting in 7th position at the moment. And that means anybody below 7th place, but in this group, has got the opportunity to leave him behind. That's one less rider that you're battling for when you go into those final slopes. And I also think it's those final slopes are why you're seeing the riders like Vink just being a little bit more careful here, because he's put down with Osborne the moves. He's got Osborne here to make the move up over the summit, to go for the KOM points. All he needs to do is not lose contact. Don't expend energy on the front. Sit and wait. Let Osborne do the business here today. He's the rider who's fighting at the front. He will want the King of the Mountain points. It doesn't matter whether he's won it or not. He's still going to want to take more points on there. And it is a big but, so will everybody else. Woo and Vink. Interestingly, there's only 1 point between them. There's only 1 point between Vink and Panizza,
Well,
third to fourth place
coming
in that
up for 300 metres to go now in this King of the Mountains competition. This is the first 5 points of the day available. The polka dot skin suit is neatly tucked in, but so is Pucker and Skierski. Turek now 17 seconds back. Paradians with Pedersen, Kaminsky and Kroll at 35 seconds as we turn towards the front of the top of the climb. And it is indeed Osborne who goes off the front. The polka dot skin suit drives away off of the leading group in category 1 to pick up those points in the competition. Paul Skierski kicks to make sure he stays in the group, and there is Skierski on our screen, one of the 2 under-23 riders, well, 3 under-23 riders in this group, because Linda Milostic is in it as well.
So 3 of our really bright young talents here in cycling esports together with that leading group as go up over the top here. And look at this as a push on over the top, not just by Osborne, but a very quick kick to get back in. Skierski sucking in the oxygen.
Well, Osborne picks up 5, Tugels 4, Vujasin 3, Van Els 2 and Knudsen 1. Now, I did see a little bit of social media from Paul Skierski today. Brilliant camera shot gave us a great view of the Pain Cave area where he rides. We can see the medals behind, but can I just say, the cups and trophies on the shelves to his right in front of him. Oh, wow. He has obviously been doing the business right the way through the youth and junior categories.
And these riders don't come from nowhere. You know, you've got such strong riders. Linda Milostic, you've got Paul Skierski, you've got Hayden Pucker. They put their data out there. They put the what's out there. They're riding on MyWhoosh, where every rider is verified by what is the blue ribbon of verification. That's not just applied to the top riders, applied throughout. That massive data that's pulled in, that is there. All those lessons that are learned across all those riders each and every week on the Sunday Race Club being tested, all the way through the World Championship, the verification process for that absolutely first class equipment that's being tested, that investment in putting in that fair racing. And these guys are going out proving week on week they are putting down these performances in those pain caves and racing with the best.
At the moment, it's Hayden Pucker who's in danger because he's 3 seconds off the back of this group. Now, Pucker needs to close down. He needs to get back in here. At the moment, Skierski, Vink, Van Els, Safrazadi, Milostic, Osborne, Tugels, all in here. Knudsen is in here too. Pucker needs to push.
Yep. He does. He's really got to go. He's got to use those watts. You can't ease off now. You can see he's at 5 watts per kilo. He needs to go put down one of his trademark big kicks and get in quick so that he's got the rest of the descent to recover. When he reaches the bottom, there is a sprint coming up, but you've still got more descending. You realistically, when you come off the top of the Sacco Nimachi climb, you drop all the way down to what is 33, 34 kilometers. You know, it's a long way from the summit at just shy of 17 down there. That is a lot of descending. If you're not in the group, the draft takes effect, you're out the back, and you are so in trouble.
Yeah, you are. And it is one of the big things Pucker needs to watch at the moment, or else that race has gone. Well, Mandakowicz disappeared off the front of the category 2 pack. They pulled him back towards the top of the climb. He's now in that leading group. Nuki is there, Ritter is there, Morel, SS, Koinstenen, Moritz Ritter on the front as they head over the bridge on the water. They're at the 26.6 kilometre marker. They're coming up to the Kyoto Sprint for the second time. That sprint checkpoint, you can just make it out on the map on the top right-hand corner.
So coming in to Kyoto, into the historic former capital of Japan at the moment on the front, Mr. X100. He's been done. He wants to keep this group as separate as possible. He wants to make this racing hard all the way into the finish. He is going to take maximum points in the sprint. He won't need to sprint to take those. He's got that gap. I think that's why he was hanging on there, to maximize the points in that competition. But when he's done that, it is job done. This is the group behind the leading group on the road as Mr. X100 scores 5 points now. Do expect to see the push coming from behind. Interestingly, there, it's going to be interesting to see who takes the points going through there because Simmons was leading from SS, from Skiski, from Mr. X100. Mr. X100 gets 4 points, but Ken takes 4, SS 3. Mitchell Machado taking 2, and Ivan Nuki taking 3. UAE Clan team putting 3 riders into the sprint points there to soak up some of those points. I think potentially to take some of those points away from Maciej Skierski.
Yeah, interesting move. Team move, team play. And that team have been playing all day today so far. And it's going to be interesting to see how they choose to get to the finish because they've got 3 riders in this leading group now. The 2 others out of the back in the second group. Now, Con Ken in this group, he's riding really strongly today. Going to be interesting to see how he goes as we move through this stage. We're at the 27.9 kilometre marker. The next climb on the parkour today, the Dragon's Nest climb, that comes up at the 34.6 kilometre marker. It's a 2.1 kilometre climb, average gradient of 7%. Yes, everything in Japan is steep.
Everything?
Well, most of the main climbs in the Japanese world on MyWhoosh are steep. There are some flat routes in Japan on MyWhoosh and some really nice little short routes as well. You can tick them off on free ride. But here today, the 3 climbs that we're using, all steep.
Yep, steep, 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 and more steep. And heading in over the top of this next little rise at 44.8k. This is the Category 6. They are the leaders on the road at the moment. These are your leading riders with Kozul Fabra, along with Silva Llewellyn, Cadabona, Rademacher, Patzel, Mayard is in here as well. Corva in the group. They've got to keep on pushing, though, because if they get distance, they'll be in trouble. Junior Silver at the moment at the back of this big pack here. 13 riders at the moment in Category 6. And I think Pedro Truba behind. He's 14th. He's 1 minute 50 down. Truba, Escobar, Arrego, and Co. It's yo-yoing round about 150 to 210. So let's call it 2 minutes for nice round numbers. Silva needs to stay. Come on, Junior. Keep those gears kicking. Push right through the bottom. Imagine you're kicking the bottom out of a bucket. Wow. Always key. Big kick through the bottom of that pedal stroke. If you're going to use those low revs, you've got to use your cars, you've got to use your thighs. You got to push with everything you've got if you're going low revs.
Well, all I can say is after 4.5 days of racing, you might not have a lot left.
You might not be able to put a dent in the bucket, never mind kick the bottom out of it.
Exactly. So at the moment, at the top of the Category 6 race, 13 riders in this leading group. They're on the plateau now at the 45.3 kilometre marker. They have... 21 kilometres of racing still to go. It's a rolling transition between this point in the race where they are at and the 57.9 kilometre marker, where they start the segment of Mount Fuji. I say the segment because the climbing does start earlier on the run in to Mount Fuji. There's a climb and a plateau before they hit the main segment. The segment just shy of 8 kilometres with an average gradient of 9.7%. It is a brutal wall ahead of these riders. And Simon Llewellyn, well, I was going to say, I wonder whether he's looking forward to it. But I can't think that could be the right question to ask anybody at the moment.
Oh, I think it is. I think it is. I think there's some people who are really, really fired up and waiting to go and waiting for that. They've made the selection. You've made the front group. You know that you're on good form. You're not there by chance. You're not at the front of any one of these categories by chance. You are there because you can do the business there. Now, just
doing the business.
Well, yeah, Andrew Neville Ross, we saw him yesterday giving it everything and more, getting cramp as he went over the finishing line. Do have a look back if you want to see just how hard our riders work for their race finishes. He is the rider who's down the road. And interestingly, Reinheimer is the rider who is left to chase at the moment.
Well, can I tell you what is also interesting? We're in with Neville Ross at the moment, and through the Tokyo Sprint, bearing in mind that Tokyo Sprint was at the 41.3 kilometre marker, so about 2.5k ago, Nicholas Hagland led them through. Neville Ross in 2. Nice launch of the attack, if that is where he's gone. Mountier, Gaviria, Kendall, and Tapia are all on the chase, and in fact, that chase group behind is pretty huge. I'm looking at around 20 riders in that group behind chasing, but Neville Ross is the rider on the front, and he's really doing the business here. 5 seconds at the moment. Reinheimer in 2, Polaka in 3. At 44.1, they're on the climb. It's, as I said, there's lots of little climbs on the run into Mount Fuji, but they're not steep and they're not short.
And when you come in through the factory, through the automaton factory here, and you climb up and you go over the top here, it's a really nasty climb. It's 7% here, and it just keeps on kicking as well. You think you're at the top, and then you got another turn, another corner, another rise, and it goes again. And I think for me, Neville Ross doing the smart move there. I think carrying and using that momentum from the sprint, go through, get yourself a bit of sliding room. It allows you just that little bit more leeway going on here. Jussi Polaka out of the saddle, still dancing on those pedals. He's not forcing that pedal round. You can see at the moment just bobbing up and down, dancing away, tapping out that rhythm. It's going uphill. He's clearly confident there. Good to see Jussi. He's even got the time. Look, he's on the climb. He's right at the front of the race, and he's got time to wave. That is a rider who is looking forward to today's finish and looking forward to really showing us what he can do here today. Neville Ross, Polaka, O'Donoghue, Lennon, along with Kendall, Reinheimer, Gaviria, Roy. They're all in the mix. This group has come back together again as they come over the top here. There are riders behind who have been distanced out of this group, and I think they will be saying bye-bye to the group. They're not going to see it again because we're just getting closer and closer to the big climb, the finish of the day.
Well, getting closer and closer to the Kyoto Sprint, which is at the 27.1 kilometre marker, 300 metres ahead. And Michael Vink has popped his head out of the pack. Vuyasin Pucker-Tugels behind. Hayden Pucker has closed the gap back down and got into that group. Chapeau, young man.
Yeah, well done to him for getting in before the sprint went. Michael Vink just going, do you know what? I might have 50 points already. I could do with a few more. I want to go in with a bit more of a margin. I'll go off the front. Yep, thank you very much. Nice little cruise over the line. I don't have to sprint for those points. Ski in second, getting points here.
Sneak in 4. Nice, that little move there from Pau Skierski. Just sweeping up 4 points. Osborne taking 3, Wu taking 2, Tugels taking 1.
And that now means that with 50 points left to go, Michael Vink's 5 points, Pau Skierski's 4 points, Jason Osborne's 3, Wu's 2, and Tugels 1 are added to their point score overall. 55 points for Vink. Skierski coming in third place, closing down on Paradians. He's got that gap to 12 points. And remember, tomorrow, last day, we've got 45 points.
Yeah, we have. But let me just give you a rundown of the 12 riders in this leading Category 1 group. Michael Vink leading them through, Pau Skierski in 2, Jason Osborne in 3, Yongfei Wu in 4, Leonard Tugels in 5, Lana Vuyasin 6, Said Safrazadi 7, Ollie Jones 8, Stefan van Elst 9, Michael Knudsen 10, Hayden Pucker in 11, Lyndon Molostic in 12. Then it's a 30-second gap back to the second group on the road. In that second group, Kroll, Turek, Kaminsky, Pedersen, Paradians, Power, Andreasen, and Panizza.
Great group.
Two groups on the road in Category 1, separated by 30 seconds. 12 riders in the leading group, rolling as they move towards the 30-kilometre marker. That's not even halfway on this course today. 66.3 kilometres, 1,756 metres of climb. And if you want to know how high Mount Fuji is in real life, it's 3,776 metres high. We're not going up that far today. We're not going into the snow. Mount Fuji, a dormant volcano. Its last eruption, 1707, and apparently the eruption continued into 1708.
Well, yeah, they're not all explosive, big Pompeii, Vesuvius, cover everything in ash, job done, or like Mount St. Helens,
It lasted
you know, where it blew
months
half of the
and
mountain
months
off.
and months.
Japan is in the ring of fire. Japan is affected by tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanoes. It is a tough place to be. You know, oh yeah, and big, dirty, great cyclones and storms coming in as well.
Yeah.
It's
Do you know, I've been out in Hong Kong when a big storm came in, when a big cyclone came in, and to the point where they shut all the everything was shut. The hotels were shut, the shops were shut, everything was shut. All the barriers were down, all the banners were down. There were security guards on the hotel stopping people going out. It was amazing. The weather, phenomenal.
Well, we're going to see if the pain cave of Emil Ivanov is going to be proof to the weather that's going to unfold here in Japan in Category 5, even on with Peter Sona, with Gonzalez, with I think that's going to be a Bertrand in there as well. Just keeping a quick check here on these riders as we bounce about. Joel Warren in this group. Hagland is there as well. It's a real mix. They're pushing on quite nicely here in that group. Meanwhile, left-hand side of your screen at what is a 46.8k, the leaders are in there. So our chasing group there that has got Bertrand Castro in the group and moving just ahead of Wojciech Sebsa are chasing the leaders. The leader Reinheimer in here. Ephraim Mamba is separating Lenador from Reinheimer. So very interesting. It's breaking up. And we're not on the main climb. We're going in towards the dip down. This is actually the run in down, I suspect, into the kick out that brings us up towards the climb proper fairly shortly indeed. So here we go. Lenador on the move. 7 seconds clear of Reinheimer, O'Donoghue, Kendall, Brambati and co. The biggest, well, basically the chase group on the road.
I'll tell you what, they're letting the yellow jersey do the chasing behind as well. O'Donoghue in the polka dot skin suit sat on his wheel, but Reinheimer being made to do the work. If he wants to defend that jersey, he's going to have to work for it. Though a trio of Brazilian riders coming to the front. Lenador at the moment right off the front and continuing to push and drive here. Steady pace. Reinheimer, well, no real movement now. The power has come off behind.
And taking a look into the pain cave here with Lenador in that pain cave. I'm loving the two different bikes. The bike on the right, full size, on the left-hand side, smaller wheels, smaller bike.
Smaller person.
Smaller person. I suspect that's the next generation of riders coming on. A future rider, hopefully, of the MyWhoosh Championships. Will they be a rider who's going to come in with us? Lenador's got a long way out here. It's an unusual place to go.
Did you just see the sign across the road? I think it said it's hard to be sad when you're riding a bike.
It is.
Particularly if you smile.
Yes.
It's hard to be sad when you smile.
I don't know. I could try that too. I'm sure we had a very similar conversation in the women's race.
Yeah, we did. And but at the moment, there's no similar conversations going on here because this is Category 5 on the left-hand side of your screen. They are dialing it at the moment on the climb. On the right-hand side of your screen at the 51-kilometre marker, these are the leaders on the road, the Category 6 group who came out of the start pen first. At last count, there were 13 riders in this leading group rolling towards the foothills of Mount Fuji. They are indeed the first group of riders who are going to face the slopes in Japan. They've been out of the pen for 1 hour 37 minutes already.
Now, Emma, did you have, I know you're one for facts and figures.
Yeah.
Did you have an estimate of what you reckon this time would be for this race?
I had an estimate for Category 1.
Okay.
So I reckon Category 1, well, my estimate's here around 2 hours 30. But I have to tell you, I've estimated the finish time of Category 1 every single day. And I did that before the competition started. So right the way through all 7 stages across 8 days, I sat down and I took a look at what I thought the Category 1 finishing time would be. So far, some days they've been quicker. Some days they've been steadier, and that is about the nature of the stage race and how they are rolling. So been really interesting. But my call yesterday, they were slightly faster.
Yeah.
Today, it's going to be interesting. It's a shorter stage, and I sort of put a rough guide estimate that yesterday's stage and today's stage, they could well be around the same time for Category 1. Yesterday was 80.8 kilometres, 1,398 metres of climbing. Today, 66.3k, so significantly shorter, but with more climbing, 1,756 metres. I'd estimated that they were roughly going to be the same. If you just bear with me one second.
So that time that you estimated was
2 hours 30, and yesterday the men were a lot quicker.
2 hours 30 minutes, and yesterday the time was much quicker, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2 hours.
Okay.
They raced hard and they raced fast on the front.
I have to say, because Emma does do the estimations of timing most of the time, if not all of the time, in fact, here in the studios, being the professor of the two of us, that her accuracy is usually absolutely spot on.
Can I tell you?
So the racing clearly very active.
No, it is very active. And let me just put this into context. So the women raced in Japan earlier on today. The course record, the women's course record in Japan, they had once before raced on that course. And we'll come back to this after we've gone through the Dragon's Nest climb here for Category 2.
So Category 2, the push being on up at the front there, and you could just see that Khan Kayan absolutely flying. Kayan is closing. Is closing in on Alvarado. This is clearly a mission for Khan Kayan today. He's stretched out his lead over Mr. X100. Khan Kayan has got 5 points from that climb. We saw him push last time to take points. SS, then Mr. X100 behind, are getting points as well. Then it's Gaddazi and Ika Morel. Khan Kayan is now 1 point. 1 point behind Alvarado, with the big climb of the day to come, with triple points on offer.
He could be taking that polka dot skin suit.
I wouldn't want to bet against him the way he's going. He's just got to not do too much too soon. Should we go back to some numbers?
Yeah, let's go back to that conversation, because in the women's competition, bearing in mind we're stage 5 of an 8-day stage race, rest day tomorrow, the women went to Japan today, as the men are as well, on Mount Fuji. Once before, the women have raced that course back on the February Sunday Race Club final, identical course to today's stage race in the women's. The course record in the women's, held by McCarthy, 1 hour 26:52, set on that February Sunday Race Club, a single day race. Today, both first and second in the women's Category 1 race beat the previous course record.
On day 5
of a stage race.
5 stages.
That is how strong this race is.
It is. It just shows you just how much riders are investing in this race, how much they've got invested, how much they want to be up there. One man, I'm sure, who would absolutely love to shake things up today, Lionel Vajassin, out of the saddle here, kicking through those pedals. He's in with this group. They're at 34.9k. They're 300 meters into the Dragon's Nest climb. Jason Osborne leading the climb competition behind Wu, then Vink, Panizza and Jones. Those are the riders in the hunt in the competition in terms of climb points, and the climb competition will finish today. However, this is about staying in contention for the overall as well. Not wanting to be distanced. You've got to be strong. These riders are probing, they're pushing, they're looking for weakness, they're waiting for riders to go off the back. They know that they are going to put the pressure on and that riders are distanced. It is that calculating. These riders are doing that processing as they ride at full speed. More calculations able to be made, more data available for the riders. One of the unique things about cycling esports is the volume of data available both on the rider who is racing, but also to that rider about the competition, because they're able to see what the riders about them are doing on the nearby list on the right hand side. If you're Ricardo Panizza, you know that Dan Turek is currently doing 7 watts per kilo next to you. You know what power he's able to put down. You know what his watts per kilo are. You've got that data. You can see Mikhail Kaminsky at the moment in zone 5 pushing. He's in the draft heart rate 170. They should know. everybody's heart rate, their maximum heart rate's in here, so that if they do get to see another rider, they know how close to the limit that rider's going.
Well,
The more information, the better.
That second group have come back to the first group in Category 1. If you remember
Absolute
last
giveaway.
time we were here, we were talking about a gap back to Kaminsky and indeed Turek. And I'm looking at the name Hayden Pucker and trying to talk about Dan Turek. It's a bit like patting your head and rubbing your tummy at the same time. Well, up the road, we see a push. They're at the 35.6 kilometre marker, and the push is coming here on the climb.
Vink and Osborne on the front, riding off the front. That was not an attack. They've literally just ridden off the front. They were waiting to see who responded. No prizes for guessing that. I think that was Wu who has put the response in straight away. He's very attentive to those riders. He knows that he needs to be right on that sharp edge on this climb here. Bjorn Andreasen out of the saddle here in the pain cave. Great to get a view of Bjorn, the former world champion in cycling esports. And this group are charging, and they're charging for a reason, because in front, the top three riders starting to accelerate, starting to break clear. They're starting to open a gap. They don't want to let them go here on the Dragon's Nest climb. They're at the top of this climb, 36.7k. They've still got 700 meters to go. They've got to keep pushing. If that gap opens, you saw what happened yesterday in Zurich, or you should have been watching, because my goodness, it was an absolutely thrilling stage. But this now key. What can they do? Who is going to close this gap down? It's not opening enough here. I don't think there's going to have to be another squeeze here. When Vink puts the power down, when Osborne and Wu do on this very top part of the slope, can they open a gap? Look at this, adjusting straight across.
It down.
Yeah, he's not letting any air get in there. He's going to bring these riders back, so they're not in a position to open up, and people have to cross the gap. Really interesting move. They closed that down again. It was a steep section. Now over the top. Are we going to see a squeeze? Is Osborne just going to go, well, do you know what? I'm just going to go for the climb points instead.
Well, it's an interesting move, and the question is, do you just go for the climb points, or do you just keep going? I mean, it's a really long transition from the top of the Dragon's Nest climb to the base of Mount Fuji. There's a couple of rollers along the way. Nothing really, I don't want to say nothing really to break the group, because that's where the group will then be broken. But Vink at the moment pushing on with Osborne, Wu, Power, Vuyasin. Kel Power closing the gap down at the moment. And the three riders who went clear yesterday, Osborne, Vink and Wu, showing that they are dominant in terms of climbing. But the rest of the riders at the moment, adamant, those three are not leaving the group.
Well, they haven't yet left the building. They're still within sight. They're still actually being passed here. Jason Osborne is going to put that extra little kick in, because he wants to take away the points in the King of the Mountains competition. He won't want anybody to go round him. Interestingly, it's Tugels who's challenging him on his right-hand side there. Leonard Tugels says, well, if you're going to go up there, I'm going to go with you as far as I can. But Tugels there marking Osborne. Osborne that comes off the power. It's Osborne taking 5 points. Tugels taking 4. Kel Power taking 3. Vujasin taking 2. And Andreasen taking 1 point.
Yeah, really, really interesting. Now, Power and Tugels, part and partial of Yunfei Wu's Aber Synergy squad. Van Elst is also in that squad, and Paradeans. That team really well represented today. And the question is, who are they working for? Well, I think the answer is
everybody.
Well, Marshall Wu, I think. But closing those gaps down and really not letting the Boss Moves Only squad dominate today so far.
And Boss Moves Only squad, with that move up the road, they're putting themselves in the driving seat. They're already in the lead, moving into that lead in the team competition yesterday. 2 minutes, 16.044 seconds clear of Aber Synergy, as we take a little bit of a check down into categories. It's good to be able to drop in with Mikkel Kozel here. Mikkel, one of the riders that we saw running earlier on during the week. I think it was stage 3. that we saw Miguel Kozel, a green jersey that day. Today, the wind blowing a white shirt here. You can see it's definitely blowing, though, making a little bit of a cooling effect. Kozel nicely in this group. Milano, Patzel, Mayard, Fabra, along with Radamaki, Silva in there. It's definitely a very good group. 13 riders in the leading group in Category 6. They are now at 56.5k. They're on that last countdown running into the climb. There is that kicker that comes in just before, but they take the turn. It's not going to be long before they do the big turn off the T-junction on to the climb. Meanwhile, we're going to drop in with Category 2. Hoffman, Wozniak, Mendakowicz. Doing a Mendakowicz good for a breakaway.
Yeah, they are. They're around 7 or 8 seconds ahead. And notice it's the UAE clan team on the front of the group behind. But Wozniak, Mendakowicz and Hoffman. Wozniak on our screen at the moment. At 3-rider breakaway, you can just see the group coming round the corner behind. At the 43.6 kilometre marker, they're about to go into one of the small climbs before the longer run towards Mount Fuji. It's really, really rolling. Well, I say rolling. This is actually quite a significant climb here. But there are a lot of smaller climbs on the run in to Mount Fuji.
And that is one of the things when we look at that course profile, because when we have a massive climb like Mount Fuji on the end, which is 766 meters, it almost makes you forget that the sections in between can be enough to break a group because they don't look much on the course profile. Whereas if this was a smaller elevation course, generally you didn't have that big mountain at the back, you would get to be able to see the little undulations, the finer detail, that granular detail a little bit more. And that's why it really does pay to ride and to race on MyWhoosh regularly, to know what the courses are like, to know how the climbs ride. Our 3 leaders clear on the front, the chase coming behind, Tatu Koistonen in that group.
Well, I can also tell you that a couple of riders who weren't in that group have got back to the group. So Ross Fawcett back in the group as one of them. So yeah, it's been really interesting to see riders come back in and on. A number of riders not in the group: Guerra, Darnan, Bjorklund and Graves, 4 of them.
Now, just seeing Khan Kane in there, just in that summary, Khan Kane go off the front of the chasing group. He's bridging across to our trio. This is a dangerous move for everybody else. Khan Kane broken clear of Category 2 pack, moving across to the Category 2 breakaway riders here. That now is a very smart move. He's gone across on this climb on terrain that he prefers, and it's going to put the pressure on this group of chasers. Fawcett out of the saddle. He's got Morel for company, Molostic for company, Godarzi, Van He, Walter, Nuki, Theme, Mist X100 in there, SS is in there, Tattoo Koistonen in there. It looks like they've all got to push Damsgaard in that group as well. Becker is in there, but this is going to be tough stuff. They've got to get a move on. That gap has opened and it's gone on the climb. And as we've seen, it's rolling, it's tough, it's technical, it's difficult to get those gaps down if you let them go, if you're not careful.
Yeah, it is not straightforward, the run in to Mount Fuji. It is not a steady state level parkour. It is rolling with longer climbs, shorter climbs, and some fairly steep climbs as well. So it is breakaway territory.
Look at this. Khan Kane has made the group. Khan Kane, Marcin Wozniak, Lucas Hoffman, and Maciej Mendakowicz. They are your 4 leaders in Category 2 as they come up towards the very top of this climb. According to the time gaps, and I have no reason to disbelieve that, 15 seconds is the gap. 15 seconds, the gap. That means alarm bells will be ringing behind because they know the danger of these riders. That's on the left of your screens, right-hand side of your screen. Junior Silva leading on the slopes of Mount Fuji in Category 6. He's not just leading, he's got a 16-second lead on Milano, on Cadabona, on Montoya, on Radamaki, on Patzel and Diaz. Solo rider Silva clear of the chasers behind. Category 6 at the moment are starting to get a little bit clearer who are going to be the protagonists now on this mountaintop finale.
Oh, it is a seriously good question from the commentary box, and only one our riders can answer. But at the moment in category 6, the yellow jersey is looking strong. The green jersey is there as well of Junior Silver. The white jersey of Riley Milostic just getting gapped now at 2 seconds behind. There he is. He's got Brian Jose for company, but the lead group now of 8 riders. I think they're about to be joined by those 2.
So the very front of the race, Junior Silver gone clear by 25 seconds now. That gap has opened up. It had gone to 15. It went to 17. It went to 25 seconds. It's certainly opened up here. It is a very big gap. So let's see if that can stay. Very interesting move off the front. Let's take a look in at category 5 here. They've got some of the chasers in category 6 with them, but they're now hitting the base of the climb. They've gone round the T-junction. They've taken the turn. They're onto the climb. This is going to be where it counts. You can do what you want before in this race on the way into Mount Fuji, but if you can't climb Mount Fuji in style at the front, you're not going to be contending the overall. Palaka, Gaviria, Brambati, Kendall, Mukhtari, and Montoya and Roy all in this group. Big push required on the climb. Remember, this takes us up the section with the checkpoint on, finishes 500 meters before the summit. That means from the base of that turn, the T-junction turn, it's 7.9k just to get to the archway. Mohammed Mukhtari on your screens. 500 meters from that checkpoint to the finish. Will he be in there? Well, Mohammed Mukhtari smiling. Come on, Mohammed. Stick in that group, buddy. This is where you've got to keep with the pack here. Starting to see the gaps opening up. Is that Catabona starting to go off the front? It's not. It's the white jersey here at the moment. So it looks to me like Tapia is taking it on, and it's having to be answered. They're onto the climb. So Tapia pushing here, Zemiel, Lenador, Hagland, Reinheimer, O'Donnell not able to close the gap at the moment. It's Zemiel who's made the move onto Tapia's wheel here as they make their way onto the climb here in category 5. Tapia, big danger here. Had moved up into 8th place yesterday. Can he continue to push? Zimiel has got the wheel. Hagland is there, but he's breaking riders off the back one by one. They are being distanced. They are being left behind. They're left to scramble for those minor places. They want to stay clear of the big chasing second group. It's 2 full hairpins down the turn, down the slope of Mount Fuji as they make the way up here. The riders in category 5 overtaking all but 13 of the category 6 riders who started 10 minutes in front. And at the moment, Lanador on the front, climbing smoothly. Hagland with him. Tapia, Palaki, Reinheimer holding those wheels. You can see that profusion of jerseys. The white jersey of Tapia, the jersey there of Pulaki in the Masters skin suit. In the green, you've got the yellow skin suit of Reinheimer and O'Donnell at the moment, just losing a little bit of ground. Is this a sign that the mountain leader is in trouble? We'll have to go back to find out, because we're going to go over to category 1 and, well, Danger Man on a breakaway. This is how he won his World Championship title, by going long. Bjorn Andreasen, former world champion, has got 22 seconds on the chasing group behind. The group are not hanging around this 4.5 to 5 watts per kilo, but Andreasen on this rise out at the moment of 44.5k has opened up the gap. Can Andreasen solo to victory in category 1? He would be sweeping all before him, and that would be a big move. He's 3rd overall on the GC. So category 1 have let go clear. Bjorn Andreasen, who moved from 4th to 3rd yesterday, moving his way up in through the rankings, the day before. Andreasen had dropped down to 11th place yesterday, but clearly had something in reserve. And Andreasen, he's not going to be in 11th place when we get to that finish. He's going to be right up at the front. Andreasen pushing. He goes past Alvarado in Category 2. The polka dot skin suit wearer, a great climber to be with on a climb. So, big moves being made on the front of Category 1 on the left-hand side of your screen. Category 2, right-hand side of your screen. Even Bennett on the move. Wozniak at the moment at 49.2k. 200 metres clear of Bennett. Bennett trying to close that gap down to bridge across. Becker also doing the same. Goddard's ahead of Van He. The Category 2 race really fracturing. But at the moment, Mendakowicz and Wozniak, they continue to push onwards. Hoffman makes the move over the top of that Category 3 rider who had just got in between them. So the three riders continue to push up. Kane now makes the way round. Kane making that junction as well. So in Category 1, Bjorn Andreasen, after a bad day at the office yesterday, now looking to break it clear and make that gap 22 seconds clear of the rest of the Category 1 race field, who are not responding at speed. In Category 2, our leading group of 4 are catching riders. They are having to negotiate the riders. Their top right-hand side of his screen, Khan Kane, Maciej Mendakowicz, Marcin Wozniak, along with Lucas Hoffman, and behind Godarzi, Becker, Kalman, Miller and co. It's not an organised chase.
Well, in Category 1, when we said Nair and Noren went off down the road at the start of the race, part and parcel of that Farmwort squad, we said they had a plan. Zach Nair, master tactician, and I'm sure he's the tactics behind the Farmwort squad. Bjorn Andreasen also on that team. That team concerted, clear plan today, and I'm loving the execution.
And is this the ultimate game plan? To send Andreasen, is he the last shot in the salvo? Or is there more to come from them, given who is in the team, Emma? What do you reckon?
Hayden Pucker is in the white jersey. They're going to want to defend that. It's a really, really close run race at the moment. Just 1 second separating Pucker with Skierski, the 2 under-23 riders. Both of those riders are going to be glued to each other. The Farmwort squad will want to defend that. They also want to make their stamp on this race. They're a seriously strong squad. Josh Harris, Australian national champion. Noren Pucker, Nair and Andreasen.
So the riders are making their way up here in Category 1. They're about to go past the base of the climb. And this is one of the really great things about being on MyWhoosh. Actually, to the right-hand side here, you can actually see the start of the climb. They're going to go straight past the base of Fuji here. They're going to go right round and back in again. Emma, this group that we've got here.
Just checking no one was turning right there by mistake.
No, don't turn right. Why would you do that? I have done a race where you've gone round, done laps, so then for the finish, you turn off and go on to the final climb. The temptation not to turn at the very last one and just carry on straight back to the team bus is huge. I have to say, it's not possible here. You're in your team bus, your home, your pain cave, wherever you are when you're racing. So that at least is alleviated. Category 1, big gap opening up. Let's go back across into Category 4. Not been with Category 4 a little while. In with Mika Rusmaki on the way up this climb at the moment. Just taking a quick check. I think Rusmaki in with this big group here. We've got the yellow jersey in here as well. Van der Zandt in here, Ramirez, Pudincini. Sprat distance, though, 3 seconds behind this group. The sprint leader just being pushed back down again. Wojciech is in here. Yannicki. This, to me, Emma, this group losing riders out in the back more than necessarily pushing for a solo lead at the moment. Setting a tempo,
setting a pace, keeping an eye out, keeping their powder dry, because they've got to get to the 66.3 kilometre marker, which is where the banner is and the checkered flag today. There's still some way to go. They're coming up for the 59 kilometre marker, so 7.3k very, very shortly to go. 7.3k uphill is a long way. It's not like you come towards the end of the race and you go, oh, just 7 kilometres left to go. Anyone can ride 7 kilometres. 7 kilometres up Mount Fuji, that's a little bit different.
Yeah, that was a big understatement.
Yes.
If that isn't a contradiction in terms.
A big understatement.
Yeah.
Well, category 4 on the move here on the right-hand side of your screen. A little bit further up the road is the category 6 race. They were the first riders out at the start pen. 2 hours, 2 minutes. Junior Silver has been out from the start pen. His gap now on Mount Fuji, whilst Matt jumps up and down on the other side of the commentary box, is nearly 1 minute.
He's gone.
Fabulous racing.
You talk about having a plan and executing it. Junior Silver has done that. Junior Silver going for the stage win. I cannot see that he's going to push himself up far enough. And I'm going to try and make sure I get this right. 11 minutes, 51 seconds down. He's not going to be challenging for the win. But, big but, he could move himself a long way up. He could potentially push himself up a long way here because how close the riders are around him.
Can I just say, he's been riding stronger and stronger every day. So on day 1, he finished in 41st position. He climbed 9 places on day 2. He climbed a further 4 places on day 3. And yesterday, he climbed 11 places on GC. I think he's going to climb a few more today. He's definitely putting in a fantastic performance. In category 4, we're in with Santiago Ramirez on our screen. Oh, the work being done in that pain cave. Ramirez glued into that group as they head towards the 60-kilometre marker of this race. Votacek is there, Yaniki is there, El Alami is in the mix, Pino is there, Van der Zandt, Rusmaki. Anybody who is everybody in category 4 is in that leading group, and Ramirez is right there with them.
And I wouldn't put it past Mohamed El Alami to go for victory at the top of this climb. He's leading he's won the mountain climbers competition, 69 points to Sprat's 38. Meanwhile, back in with the leader, Andreasen. The gap at the moment, ready for this, 39 seconds.
This is dangerous stuff.
Dangerous.
Bjorn Andreasen won the World Championship title by this type of breakaway. This is seriously dangerous stuff. And the riders in that group, wow, they really need to watch out. They're on the right-hand side of your screen. And it is a steady state pace at the moment in the pack. 18 riders in that chase group behind Bjorn Andreasen. Andreasen just on that descent at the moment. The riders on the right-hand side at the top of the climb, but a very steady state. Turek coming up and over 2 watts per kilo, a little bit of zone 2 recovery work going on there. They're all eyeing up that final climb of the day, and I'm wondering whether Osborne and Vink think they can pull Andreasen back into the fold. What is interesting, just going to take a little look. Category 1, I'm just trying to take a little look about how far down. So Andreasen is 4 minutes down on GC. I'm wondering whether Vink and Osborne don't think that is well, they don't think the move will go out that far today, so are not worried about defending Vink's jersey yet. Well, I wonder how much rope they will give Bjorn Andreasen and whether it will lower him down to the winning ground below. But Anders Bengtsson in the mix here in the Category 2 race. This pack still rolling strongly. They're coming to the 55-kilometre marker. This is, yes, one of the foothills before we get to Mount Fuji. Bengtsson on our screen at the moment, up and out the saddle, tapping along a rhythm in the sunshine. The pack, well, it's not as big a pack as we have seen over the earlier stages in Category 2. It's still a good-sized pack, though. We had 20 riders in here last count. Well, Morel is in here, Kointsnen, Fawcett, X100, Mutaway is here, Bennett is here, Walter, Godzari, all in the mix. Kalman is here too. X100 just stretching his legs yet again at the front of the pack, around 6 seconds clear. The UAE clan team have been really active today. So Godzari at the front of the group. In fact, Godzari now coming off of the front of the group and pushing here to look to do the chasing work to close down X100. Khan Kayan, Wozniak, Mendakowicz and Hoffman. In fact, you know what? I'm thinking this group of 4 are clear. How far clear, though, are they? Wozniak, Mendakowicz, Khan, Kayan and Hoffman. They are looking like they're around just under 30 seconds clear of the chase group behind. Take a look at that. X100 is trying to bridge. X100 is off the front of the chase group behind. But this group climbing strongly as Wozniak, Mendakowicz, Kayan continue to push.
Yeah, Hoffman just being distanced there. I'm not kind of surprised by that in some ways. When you go onto this climbing territory, Khan Kayan going to come to the fore. We know Wozniak can climb, and we saw Mendakowicz climbing. That's been the foundation of the way he's gone clear and opened up gaps before on the Sunday Race Club. So those gaps have opened. Missed X100 trying to close up behind, just coming past riders racing in the category 3 and 4 race. We're on the big, when you get on a big climb and you put Mr. X100 on a big climb, he's going to climb strongly. It's just the way of the world, isn't it? And this is that climb that precedes the major climb. This is the run up onto the plateau that you then climb up onto Mount Fuji from. So you've got to get to the T-junction, then take that turn. You've got to get up the climb first to do so. A really interesting development there. Will we see Mr. X100 able to close and bridge across? The UAE clan team looking to score as many points in as many categories as they can. The man looking to take away overall victory, Nick Squillari, here in category 3 on the climb at the moment. And Squillari, that gap that he's got to Guarin, 2.576 seconds. I mean, it's just not, it doesn't exist, does it, basically? If it comes down to that, and we have seen leads change in the women's race at the top of Mount Fuji by fractions of a second. Literally fractions of a second have been decisive at the top of the climb. You can't let anything go. You can't let those little gaps go. You've got to be in position. Squillari in here. Would you, as we go up here, he's holding position. He looks reasonably comfortable on this climb at the moment. I know we're on early stages, but 58.9k.
8k of climbing still to go.
Yeah. But he's still looking good.
But there are some strong riders in here. Diduch pushing on, Guarin pushing on, Al Rafray pushing on.
This is the challenger.
It is. Squillari's got a lot of hard work ahead of him.
And if I was Guarin, I would be thinking very carefully about how I make sure that we put him under pressure. How do we do that? How do we go out and how do we squeeze on? How do we make those gaps open up? How do we make those moves? Who can push? It really, really important for him that he's looking out there. And it's not just down to Guarin either. 48, 3 seconds down. Montoya, 3 seconds down. Elos, 4 seconds down. So's Diduch. Brignall had a great day yesterday as well. These riders have got to keep that pressure on. Brignall's in this group. Benjamin Brignall from Canada to the Cycling District 3 squad. He could be the one to push. In with Nicholas Orrego. Good to see Nicholas. I'll tell you something, that's a good cadence at 90 rows per minute on the way up this climb. And that is a big smile as well as he continues to push. Nicholas Orrego in the group. The little bit of a squeeze coming on the front once again here. Again, you see these riders answer. Stayed in this group, absolutely key. Riders in 1s and 2s behind. Once they lose contact, I think they're going to lose contact for good. Just watching that move.
Yeah, I think Niall Batty is on a bit of a charge at the moment towards the front of the group for me. Well, he's got to be eyeing up this climb. He's got to be looking and thinking, this is the climb for me. They're at the 59-kilometre marker. They've got 7.3k to go. And for me, I'm wondering whether Batty is eyeing up the 15 points at the top.
Well, category 3, looking to see who is going to go clear. We're going to see a breakaway. Meanwhile, Junior Silva, the breakaway leader in category 6. 17 seconds at the moment from Rademacher. Has Silva got himself into trouble here by going so early? He is currently at the 62-kilometer marker, and that gap has tumbled. His Rademacher has pushed on. He's broken clear. Montoya, Milano, Cadabona, and Milosic are behind, and this is going to potentially be a decisive moment in the overall, because Rademacher has squeezed on here, and that is dangerous. Come on, Junior. You
Silver's
went early.
Face at the
buddy.
moment. Absolutely. The cadence down to 44 revs a minute. The gradient up to 14%. That resistance that he is pushing against, really, really strong. Well, Silver in one at the moment on our screens in category 6, but Rademacher is closing and closing strongly. Montoya, Cadabona, and Milano just at 38 seconds now back. Riley Milostic at 50. So 6 riders now within 1 minute. Silver, well, his lead is tumbling because this man, Michael Rademacher, is the rider closing it down.
So Rademacher has come in. He had a good day yesterday. Great day at the office for Rademacher. He pushed himself into 4th place. He moved up 8 places that day on stage number 4. It put him into 4th position, 19 seconds down on Cadabona. Now, Rademacher at the moment, the rider that we're in with, has 32 seconds on Cadabona. Cadabona has to respond to this. Montoya also needs to respond to this. He will want to push himself back up into the mix. But for me, this really, really is telling, because Rademacher at the moment making a bid for the yellow jersey as well as for the victory. He goes over the top of Silver. Oh, Junior Silver, well done, Junior. Really putting in the hard graft there to try and take that lead all the way into the top. But heartbreak as you see him being overtaken on the left-hand side of your screen. Can Rademacher now continue to push and take away victory?
Well, this Category 5 race lead are only, 30 seconds back off of the Category 6 race lead at the moment? Well, okay, maybe a minute, because Silver and Rademacher are a little bit further up the road, but Pulaka is coming. We were in Jussi Pulaka's pain cave not that long ago, and he looked fairly chilled, given the fact that this is stage 5 of an 8-day stage race. And you can see why. Today was obviously his day. He's pushing on strongly here. Nicholas Hagland, the rider behind, he's 2 seconds clear at the moment. Brambati, O'Donoghue, Lenador, Mukhtari, Zimel, all in the group.
And Jussi Pulaka, I mean, he had the energy and the wherewithal to be waving at us on the camera as he was climbing. Hagland needs to respond. Hagland, the first rider under threat, I think, potentially here as they go up on to the climber. He's behind Pulaka on the overall. Reinheimer, really the rider in the yellow, who's been distanced by 2 seconds by this group now, in danger of slipping out from the top spot here by that big push on the front here. So Pulaka had given away 4 seconds to Reinheimer in the overall. That has been, I think, overturned here. In fact, it definitely has been overturned here. And now this is the race to try and grab the yellow jersey as well. It's there. It's up for grabs. There is that possibility that Reinheimer won't be able to hold on to it as he starts to go backwards out of the group and out of contention. Pulaka leading. O'Donoghue, the rider, sitting in 2nd place on the road. He is 3 seconds down, but he's a lot further down in the overall. The key moment, I think. Who can respond to Jussi Pulaka? Who can hold him? O'Donoghue is doing so. Brabati is. Hagland just about holding. Mukhtari is also doing the same. Lenador's at the back of the group. And is that the yellow jersey, I think, just squeezing onto the back? No, I think it's not. He's off the back of the group, I think. So Pulaka now needs to make his move and make it. It is the yellow jersey coming on. Just get a better view this time around. Wow, that is a good move by Reinheimer. He's closed it back down again. He went into trouble, but the group have come back up to Pulaka, and that shot at taking the yellow jersey has been answered by the group and by the yellow jersey, Philip Reinheimer. Reinheimer bringing himself back up into contention. He's going to pull up onto the shoulders of Nicholas Hagland, onto the shoulders of O'Donoghue, and he's back in this group. Can he survive many more attacks? So we're at 62.6 kilometres covered of a stage that is 66.3 kilometres long. The rider's travelling at 9 kilometres an hour at the moment on this 14% ascent, this steep section of the climb, a relatively straight section for Mount Fuji. Riders in category 5. The leader's currently at 62.6k, at 62.8k, just a couple of hundred metres up the road. Rademacher at the moment has got 32 seconds on Silver. He's got 37 seconds on Cadabona at the moment. Michael Rademacher looking like the German rider is climbing up into the race lead in category 2. Khan Kane has gone from the group of breakaway riders. Khan Kane has kicked away to try and take away victory. He has opened up the gap. He's on the right-hand side of his screen. Maciej Mendakovic is up 15 seconds. So Khan Kane putting in a bid for glory here on the left-hand side of his screen onto the climb. Bjorn Andreasen is still solo in category 1. He's onto the climb here of Mount Fuji. Has he given himself enough room? Osborne,
oh, wow.
122.
Andreasen is doing what Andreasen does well. Now, we did say there was a big time gap back, and the fact that the leaders in the category 1 race wouldn't be bothered by Andreasen's push. It's a 4-minute gap back to Andreasen on GC. Well, I'll tell you something, the top 2 might not be bothered, but the rest of the top 10 will. Andreasen currently sat in 11th place on GC coming into today. Knudsen, Skierski, Pucker, Turek, Safrazadi and Van Elst could well be in trouble. It really depends on how much room they give Andreasen, but they know, this race field know Bjorn Andreasen well, and they know a breakaway could well go.
And the chase is coming. Osborne has now got onto the climb. He started to open the throttle. He's got a gap on pretty much all the rest of the group here. Vink and Wu, the only riders able to be even in the same postcode as they go on to the climb here, because they've opened up what is already a 10-second gap between these three, and the chasers behind. Osborne kicks again. He's looking to go clear of Vink. He's looking to take the yellow skin suit. They're also looking to drop Wu and make this decisive on the way up the climb. Remember, yesterday it was Osborne, Vink and Wu. In the overall, it's Vink, Osborne, Wu. And yet at the moment, it's Osborne dropping his teammate Vink on the climb in pursuit of Andreasen. I think the word has been, right, who's got the legs? Let's just go. You've got to do your own stuff. Team tactics don't work at this on this climb. It's just too big.
Well, the 2024 Cycling Esports World Champion is currently chasing the 2023 Esports World Champion up Mount Fuji here in Japan on stage 5 of the MyWhoosh Championships. The push is coming. Andreasen is clear. Just doing a bit of a check. It looks like around 250 meters clear at the moment. And don't forget, 250 meters on Mount Fuji is, well, it's a lot more than 250 meters on the flat. But Jason Osborne now in pursuit.
So the pursuit is on. One rider clear, Andreasen, one rider chasing. That is Osborne. Two riders behind. Vink, the teammate of Osborne, and then Wu. Vink with a little bit more firepower to go if he needs it. The gap back between Wu and Safrazadi, 20 seconds. Jones is in there, the former leader of this race, the only leader, in fact, of this race until we got to yesterday when Vink went over the top and managed to drop him on those climbs in Zurich. A rider that couldn't get dropped, well, that was Osborne, and Osborne at the front. Now Vink goes. Vink has lifted the pace up to over 9 miles per kilo. He settles into 8.5. Wu is starting to catch the wheel. He's trying to get back on. He's going to stay with Vink. Well, Vink puts the pressure on. Wu answers him. Vink at the moment really diving deep. So is Wu. Wu really into the red zone here. He comes up alongside Michael Vink. And at the moment, these riders side by side, 13 seconds to Osborne. Andreasen, 24 seconds. The gap has tumbled.
Well, it's only 4 seconds on GC between Vink and Wu. All Wu has got to do is sit on Vink's wheel and then try to go as they head towards the top of the climb. I say all he's got to do, it is one big ask, but Yongfei Wu, absolutely class riding over the last few days, and we've seen him over the last few weeks putting in some phenomenal performances as Osborne continues to climb. He's now got Andreasen in his sights. The question for me is, what will Bjorn Andreasen do now?
Survive. Survive is what Andresen's got to do now. You've got Osborne on a mission here. This is for the race lead. Remember, 4 seconds from Vink to Wu. That means Osborne sandwiched right in the middle of that. Osborne needs to go clear of Vink and Wu if he wants to take away the title of the MyWhoosh Championships for 2024. This is his territory. He's been sweeping up all of the points in that mountain competition. He now shows us just why he's such a strong climber. He went past Andreasen. Sorry, Bjorn, like you were stood still, buddy, because my goodness me, Osborne is on a flyer. He's on an attack. Andreasen had his moment. He put in the attack. He got the distance, but when Osborne started, well, is there any stopping him? Vink is at 15 seconds, sandwiched in between the jam and the sandwich, Bjorn Andreasen, but he's moving closer to Vink with every pedal stroke, and Vink cannot shed Wu at the moment, but Osborne at the moment climbing into the race lead, the leader, the virtual yellow jersey on the road, as the saying goes, ahead of the actual yellow jersey who came in today wearing that yellow skin suit, Michael Vink. He's still got Wu on his wheel, and I think, as you say, Wu is just waiting for the moment to go. Wu needs to use this territory because Vink can time trial, and that is what we've got coming up after the rest day. Rest day tomorrow. We then have that individual time trial. No draft employed on the flat section. It is a bit of a mean trick that at the end of that time trial, we go up the climb in the outer loop of Australia to finish uphill. That will help give a little bit of time back to the climbers, but with no draft available, being able to time trial is going to be key.
It is indeed, and that the Category 1 race is a light. It's not the only other race here because Pulaka on our screen at the moment, neck and neck. William Brambati is the rider with him right on his wheel. They are closing in on the leader on the road, Radamaki, the rider leading Category 6. Can I just say 2 hours 14 of racing already underway, 64.1 kilometres into the race. And this battle between Pulaka and Brambati, it is absolutely epic as they go up the bridge over the waterfall here in this world on MyWhoosh, the Japanese world. Absolutely stunning. But the level of racing here in Category 5 and the closeness of this racing, Pulaka doing a phenomenal job staying clear of Brambati. They've got 12 seconds on Hagland, 19 seconds, 20 seconds now on Reinheimer and Lenador. The yellow jersey is 20 seconds back.
Well, Pulaka and Brambati started the day well down on GC. 2 minutes 15 down. William Brambati of the ZTBR squad in 15th place. Pulaka, though, started the day 4 seconds down on the race lead. The only riders in front of him time-wise was Moutier 1 second ahead, Cirillo 2 seconds ahead, and then Reinheimer 4. I mean, there's nothing in this, but Pulaka now climbing into that lead. Hagland at the moment moving right up those standings. He was at 7 seconds. He's now behind and he's clear of Reinheimer. So Nicholas Hagland, I think he's climbing himself up into second, dependent on what happens between himself and Brambati. But I think he's got more than enough margin on Brambati. Pulaka, though, climbing up into race lead. In terms of Category 6, Emma, Radamaki, absolutely superb ride by him. He's only just been passed. We're into the final few kilometres onto the climb, and Radamaki has held Category 5 off behind for all that time. And we talk about the time that these riders are going. You know, these riders are on 2 hours 16. Radamaki's on 2 hours 26.
He is indeed. Category 6 were the first riders out of the start pen 40 minutes before Category 1 left the start pen. 10 minutes between every single category today. And Radamaki in Category 6 doing a sterling job, as you say, Matt, 2 hours 26 minutes into his race. It's a long stage today. There's a lot of riders out there who will be very pleased. It is a rest day tomorrow.
Well, one rider who I don't think is bothered whether it's a rest day or not is a man who's not bothered whether it goes uphill or it's a sprint finish. Esbrahi Ibrahim, the yellow jersey wearer, the leader of category 4. Well, he's currently right at the front of the race. He was just holding the race there with Perdincini and co. They're making the way up this climb. They're catching category 5 and category 6 riders pretty much constantly at the moment because of the pace that is being set. Perdincini, Neville Ross, Gomez, Ramirez, Ibrahim, Flores. It's a real who's who. But the key thing here, the leader on the road, Ibrahim in here, he's right up there. Nicholas Spratt, nothing really to choose between the two of them in terms of time. However, and I mean, we're talking like it's less than a second actually technically between Spratt and Ibrahim. Ibrahim is in the mix and at the moment climbing well. That's the right-hand side of your screen. Perdincini, Ramirez, Ibrahim and co. Category 4, well on this climb, 64.4k covered. The leader in Category 1, Jason Osborne, the world champion, leading Category 1, opening up the gap on the rest of the race field. Meanwhile, in Category 2, all change.
Ka-ching!
Concain had gone on the front. He'd gone clear of the rest of the breakaway. The breakaway has all been pulled back. Concain has been closed down by Mr. X100. Goddardzi is up the road by only a few meters, but he is up there now. Concain needs to do some regrouping here. Get some rest, sit on these wheels, get as much benefit as you can. It might only be 11 kilometers an hour, not a lot of drop benefit at that speed, but every little counts. You can see 300 watts plus regularly coming out of Concain here to stay with Mr. X100, to stay with Arvin Goddardzi. Goddardzi are leading here, and the gap has just opened a little here. Concain needs to respond. He needs to get back onto the wheels here because Goddardzi at the moment just trying to stretch that group out.
Yeah, they are indeed, and trying to stretch the group out as they come into the final 1.9 kilometres to go in this race today. It is a big push, and it's a big push coming. Did I just say 1.9 kilometres? It was 66.3k. Do you know, I'm going to put some big signs up as we go through this stage race, and it's a big ask in the commentary box as well, I tell you. We are in here for both the men's and the women's race every single day of the MyWhoosh Championships, and sometimes we just need a little help remembering which day it is. Well, it is stage 5 today.
Which week it is.
Of the MyWhoosh Championships here for 2025. And I tell you something, the women's race did not disappoint earlier on today, and the men's race is not disappointing either. 66.3 kilometres is the finish line today. And I tell you something, if anybody wants to be a runner in the studio and just nip and get us a coffee, that would be most appreciated. Not that anybody is listening in the close vicinity. But Jason Osborne, I tell you something.
He doesn't need coffee.
He doesn't need coffee. He is a consummate climber. 15 seconds back to Michael Vink, and it's looking like Vink has lost Wu. Not lost him, but moved away from him. Wu is still here. He's 28 seconds back from Osborne. So Osborne in 1, Vink in 2, Wu in 3. Vink and Osborne, let's just remember, both have had careers out with UCI professional teams out on the road. And, and then chosen to come back and go back as a specialist into esports cycling. So stage races out on the road are regular for them in their history of their cycling careers. Now doing stage races here on MyWhoosh and just showing us the absolute class of the world champion, Jason Osborne, and of Michael Vink, who used to ride for that UAE Emirates team. Well, Wu in 3rd place, trying to keep that gap to Michael Vink as small as possible. They're at 62.1, while Jason Osborne is a little bit further up the road. Niall Batty, well, I think he was waiting his time in that Category 3 race. He was part and parcel of the 19-rider group in Category 3 on the lower slopes of this climb. He's now pushing on here as the climb gets towards the final stages. At the 63.5 kilometre marker, Batty climbing strongly.
The rider that he's got for company, just a quick note before we switch over to Yossi Polaka, Christian Montoya. Montoya, I think, is riding himself into the yellow jersey because Christian Montoya was only 3 seconds down at the start of the day. He was in 4th place. and he's the man who's desperately hanging on to the wheels of Batty at the moment.
Well, I can tell you the first man underneath the polka dot banner here on the end of the climb segment on Mount Fuji today is Jussi Palaka. He's on your screen at the moment. He's leading the Category 5 race by around 10 seconds from Bram Batty. Hagland, another further, 26 seconds down the road. O'Donnell, 12 seconds back. Rademacher, the leader in the Category 6 race, well, he's not that far behind, but Jussi Palaka now is within the final 500 metres of the race. Unfortunately, they are still climbing. It's not like you get to the end of the climbing segment here in Japan and all of a sudden it goes flat. But Palaka has set a metronomic pace up this mountain today. He has looked calm, he has looked considered, and he has looked in control of everything he has executed today here in Japan. Well, he's coming towards the top of this race. He's got 200 metres to go. He looks up and he can see the finish line today here on Mount Fuji. There's a round of applause on the other side of the studio for Palaka here at the moment, cheering him on the final stages here on the stage race. This is day 5 of the MyWhoosh Championships, and Jussi Palaka in Category 5 is going to be the first rider over the line today in Japan. And take a look at that. He's going to celebrate before he gets there. And I'll tell you something, why not? It is a phenomenal performance today from Palaka. The rider from Finland has been absolutely fabulous. And I'll tell you something, my co-host next to me has just scribbled on the whiteboard yellow question mark. Has he ridden himself into the yellow jersey? Has he ridden himself into the lead overall on the MyWhoosh Championships for 2025? Palaka comes underneath the banner, takes the cheer and the confetti. What a ride. Chapeau, sir.
That is the yellow jersey for sure, because he's got the gap. Batty started the day behind. He's going to take second place here, Emma. He's going to really push himself up the rankings.
He is indeed. So Batty comes through for second. Hagland staying clear of Reinheimer for third place today as he comes up underneath the banner. Reinheimer not far behind. He's got O'Donnell behind him as well, who's wearing that polka dot skin suit. That polka dot competition, the mountains competition, finished today with 15 points at the top of the climb today. O'Donnell being charged, actually. Flores in Category 4 coming up fast, and that's because he's got Ibrahim, the leader in the Category 4 competition, chasing hard behind. But Frank Flores, I think, is going to come over the line in Category 4. A sprint at the top of Mount Fuji here in Category 4 today is Bahay Ibrahim, the yellow jersey wearer, pushing on for second place today. Santiago Ramirez putting in a phenomenal climb, 2 in Category 4. Then it's going to be Rademacher, the winner in Category 6, coming across the line ahead of Gomez in Category 4.
So Ibrahim will hold on to the yellow jersey once again, proving that he isn't just a sprinter. He's a phenomenal climber as well. Brilliant riding by him. Rademacher will take himself in Category 6 to take away the yellow jersey in that competition as well. So all change at the moment. This train doesn't stop here, though. This train continues onwards. And at the moment, we are in with Niall Batty, who has dropped Christian Montoya. Batty has got to keep pushing here. He's looking for the stage win on the climbing stage here, Batty. And this is his territory. He's looking to push himself up the standings. He was 4:37 down. And I think because that time gap to Montoya is still only 20 seconds, I don't think he's going to be able to gain enough time now to go over the top of Montoya, who started the day only 3 seconds down on Nick Scolari.
Well, Montoya doing a brilliant job today on the climb. But for the Category 3 race, you couldn't have designed a better course for Niall Batty. He is a consummate climber, and that is his thing. So Batty in 1, Montoya in 2, Al Refray in 3 at the moment. In fact, Ibrahim Al Refray just 14 seconds back. Christian Montoya on our screen at the moment, the rider in second place in that category. Category 3 race. I don't know if that's a grimace or a smile at the moment, but he's tapping out a rhythm and tapping out a really strong rhythm. He wants to stay ahead of Al Rafray. He's got a 17-second gap, and at 64.8k, he's still got, 1.5k to go. Well, Batty is a little bit further up the road, and he's looking at 1.3k, so around 200 metres, 150 metres separating these two riders at the top of the Category 3 race. The Category 3 race coming into this was so close, and we had a group of 19, 20 riders together for so long. We got onto Mount Fuji, and well, everything changed.
So Category 6 riders going in over the line here at the top of Stage 5. Radamaki going in 1. Riley Milostic, the rider who started the day in 2nd place, comes in into 21 seconds down. That means he's going to stay in 2nd place by my calculations. Cadabona goes in 3rd place at 52. He's going to drop from 1st, I think, to 3rd. And that is going to mean that those are the positions at the moment. Milano going in just behind him, and then Orlando Montoya rounding out the top 5 on the mountain with Xavier Med in 6th.
Well, Christian Montoya has just been caught by Ibrahim Al Rafray on the young rider jersey. So the white skin suit going over the top of Montoya is indeed the young rider, or the racer leading the young rider competition in that Category 3 race. Al Rafray on a charge here on the final stages of this Mount Fuji climb. Now, Batty is the rider he is gunning for ahead, climbing past the Category 6 riders that are out on the hill ahead of him. It's a 30-second gap at the moment between Al Rafray and Batty. Montoya now in 3rd place. Well, on the bottom of your screen, not far back, is the Category 2 race, and Godzari is looking to me as though he is clear of X100. It is not a lot of seconds. Khan Kayan not a lot further back down the road either, around 19 seconds. So Kansara is the rider in blue, along with Mangino. Those are the Category 5 and Category 3 riders, separating the two leaders in Category 2 on the road at the moment. This is the Category 3 race. As we watch the final stages at the 65.6 kilometre marker, now Batty is going to see the polka dot banner. That is the end of the climbing segment, and then there is 500 metres to go until he gets to the finish line. He is clear of the rider behind on the right-hand side of your screen. In fact, the two riders, because Montoya has come back to Al Rafray. So the last time we were with them, Al Rafray caught Christian Montoya and went up and over the top and pushed on. Montoya has closed the gap back to Al Rafray. There's a battle on the hillside going on here for 2nd and 3rd place in the Category 3 race.
Montoya started the day 15 seconds ahead of Al Rafray, and at the moment I make it that Montoya is climbing his way up in towards the yellow jersey on the way into the race finish. Now Batty is going to go in through and take away, I think, what is going to be not only the stage win, but he's going to add to his points total in the climbs competition. Al Rafray kicking once again, trying to drop Montoya, because I think this is going to be for 1st and 2nd in the overall classification in Category 3. So the race being really shaken up by the ascent of the Mount Fuji climb here in Japan on MyWhoosh, on the MyWhoosh Championships. Niall Batty climbing. He's past the polka dot banner of that climb segment. He can see the gantry up in front. That is the race finish. The youngster working hard on the climb, and it's going to be surely a victory today.
Batty is looking for the stage win today. The race for the yellow jersey playing out behind. No, Batty isn't interested in that. He's interested in that finish banner ahead. He's interested in getting underneath that banner first and taking the stage win here on the mountain stage on the MyWhoosh Championships, stage 5 in Japan. Well, Batty must have looked at the road book and picked this day for him. He's executed the race to perfection. Now Batty takes the win in Category 3, wearing the polka dot skin suit today on the MyWhoosh Championships. Well, Al Frey and Montoya are battling behind, and Al Frey is going to come through, for second place. The time gap is going to be important here. What the time gap is between Al Frey and Montoya may well decide where the yellow jersey goes. And Ibrahim Al Frey at the moment, the gap may be too big for Christian Montoya. This is about getting underneath the banner. This is about saving as many seconds as possible. There are 2 more stages to go. We've got a rest day, then we've got an individual time trial, and then we've got a sprinters finale. But Montoya pushing towards the line. He's going to come over in 3rd place. Well, could that be yellow?
Yes.
There
One word answer. I reckon by the by
40
that result,
seconds.
It's enough. It's enough. He's done enough. Well, I mean, what a ride to go through in Category 3. Brilliant racing here in MyWhoosh. On the climb here, Batty going through with Al Frey in 9 seconds. Just going to do a double check here on the time. So, do you know what? I think Al Frey has done enough. He's at 9 seconds on Batty. Montoya at 40 seconds. That's 30 seconds. I think Al Frey has taken this. Ibrahim Al Frey of the Corsican Cycling Club has climbed himself clear of Montoya in that very final push to the line. Al Frey takes yellow. Montoya is in 2nd place.
Well, this is the Category 2 race, and this is the final push to the line as well. And at the moment, we've got Arvin Godzari ahead of X100 by 10 seconds, ahead of Con Cayan by 20 seconds. Stuart Miller, Peter Milostic, Anders Bengston are there as well. But Godzari is clear at the moment, and that is the banner ahead of him. It doesn't matter what anybody else does behind, because Godzari is going to be over the line first. Arvin Godzari is going to take the win today in Category 2 at the top of Mount Fuji. 10 seconds clear of the chase behind, and it is a big chase behind because X100 and Ken are battling it out, and Khan Ken's put in a big dig. Can he come up onto the wheel of X100? Is he going to close him down? He's just going to run out of road, I think. X100 comes 2 in 3 straight away. Khan Ken comes through underneath for 3rd place. Oh, the battles for seconds on GC are being played out today as Michael Vink comes through at the top of the climb. Michael Vink has gone through ahead of Jason Osborne. Vink is going to come across the line to take the win in the Category 1 race. Wow, what a move. Absolutely phenomenal. Vink goes through ahead of Osborne, ahead of Yunfei Wu. This is Osborne. Vink has gone over the top of Jason Osborne. Well, the world champion coming through for what looks like 2nd place today. He's around 30 seconds clear of Yunfei Wu in 3rd. But what a battle out on the mountainside here. Michael Vink staying in yellow. The Boss Moves Only squad putting the top 2 riders on this stage. Vink and Osborne, the world champion. He's coming up to the line now for 2nd place today. What a race. What a battle. Michael Vink in 1, Jason Osborne in 2. Boss Moves Only. Well, today, Vink was the boss. Yunfei Wu coming through for 3rd place today on the mountain. And I'll tell you something, there's a big chase behind because Linda Milostic, the young rider who was 2nd in the Australian National Championships, battling with Leonard Tugels and Syed Safrazadi behind with Ollie Jones. But Wu comes through for 3rd place, and we drop in with Tugels and Milostic.
So the top 3 riders in over the line, previously, but this time Vink taking Osborne on the climb, Osborne capitulating on the upper slopes, Vink coming through, extending his lead at the top, Osborne extending his lead over Wu. All 3 riders pushing and extending the lead now substantially on the rest of the riders behind, as we see Linda Milostic go through the 500 metre to go marker. Just going to go dive back into Category 2 very briefly. We saw Godarzi go through, taking away top spot in Category 2. His time gap to Khan Cayan is enough to take the yellow jersey from Cayan, who goes into 2nd place overall with 2 stages to go after the rest day tomorrow.
Well, Malostic pushing on here. The young rider really climbing strongly. Leonard Tugels decided, you're not going anywhere. A big dig at 11 watts per kilo from Tugels to close down Malostic. Malostic's got to go again. Safra Zaidi's got to drive too, but Tugels is driving for the line. The question is, has he gone too early or can he maintain this? This is 13% at the moment, this climb. There's still 200 metres to go. Tugels has a 4-second gap now. Malostic now, though, climbing stronger than Tugels. Did Tugels put that big dig in too early? Has he timed it to perfection? He's driving towards the line. I think Tugels is going to take 4th place here today in this Category 1 race. He is indeed. So Leonard Tugels comes underneath the banner for 4th today. Linda Milostic, the young rider here from Australia, coming through for 5th place. Sai Safra Zaidi is going to take 6th. And there's a battle between Jones and Pucker behind for what is going to be 7th. Ollie Jones is looking like he's going to win that battle from Hayden Pucker. So Jones comes through for 7th. Pucker will come through for 8th. They're coming through thick and fast.
It's going to be a 9th place for Stefan van Elten, a 10th place for Michael Knudsen on that run into the line. They're going to be just ahead of Skierski, who is going to take 11th. I think Churek taking what will be 12th, Andreasen taking 13th, Kaminski taking 14th place as they make the way in underneath the banner. Remember, all these results are provisional based on what we've seen and the timing, which is also provisional at this stage. You can catch up with all of those results on mywhoosh.com/results. Make sure that you jump on to the website. Up on your screens, the times for Category 1. Michael Vink able to not only catch, but pull 47 more seconds clear of Jason Osborne on the climb. Makes it about 48 seconds now for Vink from Osborne in the overall. Wu confirming that he is the best of the rest of the riders, not in the top 2 in Boss Moves, because Yunfei Wu comes through in 3rd place, 1 minute 12 down. That means that the gap between Vink and Osborne and Wu has extended, but Wu has well and truly pushed clear of everybody else. Great riding by Tugels, Malostic and co to chase. These are your Category 2 results. Godarzi going in over the line in top spot with Mr. X100 in 2nd, Conken in 3rd. Then Miller, Malostic, Benston, SS Morel, Mendakowicz and Tatu Coinston after an epic battle. And I think that should mean that Godarzi is going to take away a slender lead at the top of the Category 2 from Conken, who battled to keep hold of it. Astounding racing here on MyWhoosh on stage 5 on Mount Fuji in Japan. A brilliant race across all 6 categories. What a battle, what a race. The riders, I'm sure, are absolutely exhausted. So I think all power to them. Well done. If you are still riding, keep on going. That mountain does not last forever, and it's a big achievement just getting to the top of it in a ride, never mind on day 5 of a stage race. Now, Emma, before we look at the Category 1, just a quick roundup. Radamaki going on the attacking Category 6. He's going to take a top spot overall ahead of Riley Malostic, who still holds on to 2nd, and then Cadabona. These are by my calculations, so be warned. Jussi Palaka taking away the yellow jersey. I mean, you saw that elation. He was the first rider in over the line. He's going to take top spot from Hagland. Hagland, you know, he's not your typical mountain climber, but he just has that ability to dig deep in Category 5. Category 4, Esprahi Ibrahim. What a rider.
What a ride today. Absolutely. Yeah. And defending that yellow jersey. And I think we've seen that all the way through the categories, haven't we? Attacks on the yellow jerseys and defences of yellow jerseys. That is what today has been about.
And he keeps that jersey again. He's been right up there since the start. Ramirez, I think, will take 2nd place. In Category 3, Al Rafray, I mean, that last-minute charge going over the top there of Montoya. Montoya digging deep, but then blowing. The doors literally blew off there, didn't they? The thing came apart, and that cost him the yellow. But he's in 2nd place with a good lead as well because of the climb. Category 2, brilliant battle. Khan KM versus Godarzi. Mr. X100, we said he was going to come good on that climb. He did. He took 2nd place there. And then the battle in Category 1. 3 riders really are a class apart. but the youngsters really fighting as well.
Yeah, and talk about the youngsters really fighting. Lyndon Milostic riding to 5th place, showing us when the climbs get steep, he can really climb. He is going to be one rider to watch in the future. Well, he's a rider to watch already. And Hayden Pucker in 8th place in Japan on Mount Fuji. Do you know what? We normally have Pucker down as a young rider who is a punchy rider, but today he showed us his climbing skills. Well, Vink, consummate, Osborne, consummate, Woo. But for me, category 1, the story is actually in the team competition, because I think Abus Synergy have just climbed themselves into 2nd place, substantially ahead of AlphaJaw when we put those team results together later today.
We will be adding those together in the commentary box, not just our top 10 riders, but also the riders behind. Pawskiewski taking, I think, 11th place on that stage here today. All those results we will be compiling. We'll be doing that from the MyWhoosh.com webpage, mywhoosh.com/results for all of the results when they're official. It will get that blue stamp of approval when that verification that applies to all of our riders is done. And, of course, we still have lots of riders out on course at the moment, completing their race, getting to the end of day 5 here today on the stage race. Tomorrow, Emma, let's have a little look forward before we start to go get ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow it's the time trial. Sorry, it's the rest day before the time trial. The rest day.
Don't get rid of the rest day.
No, don't get rid of the rest day, because we've got a lot going on in the rest day. We've got a lot on. So the rest day tomorrow for the riders. Sunday Race Club. As always, 52 weeks a year. The MyWhoosh Championships, the UCI Championships don't stop it. It goes on regardless. It's going to be a really interesting race with some tired riders taking part, some riders choosing not to, and an opportunity for those who maybe haven't been able to race in the championship to battle it out at the front of Sunday Race Club.
Yes, it is going to be interesting because having had a look at the start sheets, there are some riders from the MyWhoosh Championships on those start sheets tomorrow. There may be some frantically trying to get hold of race control saying, I've changed my mind. But we'll have to see when we get there. For me, a rest day is a rest day. Turn your legs, spin your legs, recover, rehydrate, refuel. Get ready for that individual time trial, because it is going to be a ride of truth on Monday. Can Vink do the business and hold that yellow jersey? Will Jason Osborne be stronger? Can Hayden Pucker time trial, because he has watts, and until you get to the end of that time trial, it is a fairly flat course, and it's going to be a really interesting day.
You say it's a fairly flat course, and I hate to throw numbers at the professor here in the studio. 33.7k. But there is a dip and there's a number of bumps. They're not easy to see, but of that 604 meters, 396, so basically approximately 2/3 of it, is in the final climb. But that does mean there's a third out on the course. So it's not necessarily pancake flat,
just
is
something to help you push those pedals against.
Well, it is, and it's going to be critical. Now, if you're not in the contention for the GC, you're going to be taking it pretty steady on that, aren't you? Because you're going to be saving your legs for what is going to be the final day, the sprint day. That's going to be on Tuesday, but it's also the run into the finish of the championships. And for our riders, that the accomplishment of finishing the race and getting that fantastic goodie bag from MyWhoosh.
Yeah, you know, the women's race on Tuesday, 6 sprints for the women to contest, 9 sprints for the men to contest on the final sprinters stage here on the MyWhoosh Championships. You're right about the individual time trial. We may well see some of those riders have a much steadier state ride on Monday, because they're going to be targeting that sprinters competition, and 9 repeated efforts. Well, for the men, it's a big ask on the final day. But a number of them will be up for it, because there's some very close run races across our 6 men's categories and our 6 women's categories in that sprint competition. The climbing may be over, the sprinting isn't.
And those GC competitions definitely not over in every category. The big advantage having 6 categories in the men and 6 categories in the women is there are still plenty of categories where the times can overturn, the changes can happen, and people can struggle as you come off a rest day. That is a notorious factor when you are out and racing. No rest for us here in the studio. We will be back tomorrow for the Sunday race. So we'll be back on Monday for stage 6 and Tuesday for stage 7. If you haven't heard enough of our voices by then, you can catch Emma and I putting words to the action to the UCI Mountain Bike XCE on Sunday evening, European time. That's from Sao Paulo in Brazil. Very much the opposite of the racing here. Short, sharp, sweet, very, very fast. We'd love to see you there. Will anybody manage to watch the entire stage race and catch up with that? I hope you have more to do in your lives than that. But we clearly are going to be there. I've got to say a massive thank you to the team behind the scenes who have followed the action all the way through the first 5 stages. They have worked tirelessly. We get to put words to the action. Emma Martin, who you can follow at biking_Emma. You can follow me at Matt Fixer Payne. We'd love you to get in touch with at MyWhoosh and tell the team there just what a great job the production have done behind the scenes, because you know what? They make this happen. They're a small team who absolutely work the socks off, and without them, you wouldn't get to watch the pictures. We wouldn't get to put words to the action. So a big, big thank you for them. I'm hoping at some point they'll get some sleep before tomorrow in the Sunday Race Club. I hope you'll join us there and for the rest of the MyWhoosh Championships. But from Emma and myself, time for me to get an ice cream. I've no idea what Emma's going to do, but stay safe. We'll see you again soon.
Goodbye.